far worse.
Could be far worse. That's right.
And they're talking about kiss virtually every major coastal city in the world goodbye.
Yeah.
Miami, New Orleans, Boston, New York.
Yeah. Washington,
Brattleboro.
D.C., not Brattleboro. But Brattleboro, there are people. I used to live in New Hampshire above the Connecticut River.
Yeah.
And I've known several people who have had dreams that the Connecticut River below that point, which is below the dam in Vernon, was a fjord.
Oh yeah.
And in ancient
Wow.
times, it was a fjord.
Uh-huh.
But things are. It's a very weird thing. But nevertheless, we should probably go on.
I think we should. We're hitting
Even though
Sunday, September 15th.
we are indeed, and we have an item from CNN to start.
Oh, and this
with.
just happened. This is part of this big on the news right now.
That's right. It is.
Coordinated strikes knock out half of Saudi oil capacity. 5 million barrels a day. That is significant, folks.
It is. Yep. The strikes on key Saudi Arabian oil facilities are among the world's largest production centers, have disrupted about half the kingdom's oil supply, or 5% of the daily global oil supply. Yemen's Houthi rebels have taken responsibility. Now, since then, the U.S. has said, no,
Iran did it.
Iran did it. And, who knows?
Who knows? I mean, we got warmongers in Washington who would blame Iran for
something they did themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't do that.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Well, this is interesting. It's CNN, and like a lot of CNN stuff, it's worth looking at.
Yes.
There's a 2-minute video there that shows the burning facilities. It doesn't really show you what happened.
Yeah.
But we do know that 10 drones targeted the state-owned oil facilities in Abqaiq and Khurais. And Abqaiq is big.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of the facilities that were hit by those drones.
I've been there.
Those were precision shots.
Oh yeah, they knew what they were doing.
They were within a couple of feet
knew exactly
of where
what
they
were
were targeted.
Well, Pompeo has directly blamed Iran, which one way or another was involved, I think. They may not have done it.
Apparently, they made the missiles.
Apparently, they did. So,
yeah.
They were definitely involved, and they're backing the Houthis. And this is Sunni versus Shias going back to the death of Muhammad.
I think this is a really bad place in the world to get involved in.
This has never been good.
The argument between the Shias and the Sunnis is a tar baby from an American point of view. If you touch it, you're going to get stuck. And
Absolutely.
From the Soviet point of view, it was the same thing. When they invaded Afghanistan, they got stuck fighting people that fight for fun.
They didn't need to fight.
They didn't need to fight them, no. It was just a bad idea. And I think it's a bad idea for us to be involved in that.
Oh, definitely. No kidding. I mean, we were involved with Saudi Arabia, and we shouldn't be. We're helping them destroy Yemen, which is...
I don't mind...
Yemen, they don't deserve to be destroyed. They're a small little country. They're poor.
But
they don't bother anybody.
Too many Shiites. That's the problem.
In this particular case, yeah.
And the same thing with Iraq has too many Shiites, and Iran is almost solid
too
Shiite.
many. Iran is Shiite, right?
It's almost
Saudi
solid.
is Sunni.
Sunni. And, they have to get along well enough for everybody to be able to make a pilgrimage. But,
yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got an interesting one here. Tesla announces simple pricing on commercial solar. I mean, we talked about Tesla on residential.
Yeah.
This is the commercial end.
This is the commercial side.
And they're talking about $1.01 per watt to build these things.
Yeah, why don't you read the title?
Tesla announces simple pricing on commercial solar. That's sort of what I was doing.
Yeah.
$1.01 a watt will blow some minds.
Yes. This is from Clean Technica. Elon Musk announced California customers. Now, this is just in California, but it'll spread.
It's going to spread.
Can now order commercial sizes of solar power in 5 minutes at a Tesla website. Tesla is getting within a penny of the psychologically magical $1 a watt for solar generation capacity. Well, the fact is, for a lot of installations, we've already gone to below $1 a watt in much of the country. It's just Tesla has got its price.
Well, these are the big ones. These are the commercial installations.
Well, the commercial
and they're getting that
yeah.
low too.
But the thing is, the thing that blows my mind is not the fact that they're at $1 and a penny a watt. The thing is, if you want a 25 megawatt installation and you've got a place to put it, you can order that by putting $100 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. They're really making it easy.
They're making
You
it
can do it in
super
15
easy.
minutes on your home computer.
5. You can
Yeah,
do it
probably.
in 5 minutes. I actually went to the
Did you
site
really?
where I could have ordered something. I think they would
For
have been-
$100.
For $100. but the thing is, you had about 2 pages of things to put in. You had to put in your name and your address and your phone number and stuff like that.
Duh.
Credit card number. But once you've got that,
Well, you get 3 options here.
Yeah.
You can pay cash.
Yes.
Okay. Or you can subscribe, which is sort of like rental, but
Yeah.
you'll eventually own it.
Yes.
Okay. Or you could just pay for the power.
Yeah. And it's all a question.
How could you not take?
Yes. Okay. Should we move on from
Yeah,
that?
this is an interview. But it's a good one to look up because the interview is interesting.
Yeah.
We can still save the Earth from climate change. Here's how.
Yes, and this is from Clean Technica. A years-long research project simulating a global pathway toward 100% renewables across all energy sectors bears a clear message. A global energy transition with real climate action is not only technically feasible, it's also cheaper than our current system.
Duh.
And the thing that's interesting is Nancy Ray Mallory, who is the editor of,
Yeah,
of,
yeah. You
of
talked
Green
to her.
Energy
Talked
Times,
about her.
and I write for.
She lives off grid.
She does. I write for them a lot, probably an average of close to 100 articles a year. She wanted me to write a short article about this.
Okay.
And I looked at it and I thought, nah, I'm not going to write about that. I'm going to write about an almost identical thing that came from Truth Out about Mark
okay.
Jacobson, who said almost exactly the same
Is
thing.
that so?
And the reason is because we know Mark Jacobson. He's a professor at Stanford. He's the guy who 10 years ago came to the world and said, here's how you get out of the climate crisis. Here's the pathway. You need this much solar, you need this much wind, you need this much battery. And he gave us, on a state-by-state basis, he had all of that stuff.
I think
worked
this
out.
interview mentions all of that stuff.
Yeah, but this is, he's in it, and so are a bunch of other people.
I couldn't synopsize it. It was just too much there. It's,
There's-
like I said, it's an interview.
That's why. The thing she wanted me to do was a 300-word article, and I felt that it was easier to do the one with Jacobson.
Well,
Nevertheless,
this is the basis of the interview.
yeah,
What lessons are to be drawn? What action should be taken right now by governments all over the world to avoid catastrophic climate change?
you know what?
That's what Greta's saying.
What we should do is tell Donald Trump that we need to drill oil like mad to avoid climate change. And then what he'll probably do is close down the oil companies.
He might. He's just capable of. Well,
Okay.
let's look at this picture here a second.
The
We've got a
picture,
picture
yes.
coming up.
There it is.
Is that the
solar
picture?
system.
No.
That's the
I got
that's
how-
the Tesla solar system.
I,
Oh, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
we're up
yeah.
to Monday, September 16th, and we have a picture
That's
of a
the picture I
teacher
wanted.
teaching kids about climate.
that's just what you
And climate is it's teaching about weather. And weather is a component of climate. It's an important component of climate. But
Well,
this is-
weather is what happens on a day-to-day basis, and climate is what's happening long-term.
that's right. And this is from earth.com.
How American communities are preparing for the impacts of climate change.
A study from the American Association for the Advancement of Science found that many communities across the United States are addressing their own unique challenges associated with climate change. Some communities are also working to reduce emissions.
Yes, they are. There's a couple of quick takeaways from this.
Yeah?
This is what these communities are doing. There's about 5 steps here. Use of wetlands to limit flooding.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
we've talked about
Big
that
deal,
one as a
big
biggie.
deal.
The modification of water, food, and waste systems.
Yes,
Okay. Sea level sensors and monitoring.
yes,
Okay. Capturing methane,
yes,
or
absolutely.
as they say
Big
in
deal.
Britain, methane.
Methane, do they?
Relocating buildings to protect from shoreline erosion. They've had to relocate whole towns in Louisiana and
They're
and
going to have
Alaska.
to relocate a bunch of more towns in Louisiana and other places.
There ain't going to be any Louisiana left.
There ain't going to be any Miami left.
No.
We have to worry about relocating scores of millions of people
What
in
are they
this
going to
country.
do about Trump Tower?
I don't know.
It's going to be underwater.
It's probably, I mean, what are they going to do about Mar-a-Lago? Mar-a-Lago
That's
is
what I was
exposed.
thinking of. That's the one I meant. Yeah.
Well, Mar-a-Lago is exposed. Mar-a-Lago could be devastated by a single big hurricane.
Oh yeah, it's
I mean,
very vulnerable.
It's very vulnerable. It's something like 13 feet above sea level, but 13 feet above sea level. Think about the super floods that you get with hurricanes sometimes. 13 feet isn't going to protect that thing, and if the sand starts washing away, they've got a problem.
Well, we got an interesting one coming up. It's a debate.
Yes.
And it's called "The Faster Pace of Climate Change is Scary."
Yes, indeed. And this is something that, I should say, this is from BBC. This is just one article. There's lots of articles like this about different people saying different things that all amount to the same central issue. It is getting scary.
Well, I listened to the BBC here in the morning on Vermont Public Radio.
Right.
And they usually have some pretty good and accurate news. And
Yeah.
they don't have an axe to grind.
Yeah. But
They're telling it like it is.
one
I
of the
guess,
things
yeah.
that's happening, and this is something that people are starting to notice, is that the big news organizations that have not been putting the emphasis on this issue that they might have in the past
Starting to pick it up.
are starting to pick it up. Okay. You read the title, I believe.
I read the title.
Speaking
mentioned
to
it's a debate.
Yep. Speaking to the BBC, Professor Sir David King, a former chief science advisor to the government of the UK, said, quote, "It's appropriate to be scared. We predicted temperatures would rise, but we didn't foresee the sorts of extreme events we're getting so soon." And one of the things that he says here that I think is important is he kind of says he doesn't like the idea of scaring the children. But the fact of the matter
there's a takeaway here.
Yeah, go ahead.
People won't act unless they feel fearful.
Yes.
That came from the debate.
Yes. And we've got a problem, and the problem is far worse than most people realize.
Well, there's a 4-minute video on this website that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
The acceleration and melting of the ice sheet glacier covering Greenland.
Yes.
It has shocked researchers.
They've all said that. That's what they're saying. They're just blown away by this. Some of them are pointing out that Greenland, the scientists had sat down, they'd done their prognostications based on their models, and they'd said this is what's going to happen to Greenland, among other things. Right now, Greenland is what they were predicting 5 years ago. It would be in 2070.
And it's
so
happening already.
We're like 50 years ahead of schedule, and it's not going to
That's
slow
just
down.
what they're saying here. Extreme events are occurring much sooner than expected.
Right.
Wow.
Yes.
The world has changed faster than predicted.
Much.
Some scientists believe their communications have been failing to provide an emotional response that would convince the public to act.
Well,
that's what Greta's saying.
Yeah, and I mean,
we'll talk about that.
The last Category 5 hurricane, Donald Trump says, "I've never heard of one of these things before." It's the fourth one in his own presidency to hit or run by the United States.
We just missed one. It didn't do much.
That's the one that's out in the Atlantic now.
Yeah, it's out over Bermuda now.
Yeah.
Bermuda's going to get hit, but not too badly.
Well, the Bahamas got hit again by that thing.
But not badly. It's
not as badly, certainly, as the last
well, we
one.
got a picture coming up,
We do
and this
indeed.
is the Gulf of Maine.
This is the Gulf of Maine.
And let's see if I can't pull it up. I got to click it once.
There you go.
And for those who are not in the know, the Gulf of Maine is the extreme part of the ocean that touches Maine. Just beyond the Gulf of Maine is the Bay of Fundy,
Yes.
which has the highest tides in the world.
Yes. So
Maine Institute launching new climate center.
This is from Boston.com. The Gulf of Maine Research Institute said its new climate center will be, quote, "a new interdisciplinary center focused on solutions to local, regional, and global challenges related to ocean warming," end quote. The Gulf of Maine has numerous fisheries and is warming faster than most ocean waters. This is a serious problem because if you think about it, the lobsters are
They're migrating.
Well, yeah, they're migrating in effect.
They're leaving Maine and they're going to New Brunswick.
Right,
Yeah.
and
Things are cheaper in Canada.
Yeah, right. the lobster population on the south coast of Massachusetts and Rhode Island has just
gone.
disappeared.
It's gone.
And so we've got the fishermen who are going after these and other species have no
That's
nothing
basically
to
this is
take.
about the fishermen.
And it's, this is not going to stop soon, and it's not. And I think if you like Maine lobster, have it, because you're not going to have
You're
it
not going to have it
for
again.
very long.
The new center will focus on issues such as helping fishermen adapt and preparing communities for sea level rise. So it's a
Right.
good idea.
Yeah, I think we should start thinking about crayfish.
Yeah, yeah,
They're good,
they are good.
but the
Gotta eat a
fact-
lot of them though.
They're bigger than shrimp, smaller than lobsters. The thing about this is a disturbing thing, and I can make light of it with the crayfish, but it is disturbing. We are up to Tuesday, September 17th, with an item from Down to Earth
This
magazine.
is an interesting article.
Yes.
Solar power to drive renewable energy investments to $2.6 trillion by the end of 2019.
That's
This is 2019, guys.
Yeah. This is 2.6 trillion since whenever the thing started, which is not 2.6 trillion a year. It's just 2.6 trillion altogether.
No, this is where it is wound up. And
Where
we're
it is.
talking about capacity here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about generation. We're
Yeah.
talking about capacity.
Solar power has seen a significant increase in capacity investments in the last decade, so it's the last decade, is set to drive global investment in new renewable energy capacity to $2.6 trillion by the end of 2019, a report from the UN Environmental Program said.
Well,
And so-
renewables have nearly quadrupled in the last decade.
Yeah,
Okay, and it's about money.
it's about money.
Economics. In 2009, there are only 25 gigawatts of solar power capacity worldwide. Okay, solar power attracted $1.3 trillion in investments in this last decade, followed by wind at $1 trillion and biomass at $115 billion. So
Yeah.
between solar power and wind, there's a lot of investment there.
Yeah, but we've got a lot of investment that we can do. We've got that biodigester that's going up.
We talked about that on the
near
show.
Middlebury College, which is going to be the biggest east of the Mississippi River.
Well, that's an area that has to be
It has to
because
go, and
cows generate an awful lot of biodigestible refuse,
I got news for you. So do human beings.
and so do human beings.
And we could probably have 20,000 of those plants, and that would make a big difference in both our electric supply, but also our generation of methane.
And probably lower our taxes.
They probably would, yeah, absolutely. And the product of those things could be made into a lot of different things. I think that we should make it into plastics and dump it in landfills. Okay.
Be better than what we're doing now.
Yeah, we are up to Tuesday. We have already said that, haven't I?
Yeah,
We've got an image
we got a
from
picture coming up
China.
here.
This is courtesy of the government of China. They said.
Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice of them? Yes, they wanted to prove that Beijing has blue skies. But this item from Clean
Well, we've
Technica-
seen the pictures of
Says
Beijing
it.
where you couldn't see a bicycle in front of you.
That's right.
China is doing a lot better on climate change, on climate action, than most people realize.
Although they have over
This is a good article.
they have over 200 gigawatts of coal power scheduled to be built. Can you believe
Yeah, they
that?
do. Well, it's a big country.
Yeah,
and
it
they
is.
still have a lot of coal.
And they're still building these coal plants. I think they're going to stop doing that soon, though.
I think they've said already that they are.
They're trying to. China may be the biggest CO2 emitter, but China is turning on more low-carbon electric generation annually in the form of hydro, wind, solar, and nuclear than any other country. China invested $3 in renewable energy for every $1 the United States invested in 2017. And the thing that was interesting about this article to me was the very beginning of the article where Michael Barnard, who is the person who wrote the article, was in Vancouver, and he was talking to a friend of his who had just come from spending a month in Beijing, and that man said, Beijing is typically, the sky is
The sky
clear.
is blue, guys.
The air is clear. And
That's why they wanted to show you that picture.
yeah, and the city is quiet because almost all the vehicles, or possibly all the vehicles, are
They
electric.
mention that right here. I've got some points here, and we've
Yeah,
got
go
time to
ahead.
do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
China is likely on track to achieve its emissions targets a decade early.
Yes.
Okay, and this chart's in in the article about that.
Yep.
China is turning on more low-carbon electrical generation in the form of hydro, wind, solar, and nuclear than any other country. They mentioned the Three Gorges Dam, which is the largest one in the world, 100 terawatt hours of low-carbon electricity every year. Just
How many hot dogs could you cook on 100 terawatt hours?
more than 17, I tell you. China is building more high-voltage direct current transmission than any other country.
Yes.
Well, they're getting this power around their country. It's a large
Well,
country.
the direct current transmission also is far more efficient.
Oh, very low loss.
Very low loss, and then nobody knew really how to do it until recently, because they had to change voltage, and the voltage changes were not easy. But
Correct.
now they can do that.
They've got the electronics to do it that they can afford.
Yeah.
Okay. There's over 400,000 electric buses in China. How many do we have?
I think probably fewer than 3,000.
Versus 400,000.
That's
oh,
right.
Yeah, that's about
For
right.
every
yeah.
bus that China, this is one of the things that it just appalls me about the Trump administration. If Barack Obama had done as president what the Trump administration is doing right now, the Republicans in Washington would have been impeaching him.
Yeah,
I have no doubt of this.
I think you're right.
Why is it that the Trump administration is letting China take over the bus market worldwide? This is a $100 billion a year market. And
look, China has taken over a lot of the places where we were.
It's like we aren't even trying.
We're asleep.
We're
not
really,
watching these
we
guys.
are not even trying. And the stuff that
Well, wait a second. Trump put a tariff on Chinese stuff, didn't he?
it doesn't help.
No.
It hurts.
It hurts, yeah.
And you know, the thing is, one of the things that's come out in the news in the last day is you know, people are talking about how Donald Trump is doing his environmental damage in the United States in ways that Richard Nixon wouldn't have permitted and Ronald Reagan wouldn't have permitted. This whole thing of Donald Trump withdrawing, actually we're going to have that coming up in the next item, Donald Trump withdrawing from an agreement between the federal government and California.
Yep, we'll talk about that.
That whole thing started with Ronald Reagan and
That was
Richard
Republican
Nixon. That was
program to begin with.
This is mind-boggling, and it does nobody any good if you analyze it carefully, except one industry, and that's the oil industry.
Yep.
And guess what? Citizens United says that they can finance a bunch of people who are running for Congress, and that's why they have the power they do. And this is so far outside the realm of what. I'm sorry, I'm spouting.
One of your speech guy, you know.
Okay.
Well, there's a few more here. China has over 400,000 electric buses, I mentioned.
Yeah.
Chinese citizens buy half of all electric cars sold in the world
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
China has about
poor people who only their job consists of planting rice in paddies. That's the way. That's the way. Go ahead.
China has about 20,000 miles of electrically powered high-speed rail. How much do you think there is in North America?
I don't know.
None.
Yeah.
There's none. Okay?
These things are not like the Acela.
And this is a good one right now. China has the most aggressive reforestation program in the world,
Yes.
having planted about 38 billion trees since 1990.
Wow. How do they count them all?
One at a
But
time.
you know what else they have that's aggressive? They have an aggressive military thing going on where the Dominica gets hit by Hurricane Maria, and the United States says, that's not part of the United States. We're going to make we're America first.
So now
the
we got
people
a
in Dominica
Chinese
have got a choice of sleeping out in tents for the rest of their lives or finding somebody who will finance them. And who finances them? China. And what do they want? They want a military agreement.
So we got a Chinese fleet in the Caribbean now.
What are we going to do? I mean, this is mind-boggling, and the Republicans in Washington, D.C. are letting it happen because they're supporting a president of the United States who pushes it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm spouting. Okay.
Well, two final takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
8 of the largest 10 manufacturers of solar panels in the world are Chinese.
Yeah.
And finally, Goldwind, the Chinese wind turbine manufacturer, is the second largest by market share in the world.
After Vestas.
After Vestas.
Which is
Absolutely.
the biggest company, I think, in Denmark.
I think it is.
Why aren't we making wind turbines? I mean, GE is making wind turbines, but I think it's the only American company that's really
That's
big in the industry.
the only one I've heard of.
Well, we've got, forgot the name of the company in Barrie. Northern Power.
I don't know them.
Well, they make beautiful wind turbines, but they're
making these big guys.
they're making big wind turbines that will withstand really tough environmental problems. But
so they're specialized.
They have their own. They have issues.
Because
Financial issues.
GE's going after the big guys. They're talking 12 megawatts. I mean,
That's right. Okay.
That's pretty big, guys.
We should probably move on, Tom.
Well, we got time.
Yes, I know.
7 minutes left.
Yep.
Climate change and health. This is an interactive website.
Yes.
It's interesting if you can figure out how to get onto it.
This is from Clean Technica. The New England Journal of Medicine, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, has created an interactive online presentation, The Climate Crisis, Health, and Care Delivery. It illustrates the relationship between climate change and health.
It's well done. It's a clever thing that they did.
Yeah.
And if you can think of the words, the climate crisis, health and care and delivery, health and care delivery, that's what you got to click on to get into it. If you click onto the link that says click here, it doesn't work.
Thank you for pointing that out. I tried this. I couldn't get to it. But
you got to click on the red words.
What I did was I went in a more roundabout system to get it than you. You found the way to do it from Clean Technica. Okay, we should probably go to Wednesday.
Well, we got a couple of quick ones here. There's 13 conditions that this report approached.
Yeah.
Okay, and they got a lot to say about every one of them.
Yes.
Cardiovascular.
Yeah.
Dermatological.
Yeah.
Gastrointestinal.
Yep.
Intestinal. No.
Okay.
Geriatric. Infectious diseases, mental health, neurological, nutrition, obstetrics, pediatrics, pulmonary disease, renal disease, and trauma. They've covered about everything.
Yeah.
And they can tell you what climate change is doing.
Yeah, in terms
in
of
these
each
particular diseases.
Yep.
Well, we'll move up to the last
day.
Last article,
this
last
is an
day.
Interesting picture of Greta Thunberg.
And she's smiling, guys.
In a very kind of crooked way.
Yeah,
it's like, I'm going to get you. Okay, this is from BBC.
Greta Thunberg to the U.S. politicians. Sorry, guys, you're not trying hard enough.
This, by the way, we are up to Wednesday, September 18th.
Yeah, we're on the last day of the
Greta
week.
Thunberg has told U.S. politicians they're not doing enough to combat climate change. She also told the Senate Climate Task Force to save their praise. Quote, don't invite us here just to tell us how inspiring we are without actually doing anything about it, end quote, she said.
I got a couple of quotes here. I'm linking them together.
Okay.
I know you are trying, but just not hard enough. Sorry. I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to the scientists. And I want you to unite behind the science. And then I want you to take action. This is not about us. We don't want to be heard. We want the science to be heard. And her appearances are coming ahead of planned climate strikes around the world, which is happening tomorrow.
That's right, for a week.
Well, you're not going to see that on the show because tomorrow it's not going to be broadcast yet.
Oh, it might be.
It might be. Well, tomorrow there's a Brattleboro.
It'll be on YouTube probably.
There is a rally Friday, September 20th.
Which
at
will
Plenty
be covered
Park,
by BC.
Which BCTV is going to cover.
Yep.
11:30 at Plenty Park.
Yep.
I'm planning on being there.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, our next item is from CNN.
EPA set to revoke California's authority to set vehicle standards. This is a hot item right now.
There's going to be a big lawsuit over this, and Vermont.
It started already. They've sued already.
Vermont and basically all of the states in New England, New York, New Jersey,
everything but Pennsylvania, I think.
Maryland, Delaware, Washington D.C. All of these states are sticking with the California standard.
Yep.
The EPA is preparing to revoke California's authority to set its own vehicle emission standards, as a source familiar with the plan told CNN. Now we know in the news today they have done that.
They've had that, yep.
The Trump administration is in an ongoing fight with the state as it works to reduce former Barack Obama's environmental legacy, and that's what this is all about.
That's what it's all about.
It's Donald
about
Trump
Obama.
Doesn't like Obama,
yep,
and
absolutely.
so he is propelling a policy after
Well, I gotta want to mention that.
Okay.
But I also wanted to mention there's a good video here.
Yeah.
Okay, Trump's rollback to make air quality worse. It's 3 minutes. It's worth looking at. Okay.
Okay.
And this is what the article says. Trump has made unraveling Obama's legacy a priority.
A big priority.
He has already revoked the Clean Power Plan and announced the U.S. would leave the Paris Climate Agreement. The administration also recently revoked Obama's Waters of the United States rule. I don't know anything about that. And has made a number of other moves that would allow for increased oil and gas production on public lands.
Right. Even Australia hasn't done this kind of thing.
About a dozen states, which you just mentioned, have adopted California standards which are geared toward curbing greenhouse gases.
Yeah, in addition to the ones that I mentioned are Washington State and Oregon.
Okay.
So those
So they're all in the east except for those two.
Three, California, Oregon.
California,
and,
the entire West Coast. Okay.
the entire West Coast and the Northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah, with the exception of Pennsylvania.
Well, we got a kind of disturbing picture here.
Yeah.
This is San Francisco.
This is San Francisco. This is also the San Francisco Chronicle.
It is that. San Francisco approves legislation requiring renewable energy sources for commercial buildings. This is an interesting article.
It is. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors approved an ordinance that requires commercial buildings over 50,000 square feet to begin relying on electricity generated from renewable sources. The legislation was passed by a unanimous vote.
Well, they're getting on top of things here.
Yeah?
Nearly half of the citywide emissions presently come from buildings.
Yes.
Okay. The ordinance requires the city's largest buildings to rely fully on renewable electricity by 2030.
Yes.
Okay. San Francisco hopes that by 2050, the entire city will be run on renewable electricity.
Right.
Okay. Now, already, San Francisco has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions 36% below 1990.
They are 36,
Already, they're at
36%
36%. So
below, and they're trying to go farther.
They're on the ball here.
Yep. You know, if you want to return for a minute to the California thing and the EPA, the Californians could do a lot of things that would make it far more desirable to use high mileage cars than setting emission standards.
Well, Trump's not going to let him if he can do anything about
Hey,
it.
if they decide that they're going to tax cars according to their mileage, where the lower the mileage level is.
That would do a lot to solve the problem.
It would.
Yeah.
They don't have to go to this emissions thing. And the thing that's going on in San Francisco, if it wanted to, could make things, for example, they could say, okay, we don't want any gasoline sold in San Francisco. We don't want any diesel oil sold in San Francisco.
Or put such a high tax on it.
Yeah, I mean,
There's many ways to deal with that.
there's many ways to deal with this. And the fact of the matter is, the whole oil industry is vulnerable in a way that renewable energy is not.
Well, coal, we know, is a zombie.
Yes.
And oil's a zombie, too.
Yes, although they don't want to let you know that.
No, but it is. I mean, it's no longer worth doing. Or at least in another few years, it's just going to be uneconomical.
We had an item a couple of weeks ago where we talked about the fact that 98% of the oil exploration done worldwide is done in the United States.
Yeah.
Why do you suppose that is? Do you suppose that people in the rest of the world know something that the Trump administration doesn't know?
That whole thing kind of puzzles me. I mean, why put good money after bad?
Because you can get a lot of money from investors who are buying bonds.
So they're selling bonds. They're not. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look,
From that standpoint, yeah.
If
So the money rolls in.
The money rolls in. If I'm a wildcatter and I buy a $1 billion contract for reserves, and I say, okay, I've spent $1 million buying $1 billion contract, so that I've got a lease on this property, I can go to potential investors and say, look, I just got a contract which only 5 years ago was sold for $1 billion. I got it really cheap because I know how to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Loan me the money.
This is a Ponzi scheme, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. And that guy who we talked about a couple of weeks ago who said investors really are losing their money like mad, and he was a former executive officer of a fracking company.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
So it's all about investments, not about reality at all. About
yeah,
making
absolutely.
some short-term
Yeah, and the
profits.
Saudis aren't doing that. They're building solar arrays.
Well, they got plenty of sun.
They
The
sure
Saudis
do.
have more sun than they got oil.
It is time for us to go.
I think we should
I'm
say
going to
goodbye.
put this thing up that says "Have a perfectly lovely week."
And I will wave.
Have a nice week. Bye bye.
Even though
So,
you did my cultural
Brattleboro
work.
Planning Commission,
Are you ready, Austin?
Right.
meeting of Monday, September 9th is called to order at 6:03 PM. Are there announcements?
I have an announcement. We have hired a recent college graduate who will become the planning tech. He is scheduled to start on October 1st. Super excited about him. He's gonna kind of be floating in the planning and zoning world. He's really likes long-term planning. He'll be moving to Brattleboro for the position, so it will help bring some capacity to getting some of the stuff that I've been a little bit behind on getting done for the planning commission as well. So I'm sure you will be meeting. His name is Andrew. I'm sure you'll meet him in the beginning of October.
Great. What sort of-
Congratulations.
With, not that I'm checking his credentials or anything, but I'm just curious, with a bachelor's degree in what?
Urban planning and sustainability
Oh,
from Western Washington University.
Washington State?
Yes.
He's moving here from Washington.
Connecticut.
Okay.
He's
currently-
family
okay,
college.
gotcha. Yep.
great.
Any other announcements?
Have you or we decided on that state municipal planning grant?
No.
Okay.
We could talk about that if you want. I mean,
I don't have anything to add. I thought the ideas were good. that
yeah,
people
it's
proposed, and yours.
kind of one of those capacity things
Right.
at this point. I think we'll probably be in a stronger position to apply next year, not having
Mhm.
one.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, but it's something we can talk about some more. We would have to, if we want to apply for something, we would need to get it before the select board at their next meeting, which is probably still time, because the town's grant process requires that.
Mhm.
They sign off on grant applications.
Maybe Andrew could have a formidable challenge.
How's it
for his
going?
First week. Just kidding.
No, it's
What's
due the end of
the
September.
date?
I know,
in September,
oh,
so
it
it's-
comes in October or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I don't-
Well,
Hey.
you know more about that world than I do, that's for sure.
Well,
So
I
that
guess
sounds like reasonable.
So here's a couple of
strategy.
other things that are on tap for into the new year, at least for the department and as involved as the planning commission wants to be. We recently were awarded a scoping grant to look at a bike lane from exit 2, basically down to Main Street, with the priority being exit 2 to come to the Green Street intersection. So that's a pretty heavily intensive public outreach. We'll hire engineers, they'll kind of come up with three alternatives, and they have to look at right away, they have to look at historic resources, there's a whole bunch of things they need to assess. But there'll also be public meetings with that. So that's one of the projects that'll have to be done probably by next summer as well. And then I'm pretty excited about this one, although I don't know if I haven't heard anything yet. There's this nonprofit EcoAdapt that was soliciting communities to do some climate adaptation workshops and to come up with plans. And so it's a partnership that EcoAdapt has with Virginia Tech from funding from the National Science Foundation to basically study what makes a community successful in implementing the mitigation strategies and whatnot. So I'm hopeful. A woman from Western Mass who works for them had reached out encouraging the town to apply. So we did do that. And then we also have the planning department needs to update the hazard mitigation plan. We'll start that in 2020 as well. So.
That's weather hazards.
Yeah.
When do we hear about the ADAPT grant?
I'm not exactly sure when we'll hear about
And do we have money for the hazard mitigation plan, or is that just something we do?
that. It comes out of our budget for the
Right.
most part. That will, if we get the EcoAdapt, the climate mitigation workshop, that would go towards, we put that towards the stormwater, for hazard mitigation plan as well.
Okay. And I see that we don't have the sustainability coordinator on our agenda. Can you update us on where that is and
Yeah.
how that's going?
So we are probably just a couple of days away from putting the announcement out there with the job description. Bless you.
Cool. Exciting. For me personally.
Who's writing the job description?
Is it the same one?
Staff.
that was-
It's changed a little bit,
Mhm.
but that's the gist.
When does that person targeted to actually join?
It will depend. I mean, so say it gets out this week and, by the end of the month, we start reviewing candidates and then interviews and I hope by the end of the year, but I think it will depend on the candidate and the number of interviewees and the number of rounds.
And can we ask, how much of the 100,000 is going towards that?
It's 55 to 58,000, I think is
Is this
the
average?
range.
And then and then benefits and all that stuff, does that actually take the 100 or is there
I
left?
do not know.
Their bike, buy their bike.
Yeah, give them a look, exactly, yeah, right, that could go up to the.
I wanted a Hilltop assist bike for the office. I think that would be useful.
I understand, you can only do so much at a time, but the bike lane from exit 2 to Main reminds me, or makes me think of biking up to Putney Road. And
Yes.
that's a hairy little spot there until you get to the bike lane that's already there.
Yep.
Has anyone, has there been look into that?
Yes.
I realize that's a state road too, but
It is a
isn't,
state road that's.
is Western Ave, it's Route 9, but is it that not a state road there?
So Western Avenue is a state road that parts of it are maintained by the town, so we have greater,
Control.
I'm not exactly sure where the lines are on Western Avenue.
Oh.
So we have a little bit more control. We'll need to work with V-Trans to, get their approval for a bike lane, but the, basically from Vermont Avenue on Putney Road, so if you're coming into Brattleboro, into downtown,
Mm-hmm.
so if you cross the bridge and then you start heading up the hill, kind of at the crest of the hill,
Oh,
from there all the way north, that is maintained by V-Trans, by the state, and they are responsible for maintenance, construction, all of that stuff.
Mhm.
So there is a large plan, a Putney Road plan, that they are working towards. They've had conversations with property owners about land that they're gonna need, the preliminary. They are getting close to some preliminary plans for that. It's probably the earliest we'd see any construction on it is 2024 or 2025. It's a huge project with 4 roundabouts.
I know.
But it is moving forward.
And
And I
that-
know
and
it
that-
feels
yeah.
like it's really slow,
Right.
and that would have, actually a multi-use path,
Mhm.
that would be wider than the 5-foot bike lane that is separated by a green strip.
And would there
Wow,
be
that
something
would
on
be
this
amazing.
side of the West River? Like some for
No, that
access?
project area does not, it goes to the bridge, it basically starts
Oh.
in the, kind of the,
Yeah.
where that fitness shop is, and the,
Huh,
so it won't come all the way,
Yeah, that's kind of a little hairy spot.
yeah.
It's like-
definitely.
Cause the street lights are into the 1
Yeah,
foot
yeah.
shoulder and the sidewalk's bumpy.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
all right, any more announcements? Okey-doke, public comments, hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of the minutes of August 5th and August 14th that were circulated. I guess, can we move them as a slate and then edit?
Sure.
I was only here for one of the meetings,
So
so.
does somebody wanna move
So-
to approve the
Yeah,
minutes?
I'll move to
I
approve
see a typo.
the minutes of August 5th and August 14th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Discussion. I had one general comment that you and I have spoken about, Sue, but that there be a standardization of, we cut the miss and the miss.
Oh, where did I
mister
forget
and
that?
use.
Which ones did I do that?
I think it was August, I think it was the July, Because I'm
July?
Efrate, but other people are Ms. Odlin.
Sorry.
Um,
Yeah, you should put the July.
and Kathy and I
minutes in
are,
there.
are both, but there's Mr. Heller.
I think I'd mentioned the reason that sometimes happen is, so when I do Conservation Commission, it's always been the first initial and the last name, but Planning Commission, I don't know, it was always different, and so I would sometimes find myself going back and forth. You're looking at July, though?
I'm both July and August.
That
So
was in
here's,
the
now
email.
I'm looking at August and there's Mr. Jones.
Which one?
It's pretty regular. I mean, they're mostly the initial, but then every once in a while, so August 14th, there's Mr. Jones shared some additional information
Oh,
about
yeah,
this
okay.
laser type proposal.
Fixing your
Okay.
formatting.
What's that?
There was some formatting weirdness in the Word doc, so I fixed it.
That was my only comment.
14.
Okay.
Other changes? Anybody else?
There's an E on the end of my last name, but I don't care if people do that all the time.
Oh, no, I fixed that.
Okay.
That's how people know you're not.
You're right
now.
on the August 5th. Did it right.
Oh yeah. No, you always do it right, except for that one time I just now noticed. I honestly don't care.
I put that extra E on August 5th under excused.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to go? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But I.
Are you a member?
Am I a member now?
You are.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yes.
That happened. I just wanted to confirm.
I mean, are you a member again?
All right, minutes
Yes.
are approved as amended. All righty. Doody-doody-doo. Brattleboro Brownfield Program, over to you. Sue.
So I
Should
put
be
a
the theme
new,
song.
a new file on that, which I apologize it wasn't up earlier. So basically, we have no funds left for the hazardous site assessments. I did request an extension because we have a couple projects going on. So originally, the grant was supposed to end at the end of September 30, but we have a couple of projects that will be wrapped up by then.
Sorry, what
This is actually showing.
It's in the drive.
Um,
You have to go to the drive.
I can pass this around too. The budget is actually showing that we have a deficit, which is true, but what I'll do is I will move staff time to cover it. So within our $400,000 grant, or the $200,000 for hazardous, we have the money. It's just some more was committed to assessments, and we'll, like I said, we'll take that out of another, we have 4 categories. There's, so while it shows in this table as a deficit, it's not to the entire grant. It's just some move around I have to do with the EPA.
Can we go over just the couple of ones that are still in progress or where site work's about to begin? So the ABCA cap.
Yes. So 250 Burge Street is the floodplain restoration project on the Whetstone. And
Okay.
so let me see how can I best explain this. So the state requires the ABCA analysis of brownfield corrective actions / CAP, the corrective action plan. They require that before you move into cleanup. One of the issues on that site is we still don't know where the urban fill soils are going to go. If they go to an urban receiving site, they're not considered contaminated, and that's fine, they can move along. If they go to a rural receiving site, then there might need to be some monitoring and documentation of where they're going. This is yards and yards and yards of soils, so we haven't found a place yet. What our environmental consultant was hoping that we could do is when we put it out to bid, we would kind of deal with it at that time. And it's been held up because the state doesn't like that response. They would like to know where they're going. So we haven't been able to finalize the ABCA cap In the meantime, Vermont River Conservancy, who is the property owner, has gone out to kind of work on the cleanup phase of it. And they have hired a different environmental professional than the one we were working with. So it remains to be seen whether LE Environmental will finish off the ABCA cap when we have the information, or if their new consultant, who is not one of our pre-qualified, will. Not sure how that's gonna work yet, so it's kind of an open question, but.
Who'd they hire? Is that
They
one?
hired Cass.
Okay.
And the interesting thing is, Cass has this idea, and it hasn't, I'm not sure if they've floated it with the state yet, that they could over-excavate in parts of the property which need to have soils removed, and they could take the soils, the urban soils from one part of the site and put them where it's been over-excavated, and then put clean soil on top of it. And that would be one way to reduce energy costs from both the trucking and, and moving them around and keeping them on an urban site. So it's interesting, and they're gonna basically see if the state will be agreeable to that. And if that's the case, then maybe we can finish off the APCA cap. But it's just kind of been a long process.
This might be a stupid question. Who has the control of where the soil goes?
It's really the choice of, I guess, the Vermont River Conservancy, the property owner has that can make that decision. Because there's so much soil that needs to be moved, it's in everybody's interest to keep it as close to the site as possible.
Yep, just to keep costs down.
To keep costs down.
Yep.
How is it possible that it needs to be moved, but it can only be, it's a possible to move it a couple of feet in one direction?
So the state, it has to do with the background levels, yeah. It has to do with the state soil standards. So previously, there was one set of standards that applied to any soils in the state. But urban areas tend to have a higher background level of PAH, just because, there's more burning going on. There's more roads, there's more grills. I mean, just kind of the fallout from atmosphere. And so they did some sampling, and they basically came up with 2 tiers. They had the urban soils and rural soils. And the urban soils have a higher level of PAHs, can have a background level that's higher. This site is in an urban area. But when you look at the mapped urban areas, it's not that expansive. So it's easier to keep it in an urban area, because then you don't even have to treat it like, the state doesn't care. Just move it around and take it, and because it meets, for these particular soils on the site, they meet that urban level.
But why, if it's in an urban area already, why can't we just leave it there?
Well, we need to excavate the soils because it's a floodplain restoration, and we need to reduce.
Gotta get a total amount of soil out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We're not taking the contaminated, we have to take the clean out and leave the contaminated there.
Well, so the over excavation is, we take, so there's like thirds of the site. One area needs like 6 feet dug out, one area needs 4 feet, and then the north part needs like 2 feet taken out. Well, the thought is, if you over excavate in that 2 feet area where it's all clean, because that part of the site is clean.
Then you put the dirty stuff where.
You put the dirty soil, put some clean on top. I know. But it's all about reducing exposure. And so usually you can put like 12 inches of clean fill on top of something, and they consider that an appropriate area.
And is there like a biological or like a breakdown process for the PAHs in terms of their in the soil? Like if it's reforested, or if it's like anaerobic or aerobic, is there a process where it starts to?
I don't know about PAHs. I'm trying to think.
Like, I'm wondering if there's bioremediation on
Right.
site that could be done over the course of however long.
I don't know about bioremediation for PAHs. I'm trying to think of the one that there is some bioremediation. I found Vermont DEC to be, they're not opposed to bioremediation, but it's generally not the accepted thing because it takes a long time. So they're still gonna want that clean
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
Just in
as
general.
a
like
project,
how
in
long-
addition, right, to
Mhm.
like help clean it up over however many decades or something.
And the archaeology?
I haven't heard from Vermont River Conservancy. They're funding that, or they might be approaching the Wyndham Regional Commission brownfields. But they did need that additional level of assessment. I'm not sure that the state has directed exactly what they want on that, so I'm not sure where it is for the archaeology. I did have a meeting with the Vermont River Conservancy, so one of the things that so they're gonna need to go through the Act 250 process. They need to put together a maintenance plan that the town will be involved with, because if it was to become town property, the maintenance plan will basically say you can do this, you can't do this, that kind of thing. So they are interested in the town leading some of those conversations. So we talked about, and I expressed my concern over my schedule the next couple of months. But we talked about having some sort of event, maybe with a speaker, and then some conversation about what kind of restrictions we might want to put on the site. So that might be more of a November through winter conversation that we'll need to have. And they want to do some outreach, because if they're moving, even if they stay on-site moving, there's going to be a lot of truck traffic when this is constructed. And they still have not heard they've applied for a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant, and they have not heard whether or not they have that funding yet. So that's been the case with FEMA. It's been super slow. It was for the Melrose Terrace, but they were finally awarded, so. So it's definitely slowed down.
But it's not stalled.
It's
just,
not stalled.
Yeah, it's slowing down. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's so many, with the finding some pre-contact
Like it.
artifacts and whatnot,
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
yep.
And so we spent it all. There's no more money.
There's no more hazardous. We do still have a lot of petroleum. I've not done great outreach on the petroleum funding, so that was something that Andrew will be working on. Because we have a year to use it, so,
So that 61,000 we still have.
yes.
Okay.
Who's Andrew?
Andrew is
New
will be
guy.
our new hire come October 1st.
Oh, okay. That must have been what you started with.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Where's he from, or anything?
He is a recent undergraduate college graduate. He went to school in Western Washington State, or Western Washington University, and he's originally from Connecticut.
Cool.
Well,
And then the 48 Elm Street, sorry, before we move on from
Yeah,
the
no,
hazardous,
it's fine.
48 Elm Street, is that the NYT property? And it says additional testing?
It's
just,
It is,
okay.
you know what? I didn't change the color on that. That is completed.
That's done.
oh,
And
Yeah.
then Longview Paperboard.
Longview Paperboard is currently, that's the site that we are funding a portion of, and then the Vermont DEC is funding like another 70 or 60,000 on that site. It's owned by BDCC. It's the former Neenah paper mill up on off of Putney Road, off of Wellington. Sits on the Connecticut River. Neenah paper was closing last December, and BDCC stepped in. Longview Paperboard is actually operating it, but BDCC is the owner. Once they get a notice that they've completed all the environmental and put any caps in place that they need to, the intent is for Longview to take it over.
That was just because of the sale transaction, that a site like assessment had to be done? Or?
I think Longview was interested in it because it's actually Long Falls, sorry. There's a Longview forestry that works for the town. I think it's something Long Falls was interested in. I mean, paper manufacturers are notoriously dioxins
Yeah.
and whatnot, so I think they didn't want that liability. So if they were to just purchase it like that, then they would be in the chain of liability.
So BDCC is holding it for them, but then they're gonna use it to make paper.
They are, right now, they're operating, they were able to step in.
Oh, so it's being operated, but then it's gonna
It's
get
being
assessed.
operated, but it's being assessed at the same time. And then, so BDCC was able to get a $500,000 grant from the EPA that for assessment and for cleanup. But we're doing this kind of initial, my expectation, I mean, ideally, there'll be no further testing needed, but they're looking at a host of things. There was documented underground storage tank leaks and other kind of above ground storage tank leaks. There was documented chlorinated solvents found and refrigerants. They're assessing.
Right on the river.
They're assessing the groundwater, the soils. Also, they have their own wastewater treatment plants, so they're assessing the sludge from the lagoons.
Crikey, and when they're done with the assessment, is that public information?
Its own wastewater.
Where do I get it?
You'll be able to get it from me, and you'll be able to get it from the Vermont
Yeah.
DEC, and you could ask BDCC as well. It's federal funds that are paying for this,
Yeah.
it's public.
How long does that assessment take?
This
I mean, when will
assessment,
they be
well,
done?
expecting some results by the end of next week and a report in October, but one never knows. They already had delays. They had a particular drill rig that they were using, and the surface, they had to bring in a different one, so it set it back. I think, we're expecting results possibly next week.
But the plan, that 500,000 from the EPA is for remediation, so
Yes.
whatever you find, there's money there already to like deal with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're looking at PFAS, PAH, dioxins and furans, VOCs, semi-VOCs, metals, so a whole list of potential chemicals.
No trespassing signs.
Good.
Yeah.
Okey dokey, are we good on all that?
So those are the sites.
And we're still waiting to hear if the extension will come through for the petroleum funds, or are we assuming?
Well, it's
that-
for these funds as well. I thought it was just gonna be for these funds, and they said, no, the whole thing gets extended another year, so.
No.
It's just a matter of them processing the paperwork, the EPA processing the paperwork at the same time as getting all these new grants out. But we'll be in a good position to apply for additional funds this year, so that is the intent.
All right, downtown design plan.
Alright. So, in the share file, I put kind of our upcoming public meetings. And I just wanted to walk through that with you and start off by saying we will not have a regularly scheduled October Planning Commission meeting, which I think was October 7th. I think it was scheduled for October 7th, so.
Yeah.
We won't have a regular scheduled one. The Better Block Challenge is the next set of events. That's gonna be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the weekend of September 20th.
Wait, so sorry, are you looking at what are you looking at?
It's in the folder.
The downtown plan meetings?
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the Google Drive.
Yeah.
So we
I
have
cannot
a
remember how to
meeting,
get
we have a
into
meeting
it.
Friday, September 20th from 5 to 8.
No.
No.
Let me walk through it.
Okay, you walk through, yeah. I'll walk through it.
So the Better Block Challenge is the 3 projects that we awarded, the alley project next to Candle of the Night and Penelope Ware, the bike lane on Flat Street, and the story walk up Main Street with art in front of the library. They basically will be installing on the Friday, and then 5 to 8, that's kind of the gallery, no, it's not gallery walk hour, sorry. Basically, they need to kind of staff these sites in these hours. We're also gonna have a headquarters at the Latches Arts, the little building, the little space where we met with the Brattleboro Listening Project, with probably some interactive stuff, so I'll be there. It would be great if you guys have time over any of that time, and you can give an hour or come check them out. I think the expectation for planning commissioners that weekend would be to check them out.
Which
and
weekend? I apologize.
What, 2021, 22, so
Of
Friday, the 20th, 5 to 8.
October?
No,
No,
September.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
This month, next weekend,
September.
basically. Not the one,
Yeah.
the one after that.
Yeah.
So can everybody do that?
Yeah.
Do we want to just make sure that every day there's somebody on Friday, somebody on Saturday, somebody on Sunday?
I can be there on Saturday.
I cannot be there Friday or Saturday. I could do Sunday though.
Okay.
The 22nd.
Weekend's complicated, I don't know.
It
Because
doesn't have
you
to be
don't-
the
you
entire time.
Yeah,
though,
you just want
right?
people to just drop by, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can spend an hour in the headquarters, that would be great. But also really make it a point to stop by and check out the pop-ups.
Yep. So can you, I was listening, but I also wasn't. What's the deal with this one? I can't find it on Google Drive.
So it's 5 to 8 on Friday night. I can do an hour that night.
10 a.m.
I'm pretty flexible. Well, I'll commit to Friday
Okay.
if they were still opening there.
Friday, 5 to 8.
Yeah.
and Saturday, 9 to 3.
I'll be there early if you want to be there late. Super.
You can count on me to be late.
Great. I'll do 5 to 6:30. You can do 6:30 to 8. Somebody's there. Jessica's there on Saturday. Josh is there on Sunday.
I'll be there the entire time too, so.
Oof.
Well, the Sunday I think is just
Overtime,
walk
right?
around and look at the
No.
things.
Yeah, I understand.
Downtown.
So Friday
Yeah, but
is
that's
in
okay.
that,
See,
is
my
in
girls will
that
be at
place.
gymnastics Friday night. They'll be at gymnastics for 3 hours on Saturday, so. Spend a lot of time downtown anyway.
Okay, so we got that covered. What's next?
Next is, we were originally gonna have a meeting on the 25th because the idea was to have a winner, and I thought there were way too many meetings and we didn't necessarily need a winner. So we canceled that meeting.
No winner.
No winner. Did
I
you
like
want a
that.
winner?
No, I like
Okay.
that. I don't like a winner.
Okay, I didn't
Winning
like
is-
it, and then I
Doesn't need to be
looked,
Winning is
competitive.
overrated.
and when I put all this down, I was like, oh, no. So we got rid of that. So then Thursday, October 3rd, this would be, this would be a great one to have good representation from the planning commission. So like, if you're available that Thursday night,
3.
please, this is a public meeting. You can do it, it's all right.
I have a different advisory council meeting.
This is gonna be an interactive with stations that the consultants will be putting on. This is kind of to kick off the charrette weekend.
So it's,
6:30 to 8:30.
okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be here.
And that's gonna
Can I
be
show
right
up
here.
late and just,
Yeah, I
Be
might
like,
be
hey,
able
what's
to come
going
and
on?
show up late.
Yeah,
and where is it?
it's gonna be here, in the municipal,
Okay.
this, in here, we might have breakouts in the planning department and maybe the Hannah Clausman.
All right, I'll be there. That sounds interesting. That's
Um,
sufficient if they're.
What, how
three
late
of
will
us.
it go until?
8:30 at the latest.
At the latest is no time.
And that will be the kickoff. So
Yes,
it'll be
that's-
mostly presentations and not much participation.
No,
from the
it's
crowd.
gonna be a presentation and then there's gonna be breakout sessions. So
Okay.
good one to drive the public to.
6:30, 6:30.
Mhm.
I can be there for most of it.
All right, how about the 4th?
So the 4th, there's gonna be a series of walk and talks during the day. These are the consultants that are leading them. So there'll be one on kind of green stormwater infrastructure, one on biking and walking in the downtown. So the idea is they'll go out at various times. I think there'll be 2 in each session, that will repeat. So that people have different options of times to come to it, but kind of leading walks throughout the downtown and discussions with, people who come on them. So this is, if you have time and you can do it, that's great, but it's really consultant. I mean, Thursday night's consultant led too, but if you're available and, can make it, I think the themes are there: resilient downtown, sustainable downtown,
So it goes
bikeable downtown.
like 10 to 4:30, or is it gonna go after people are out of work and school, or before at all?
Oh, which one am I?
Friday, October 4th.
Yeah,
10
Friday,
to
October
4.
4th
Oh,
looks
that
like it's
10
all
to
during
4?
the working.
No.
working day.
I've got the wrong time on that 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The next one, the open house.
Uh-huh.
I have that time wrong.
Okay.
That's the place for people's charrette.
Yeah.
Host open
Well, what
house.
are the
They're all-
walk and
the
talks
open
all
house.
Okay, so
during
the
that
walk and
working
talks
day? Okay.
are
Yeah.
10, 12, and 2, basically.
I can speak to them about that. Yes. Maybe they can leave one in the evening too.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, when does the time change?
November.
Oh, okay, so we should still have
Yeah.
light until post-work hours?
Yeah. So the open house, again, I have the wrong times. I feel like that might be a 5 to 7 open house. And actually, Ward Joyce and Brandy are coming down later this week. Ward has some, I think he wants to focus on kind of art making in that open house. He has some ideas. So we were gonna meet and he was gonna kind of share how he thinks it'll go. But I'm pretty sure the hours are 5 to 7.
For the
open
on the-
house.
On the 4th.
Yeah.
And that's at 118 Elliott.
So do we have anybody who can go
this
to
is all messed up.
the walk
Yeah,
and
I
talks?
was trying to.
I might be able to go, it depends on
5 to
who's there.
7 on the
This
4th.
is-
That's during
this is-
gallery walk.
Yeah. Because the Saturday thing isn't there. The Saturday was supposed to be.
I'm starting to not trust the times I put my phone.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting confused now, too.
Okay. On August 4th.
Well, 'cause it repeats.
October 4th, yeah. There's 4 different, there's 2 activities on the Friday.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday, there is an open house. So the idea is, the consultants are in there, they're doing their design work, and people can stop in and see, and there'll be some interactive boards. It's again, it's not one of those things that we need to staff. I will be there. It'd be great if you guys could stop in, but it's not on the Saturday, which isn't showing on here. It's the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're in there working. People can come by and see things.
And how do they get the information that they're gonna use to be working on?
All
Is
these
it-
other events.
All these other events?
in the background, yeah.
And the background research they've been doing so far, okay. So the walk and talks, you're gonna see whether or not some of them can be post-work hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I can commit to Thursday the 3rd.
Okay, so just to recap, so I'm understanding this correctly. Thursday the 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, there's a stakeholder meeting, like evening thing.
Yep.
And then there's the 3 walks, 10, 12, and whatever, 1:30 or 1 on the 4th.
Mhm.
And then there is on the 5th from 10 to 4, the working studio at 118 Elliott Street.
Mhm.
Did I miss something?
That Friday night, I think from 5 to 7 is also, it's gonna be an open house.
Downtown Design Shred open house.
Yeah.
And is
I
that
don't think
just like
so.
the thing on Saturday? or
Also
is
at
that
Elliott
different?
Street.
It's different.
Okay.
And that's
It's
at
118
118.
Elliott, yeah.
So that's why they have the walk and talks during the days, because they're gonna be working in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
planning to go do that weekend, but it's like the people are kind of removed from me, so it's not, I think I should go.
I think you should go.
I think I should
Weddings
go.
are important.
Especially if you
should go.
RSVP'd, yes.
Mm.
And then wrap up Wednesday, October 9th.
Yeah, so this is where they're gonna present the work to the community. This is gonna be at the museum, and more of a community discussion. So that would, again, be if you can make it, please be there.
6:30 to 8:30, right?
That's a Thursday.
That's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, October 9th.
October 9th. Okay.
So do we have some people who can definitely go?
I should be able to.
Ah, go back. At what time?
I can go. Is that like a? you
I
stay
think
there
it's
the whole
actually, the
time?
hours are gonna be 6:30 to 8.
So that sounded really important, like you really want people to show up. Okay.
Because the community
Yeah.
meetings, it's nice to just have
I'm only
Never say
asking
who's that.
to keep like the
Yes.
important, the level
Yes.
of importance in order, so this is a good one.
This is one. This is
Yeah,
a good one
cool.
to show up for.
Awesome.
Okay, well, we've got 2 people, so Josh,
Yep, I
will be down
can,
to.
yes, according to my schedule, I can go.
Jessica, can you go?
And what's gonna occur that
maybe.
evening, wrap up thing?
So they're basically the open studio work and all the stuff they've done, they're gonna be presenting it and having discussions, because then they're gonna take it away and kind of formulate the plan.
And send us back a plan. And do we have any input on the plan?
Yes.
Okay,
We'll
so
have it.
we should go to this because then we'll
Yeah.
need to listen to what the community says so we can assess the
Mhm.
quality of the plan.
Yes.
Are they gonna be recorded?
Yes, BCTV is
So
recording.
the off chance that we miss piece of it, we can watch it. Okay, cool.
Okay,
All right,
okay, got it, all right.
everybody good on that?
See why we're not meeting in
Yes.
October? Oh, wait, we are.
Over and over. And
Over and
I will
over and
fix
over
this
again.
schedule.
Okay.
I was copying, pasting. I wasn't being very careful.
All right,
So maybe when you send it out, you could put the people's names next to it so we remember what we've agreed to do.
Sure.
That would be very helpful.
I haven't agreed to anything.
Yes, you have. I have you down for Thursday, October 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, and Wednesday, October 9th, 6:30 to 8:30.
I didn't hear that.
Let's play the tape back. I'm sure you said that.
I will try, I'm in Lyme, I'm supposed to be in Lyme at a reception from 4 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
So-
you said you might be able to come late.
Yeah,
Right.
so like
But
assuming I run out of Lyme, it's an hour away, I would get here at like 7 or something, and hopefully I
Is
would
that
be
for
eating
the-
at that
for the-
reception
for the
in Lyme.
3rd?
Huh?
For the 3rd?
That's for the 3rd, yeah.
Okay. I'll put
But
parentheses.
these are all in my calendar, I will try to show up as much as possible.
Cool. Okey doke.
Okay,
So.
now we got
um,
surveys?
Yeah.
Yes, the surveys.
Okay. So Brandy wants to do some surveys. What she's found effective, Felicity and I saw a first version of this and we're like, what? This is the shortest survey, like what is the point?
You didn't
She's-
see it, don't
She's found it to be effective to like go out with a short survey and build up the list and then send out other short ones. She's done it with town plans and feel that people are responsive rather than hitting them with, a longer survey.
Wait, going out meaning emailing a survey?
Right, so we have this email list that we put it out, but we get it out there other ways, Front Porch Forum and Eyebrow and stuff to get people to take the survey. And then once you have their information, you kind of go out with another survey. So that's kind of what she's thinking of doing. So the first one is kind of the short one. Why are you in downtown? Followed this, and survey 2 would be a follow-up.
This sounds like you would be doing it when people are downtown, like face to face.
Like an intercept survey?
No, it's meant to be online.
Why
I
would it
guess
say
it could
what
be
brings you downtown? Oh. Okay, I think even if I'm sitting at my desk at home and I read what brings you downtown, I would think, I'm not downtown. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
I'm reading it as like, what brings you downtown? Like, as opposed to,
Why
why,
did you
would you go
why
downtown?
do
Or
you
why
go
do you
downtown?
go
The
downtown?
first question is how frequently do you go downtown Brattleboro on? So it kind of sets up the second one. What brings you downtown?
I know, I'm just telling you what,
Yeah.
even
Yeah,
though
no,
I read the
hear
first
you,
one,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, what? I'm not
Well, we can
downtown.
change it to why do you go downtown?
Yeah,
Yeah.
14 times a day.
It's better. I mean, it's better than the one I saw before.
Brings you downtown.
Yeah.
But can you go through what exactly is that they want? Like, what are they hoping? What sort of information are they hoping to get from people in these surveys? How
What 3
important
words
are
do
they?
you use to describe downtown?
It doesn't seem tailored to our RFP. The themes of our RFP, it just seems general.
Well, this is general.
Right.
The other ones are gonna be a bit more specific.
So there will be more.
Yes, so survey 2 is one of the follow-up surveys that deals with, biking and walking and the comfort of downtown.
Oh, right,
and,
okay.
um,
Okay, so that's one. And then number
2, the formatting on this, I'm sorry, you're gonna maybe have to walk us through this, because the formatting, at least what I'm looking at, oh, you know what, I opened it in, hang on a sec.
Yeah, I don't think it seems, I mean, the formatting on the line.
No, I opened it in Google Docs and it messed it all up.
Oh, okay.
So number 2,
I do think it's weird though, still. I think that the demographic information is kind of tied to how they feel about downtown, possibly.
is she gonna link it to an IP address?
There's a bit of a suggestion of somehow we're trying to figure out who you are and why you feel the way you feel.
But you wouldn't, if you take these separate, you're not gonna get that.
Right.
I mean, I almost feel like this should be one survey, and then if she's got follow-up surveys. I was really struggling when I was on the phone trying to, no, I think we should just go out with one survey.
Yeah, and then just hammer it and remind people over and over again to take it until.
Right, because I mean, where
I still feel like survey
think-
1 is,
Survey 1 isn't terribly useful. I think Survey 2, the one thing that I'm struck by Survey 2 is this question of there are comfortable places to sit and rest. I'm thinking, well, what if everybody says there aren't?
Then there aren't.
But is that something that we're looking, is that part of what we're
Yes.
trying to understand? Is whether or
it-
not downtown is a place where people can sit in public space and feel comfortable and rest?
I think like this, the public spaces really needs to be pronounced here, like made in bold
Capitalized?
or capitalized or something, because
This is what we care
what
about, is public
defines a
space.
you know, I'm like, yeah, the works. Like if you're actually asking about public spaces, I don't even know, you know, like, are there particular spaces you have in mind? Because like, is the space inside the Brooks House that's part of CCV a public space?
no.
Yeah.
So there is
like,
not much
Clitty
public
Car-
space
There's-
in
right,
Bratt.
Well, the sidewalk, there used to be some more street furniture along the
Yeah,
sidewalk
there
and it was
is.
pulled out. So the transportation center, I mean, right, there used to be more seating there. That's been removed. There used to be, well, there's Whetstone Pathway, there's seating. But there used to be more street furniture.
But you can name, there's like 5 places where, well, I mean, some of this would apply to those particular places and some of it applies to something else. I don't know, I think there might just be some cognitive dissonance around what is public
What is
space and
public
which
space?
places you're talking about.
Yeah, is
Because
it,
like there are safe places to walk, yeah, and no.
Yeah.
There are safe places to bike, yeah, and no, like depending.
right.
Downtown?
There are fun places to play. For me? For my kid. And is that public space? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
the Stone Church?
No, the
Like,
public space question is a really interesting one. I mean, and it seems to me like we haven't actually articulated that we're so concerned with public space in this process. But this survey seems to focus, I mean, I'd be
Well, I
more
think
than happy to say,
placemaking-
let's go for public space.
But I think placemaking is all about improving the public space.
But the alley project is private. So we approved a Better Block Challenge.
And wouldn't
project
the
that's
alley
on
next to Inside be private too?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
that's the
The new
alley you're
inside?
talking
Are
about.
you
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about the new inside?
Except it's a place, yeah, I
Talking about
mean,
the old
yes,
inside.
it is private,
Am I talking about what?
but it's also a place that people walk to get to a business.
Right, but this is, I guess, to this point of like, what's public space? Is it public? I mean, obviously, it's not public if we
Right.
call it public, because it's actually a legal term. So if it's private, it's private. Even if people think it's public,
Yeah.
if the landowner comes in and says you can't be here anymore, it's very much private. And they have the right to do
You
that.
can't be on this stoop, or you
Yes, you can't be
yeah.
on the stoop, you can't walk through this alley, you
You
can't put
can't
that
lean
picture
on this
here, you
building.
can't perform, do whatever it is you're doing here.
Yeah.
So it seemed, I mean, and this is a really touchy subject, right? So I'm curious about what kind of responses we're gonna get and whether it's actually gonna be really helpful. It could just be really confusing and divisive and distressing. Especially because we got a lot of things like strongly agree or unsure or strongly disagree that are not necessarily gonna tell us very much.
And I think I'm more struggling with the fact that you're not actually being able to extrapolate this to any particular spot in town. You know, because it's not actually asking about any particular spot in town, so downtown.
So are we stuck on the public space question?
It's a
or
very
on the-
general
It's
vibe
too
about whether
general.
you're kind of comfortable
Downtown.
downtown or not, is what it comes down to. That's, I can't imagine what else you would.
And if you
Is
think
that
the
what they're
Brooks
looking
House,
for?
if you think Brooks House, that little space is public, and you are very happy to go in and get your coffee and sit there and nobody bothers you because of the way you look, then you're gonna say strongly agree.
Yeah.
But if you're one of those people who knows that that's private space and doesn't feel comfortable sitting in there, then you're gonna say something different. I mean, and it's not gonna tell us very much in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the planning commission and I cannot clearly identify what would be a public and what would be a private space, most of the people, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
A lot of folks don't understand businesses are private spaces.
Yeah.
I do agree that these should be this should be one survey. Like if we sprinkle the first survey and the second survey together, you know, I think it would be a little more coherent for people to understand like what this is about instead of separating two different surveys.
Or if there is a second survey, it should be a deep dive, not just another very general.
Yeah.
Because they're all interesting questions, they're all good questions in one survey.
Is it possible to create a map of the public space in the town and add that to the piece?
Yeah.
Having a look at the map, which identifies very
Yeah.
clearly.
That's
what-
what this map
I mean-
is. Three
Yes,
little
but
dots
here it
there.
is,
three little places over here that are
When
determined.
we
we're
did the
referring to.
parking study, that was a long survey,
Yeah.
had a really good response regardless. And it did go through and evaluate the public, like we were specific. What do you think about
This-
Preston lot? What do you think about the Harris lot? What do you think about Hybrid? And it was, you know, similar to this, but it was, had a certain number of questions.
So maybe we could actually identify the 3 or 4 or 5 public spaces and say, do you feel comfortable in Plain
In
Park?
these
Do you feel-
specific
yeah.
spaces, yeah.
And then you could put an open.
guess-
I mean, okay, so another, sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure how useful that is. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, I might be more interested in how do people feel about the streetscape rather than the parks. I mean, we know that there's some discomfort at times in certain parts of downtown. I don't know that we need to assess every little.
Yeah. If we draw attention to it, then we're gonna get a whole bunch of.
I'm just sort
Like
of
a
thinking,
whole lot of
if
opinion,
we
yeah.
discover that people would be happy to go to these spaces if there was more seating, that would be worth knowing.
Or
Yeah.
easier access, like cross.
So
better
the
cross-
question should be,
Or
Wi-Fi,
Yeah, yeah.
like public Wi-Fi.
would you utilize this space more if it had X, Y, Z question instead of a vague public space?
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
Although
would you
there's
be more
been-
comfortable in this space if it had?
There's been oodles of studies done on urban design, and they categorically say people are happier when there's a place to sit down. So it seems silly for us to revisit that question. We should just put more seating as part of our downtown master plan.
Well, I mean, it was like Friday night at the transportation center alley, actually. I thought it, curious
It was
your
fun.
opinions, but there was lighting, there was music, there was seating, there was, we had over 300 people that came through there and stopped and talked with other people, and it was a wide variety of people. It was really good and comfortable.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I guess there's just some of these things that seem like no-brainers and some of them that seem, I don't know what kind of information.
So you're still feeling like this is way too generic. So what are,
Well,
I guess, what
I
are,
think the question is, what are they really trying to learn from these surveys? And if it's like, do people feel comfortable, and what are people interested in? And I mean, I think how do they feel about downtown? If that helps in their design process, great. I mean, maybe they use that in a way that we just don't.
We can't
wrap our
understand.
brains around.
Yeah, I
And
guess
that's
I'm,
fine.
but they have all the data, the same data that we have, that we've been living in with the all of the, what's the turmoil around the underhoused. So it's hard, especially since that turmoil is ongoing and keeps on getting produced in the media. It just seems like this is going to be back to that again. And we know all that. We've got pretty good information on how people feel and how divisive an issue that is. Is there some place we can go beyond that rather than give them an opportunity to revisit it?
You know, I was just reading all these in my mind, taking out the words public spaces in every question, and every single time I was like, oh, that makes more sense. Like if you just remove public spaces, and, like, because it's clearly like getting at kind of a general feeling about being downtown. So I think you would, like, with public space in it, there's all this cognitive dissonance about
So,
what are they talking about?
well,
You know, as
they're
opposed to
talking
being
about
like, how do you
streets.
feel downtown?
Yeah, they're talking about the streets, sidewalks, parks, parking lots, but then again, you know, there's the alleys and the, yeah.
So please indicate the level of agreement with the following statements about downtown Brattleboro.
Yeah. Either yeah, and then I feel like I could easily answer this. You know, I'd be like, yes, that like easily.
But then,
But when it's defining the public space, and then you're like, I do not feel at risk from traffic. I'm like, in the public space, isn't the road public? You know what I mean? It's just it becomes completely confusing to me.
But like when I visit the park in front of the courthouse, I do feel at risk from traffic.
Yeah.
Right?
Getting over there for sure.
Getting there is terrifying. It's a lovely park though.
and I mean, there are
Very
comfortable places to
underutilized,
sit and rest if you have the money to buy a cup of coffee.
Yes.
But maybe not if you don't. So if we take out public space there, then we get an
Right.
immediate response.
Right.
So we might have to
Yeah.
So we'll leave
that
it
one.
in. You're saying?
Well, I'm saying for some of the, I mean, again, it seems like it really kind of depends on what they want to know.
Well, can we start to, like, there's obviously, taking a few minutes, there's a paragraph about the survey. Can we go into a little bit more detail about what the survey is about? Just explain to people, like, kind of like guide the process?
I don't think you want to put too much
I
about
know,
it.
because then you're going to
You
read
don't
it,
wanna-
and then you're going to
people
get
don't
bored
read it.
and
People don't read it.
stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll
Also,
take
you
it.
don't wanna,
I wouldn't
like-
read that at all.
Yeah.
But I think that there is that question of like specific town managed public spaces or generally how do you feel downtown, and which one do they want to know, which one's really going to help them with their process, and maybe that's the two surveys, is that they get this general feel in their initial one and they do a deeper dive on another one with specifically this park or this place or this sidewalk. Or
Well,
Would the
also
survey
think there
one
should
just be one survey?
What's that?
I think there should just be one survey too. It's not like either of these
If it
are
worked
long
for
enough that
parking.
you would, like,
Half of the questions in the first one are just
It's
repeated in the
same.
second one.
Yeah,
I do
5
like-
through 10.
I do like the question number 2, why do you go to downtown? And I like it because
Yeah.
you gave me a different reason that was on here. And I thought, well, you know, people have all sorts of reasons
Yeah.
for going to downtown, and
Yeah.
sure, what yours
Oh
is.
yeah, sure. I mean, I lived right near downtown and I'd go downtown when I was bored or had to take my daughter for a walk or like wanted a place to hang out and a place to run into people. Like it was because it was growing up in mall rat culture, like it was our mall because we don't have one anywhere near here.
Just a general
this-
sense of vibrancy or excitement.
what is she actually trying to get out of
Is
this
that it?
question?
Which one?
Oh,
The number
Yeah,
what brings
I
you
mean-
downtown?
Why do you,
Community.
Yeah.
It was community.
are people shopping downtown? Like, why do you primarily go to downtown? Because you're visiting the stores, or it's your social life, or, I mean, it's,
To see another human being.
Right?
What I'm asking, many of these things are almost obligate, you know, or you go downtown because it's our downtown, you know. it's not necessarily what brings me there. You know what I mean? Like, if I lived in Greenfield, there might be something in Brattleboro that would bring me here. But, you know, going to the library, going for what, I mean, all these things are like, there's nothing distinct. In this question, you're not identifying what might be distinct that would actually bring you to downtown Brattleboro. These are all just things that you find in a downtown that if you need, you go downtown to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You like go, you do your mission to one of these places, and then you leave.
Right.
You hope you didn't get a parking ticket.
You hope
and
you didn't
leave.
get
And I could see that you might get some variability in the responses.
For the record, my husband got a parking ticket in the city of Keene, so it happens elsewhere.
I was there 2 days in a row when she gave me the whole ticket, and I neglected to pay my parking ticket twice. I was working there for 8-hour shifts, 2 days in a row, and I forgot. And I was like, "Oh my god!" You know, like run outside roughly like an hour and a half each time. And then I was like, "Oh, I gotta go pay it." I never got a ticket.
Mark said he was there for 15
Towed one
minutes and
time.
got a ticket.
Yeah.
I got towed when I was setting up for a fundraiser.
Sorry.
It's all right.
No, I know.
Anyways, yeah.
So this is going to get at one aspect of it, but and I could see that you might get a lot of that you would be able to discern what is bringing people downtown among these choices, right? Like, oh, everybody's shopping, or everybody's just trying to eat, or people are only going downtown for an appointment or something.
I think the idea is to, figure out what is attracting people to downtown. What?
And if that's the situation, like if we want honest answers, like, are we really that concerned about people being divisive, like, or?
Well, this one I don't think is.
This one isn't,
but
this
yeah.
one isn't, it's more about the public space.
How
one.
comfortable do you
Yeah.
feel?
But
How
I mean, like,
comfortable do
if
you
people,
feel? How safe do you feel?
with the negative comments, we should listen to those also, and
Yeah, no,
hear
I
those out.
just don't wanna, there's
Yeah.
this sort of circular over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of information we already have, we don't need to hear that information again.
Yeah, especially for the
Nice
purpose
to
of
go.
this survey.
Right.
I get that, but if that's what comes out, then
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like-
we'll come out,
Yeah.
it'll
Yeah.
come out
Yeah.
in a free form, it did with the parking study.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it just seems like is there more we can learn with this rather
Yeah.
than learn what we already know?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like if we could phrase the questions in a better way to be more.
Yeah, and
so-
presumably these Place Sense have read all of the Commons articles and the
Oh,
Reformer
yeah.
articles and all that kind of stuff. So based upon that, is there a way
Join the
that they can
Brattleboro.
frame these questions
That's
so
an
that it
excellent
suggests
place of people
that they
being
do
engaging,
know that?
It's scary, but it's a good place to work.
Because I can imagine a person saying, oh, this is an outside, consultant, they don't know, I have to tell them.
Right.
And I have another question about the surveys. How will they be
So typically it's SurveyMonkey or whatever, so, we'll have to publicize the survey. And then we make hard copies available as well, usually at the library, but I'm sure we could do Groundworks or the Transportation Center, like we can drop them in different places with a box. So we did the parking study. So that there's paper as well as the digital.
So can we solve the question of the public space?
Yes. We can try. We can give guidance.
Yes, we can give guidance.
I think there's a general comfort question about downtown, comfort safety question, which these questions would get to. But then I think it might also make sense to do a map or try to pull out the particular places you're talking about, and figure out how to ask a question about those places that wouldn't be divisive. Like, are you safe here? You know what I mean? Like, it could be like, which of these places would you go to if you wanted to sit and have a conversation? Which of these places would you go to have a cup of coffee? Which of these places would you take your kid to play, if that applies? You know what I mean? And then use that to
Rather
frame.
than I don't feel comfortable here, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
or something like that.
Or do like just a little like a bullet point of like an educational element of like, did you know there are only 5 public spaces downtown? Or something like that. Just, or did you know that businesses aren't public spaces? Like something like
We're
that,
not
you know.
educating, we're just surveying.
Okay, but I mean like to help with the survey, you know, to like kind of guide it maybe.
Yeah.
You know.
And is Crowley Lot downtown?
No.
Yeah, so I don't.
It's not.
I mean, when
What
I'm
about the
when I'm
elementary
looking at
park?
these and it's like, where would the kids play? I'm like, there's no place to take the kids to play downtown.
Rec center, the green space, the.
Boys and Girls Club.
Plenty Park.
I don't think of the rec
Oh,
center as
public
a
spaces.
space.
Right.
So it doesn't come to
Lots
mind
of
at all.
programs. Yeah, no, you're right. It's
You know what I mean? I'm
building
thinking like
programs and-
outdoor
Yeah.
areas and stuff. So.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
well,
one
I
thing
mean, but
not
that in itself
included-
is kind of telling, like, where
Yeah.
do you take your kids in public spaces downtown?
Well,
Here
I'm
in front of
thinking
the
things
church.
like the block parties, like the Elliott Street. That's not on the first survey, I don't think. That kind of like street fairs or something is something that would bring you downtown. I don't know. I'd take my kids to the Works, and Mocha Joe's, bookstore.
Beat it.
Beatniks
Beatniks.
is a favorite.
Kids'
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, none of that is.
Hmm?
No,
Yeah,
it
just
is
public,
public.
yeah. Because I'm thinking like Kids Place and Boys and Girls Club, but they're not public.
Right. I mean, occasionally, like, if there's a protest at Plenty Park, but that's not really, you know what I mean? Like, we'll go in
Right.
there, we'll go join, the kids run around in there, so they figure out how to play in there. It's not a destination.
And is that a public space? Is Plenty
Yeah,
Park a public?
that would be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be.
Yeah.
So, what if we go through survey 2 and cross out the divisive kind of questions, or the, you know, we don't need this.
Well,
I
if we start, public spaces in downtown, streets, that's self-explanatory, sidewalks, self-explanatory. And then name the parks and name the parking lots.
You mean at the
And then
top?
take out the et cetera.
Yes.
Because really, that's it, you've just listed them all, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be bad to just have a map, you know,
Up
just
there,
a
yeah,
drawn,
being
a
like
drawn
Plenty Park
line
and
map,
blah,
it doesn't
blah,
have to
blah,
be
Yeah.
any sort of special.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can rephrase comfortable and just say, are there places to sit and rest? Because comfortable, I mean, I think just whether or not there are places to sit and rest seems like a really important thing to know versus whether or not they're comfortable, because that's such a, I mean, one person's comfort is another person's discomfort.
Right.
Um,
Do they exist?
Do they
is maybe
exist
a
is-
different question than would
Would you
you
use
use them, or do you feel safe using them, or are you comfortable using them? Right? What makes you feel comfortable in town? And what makes you
Right.
feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
We are asking about downtown here, define the same as,
Yeah, I mean, we can define it, I'm just not sure about the software, putting up a map in the particular.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking about like a line drawing.
Mhm.
It just kind of has downtown, dunk, dunk, dunk. Those are the.
mhm.
So in the comfort question, how important is it that people are comfortable?
If they're not comfortable, they're not going to use it.
Okay, so
It's true.
so I guess I was
I
thinking
usually
about
do it
softness.
uncomfortable.
But comfortable is like I'm happy to sit and rest here, and I'm not going to be accosted, or I'm not going to feel vulnerable, or that's what comfortable place to sit and rest is.
So, it's so interesting.
So, I mean, that's good. What's comfortable, well, you said your initial thing was, is it a comfortable surface to sit
Yeah,
on?
no, that's what I was thinking. When I read that, I
Right.
was thinking, is it like a bench that's designed to, is it the right height and blah, 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 these are really design questions versus, even though it looks very comfortable, I'm not gonna sit there because I would be afraid. It's a different question or different response.
You could almost ask both questions. There are places to sit and rest. There are comfortable places to sit and rest, you know, and you would get slightly different answers. And
What are
then,
your favorite or most comfortable places?
All right.
Maybe if all the questions were just open-ended.
No.
I love those kinds of surveys. I don't think they're
yeah.
They're really hard to,
get people to answer. I would
well, no, they're just hard to get anything out of it though, too, like to compile the
Yeah.
results and
Mhm.
you need to have free form in there, but.
Yeah, I mean, the safe thing seems like safe places to bike, that's a really good one, right? There either are or there aren't. And it's not a question of somebody's opinion, right?
Mhm.
It's, you know,
There-
safety's pretty straightforward, right? It's that, am I afraid I'm gonna get hit by a car or not?
Well, but it depends on where. I mean, again, it's
Do you
like,
really
there
think
are
that
safe
downtown?
places to bike. I would
Downtown?
say like.
In
the
downtown?
green-
Downtown?
Well, that's kind of the way I
It's
felt
just
about the
this
flat,
this very narrow area.
about the
No,
flat
I
street
know.
project. I was like, a bike lane there? That's like a chill street. But then, I think they brought up some good points about why a bike lane could be an asset there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Main Street is a very safe place to
It's
bike.
terrifying.
See, it's
Yeah.
totally like Connor and I biked downtown onto Main Street and parked our bikes, and I in no way felt not safe at all because the traffic is slow and you know I didn't feel
You
like.
have to feel
You
confidently
didn't-
taking
with
up
the
the
parallel
lane.
parking and the trucks.
No, he went on the
People-
sidewalk, I went on the road, whatever.
Oh.
You're not
And it
supposed to
was
bike on
like-
the sidewalk.
No.
I
Like on
know.
the
I feel like I'm gonna run somebody down if I
Can you-
bike on the sidewalk.
Yeah, look that video.
Yeah, really. All right, where are we going? We gotta
Well,
do something here.
okay, so. It's
So
hard.
I think
Surveys are.
I think you're right about the divisiveness, and I think that this question number 3 on the second survey, about feeling safe,
Mm-hmm.
it may not be helpful to move forward. I think knowing the triggers that make people feel unsafe might be more helpful than just knowing if people feel unsafe.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. And the way these are worded, I know she's trying to mix it up by saying I do not feel at risk from traffic, but I'm literally like, I do not, you know, it requires too much thinking to figure out how you feel about it to even answer it.
And like you were talking about earlier, the location, like some streets, like Flat Street, I don't feel at risk of traffic.
Yeah.
You know, but Elliott Street, I do. You know,
Yeah,
or Main
yeah.
Street, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think 3 is kind of one of the 3 and.
Although these days. I
Like,
feel
what
like
are
risk
some of the things that make you avoid an area
People are
downtown?
horrible these days.
People are horrible. Is it important for us to know? I mean, we know that there are some people who don't feel safe downtown.
Yeah.
And we know that there are places downtown that aren't safe.
Right. And if we get answers
They're
about
perceived not to be
other
safe.
people
Yeah, perceived,
downtown,
exactly.
we can't do a lot about how other people use public space.
Right.
However,
And
we can do things about lighting and sound and smell and color and
I'm just trying to think on the flip side, some of these questions, is it useful to know because we think that there's some other, to use the popular term now, the narrative is, is one way, but it's not necessarily shared. I mean, that would be the point of asking some of these questions, I get, but I think the potential for them to be more divisive or this to be a dumping place rather than constructive is probably outweighs it in my mind.
I'm also wondering if the level of, if there's like a direct correlation between the usefulness of a space and the comfort or the safety in a space, right? I don't know where I'm going with that.
What,
Usefulness meaning like the diversity of things you could do there, right? So if you think of like Planey Park,
Mhm.
you can sit and wait for a bus. There's a
And
garbage
protest.
can, you can protest.
You can
Sometimes
have a
there might
concert.
be music. There's really nothing to play
Flashmob.
on. You know what I mean? Like
Right. Right.
there aren't lights at night. There's not.
It's around Christmas.
Yeah,
Christmas,
no, I see
and
where
then
you're
it's a
going
sad
though. It's
tree.
the-
You know what I mean? So it's like if you took a space and expanded its the diversity of use in the space, then
Yeah, it just seems to me that there's so much that we already know from basic planning information and data that yeah, spaces that draw people in have lots of things to do. The spaces that have more people in them, more people go to because they're safer.
Mhm.
These are things that, you know, are pretty basic.
yeah, and our
Yeah, I
public
think-
space, like I'm trying to think of the public, they're really actually just not that useful.
Right.
Like
They're not-
from a, you know, like I go downtown every day to work. I'm never sitting in any one of our public spaces because they are not useful. Because there's no Wi-Fi, it's not comfortable to sit there, that's not,
They're
you
dangerous to
know,
get
like,
to.
it's not
Yeah, you
comfortable
have
to
to go-
sit,
Yeah.
there's no cover, there's, you know.
Right, everything that you need in a public space, we don't have in our public spaces. We already know that.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll come out in the survey.
But so are these with the
Isn't there
merchants?
something we don't know
Randy and
that
I
we
had a
don't know?
meeting with the DBA merchants and at their merchants meeting, and it was not well attended, unfortunately, and I'm sure some of these will be put out in other places, but they were given kind of a scorecard for public spaces that they wanted to assess that was more, I mean, I'd almost, I can go get it, it's sitting in my office, but it might be better than trying to do this kind of survey or something. I hear what you're saying, Kathy. I'm thinking of a park in Littleton, New Hampshire that is, you know, there's parking in front of it, and then along the back, there's all these instruments, and I like to go and play them. And then there's like a path that you can walk on. You know, and then the alleyway to get down there has umbrellas covering it, and it's artsy, and it's fun and interactive.
Yeah.
And something as simple as Wi-Fi. I mean, sit down, check your email, whatever. People don't do that anymore, do they?
Well, there's
So
some-
I'm hearing like we want to assess the quality of the space, not so much like.
why you visit it or why you don't visit it.
Well, and also we
Yeah.
want to go beyond what we already know. We
Right.
already know that our public spaces are not really very useful.
So what would make them useful?
What would make them useful?
Specifically,
You know, I
like
mean,
each
sort of,
space, what
you know,
would make it, how would it become useful?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't, it would be, I mean, the survey can't be too directive, right? But, you know, would you go here if there were games? Would you go here if there were instruments? Would you go here
There's
if
a-
there was Wi-Fi? Would you go here if the chairs were more comfortable?
This is totally off subject. There was an NEA grant a few years ago, and this one gentleman put out, he was going to build park benches that were musical instruments. You know, he didn't get the grant, you know, other folks did. You know, I was
Huh.
like, that's amazing. You know, like, why didn't he get the money?
Yeah, yeah,
Remember that one?
What's that? It's
that would be
the-
very cool.
Yeah, they got the folks that did like the beads on the parking garage got the money instead. Yeah, but there's a guy like he was gonna make benches that you can also hit with like sticks and stuff, and they're like musical instruments. But yeah, he didn't get it. He didn't get the money. So totally off subject, but
Yeah, no, well,
there's a
not
lot
me.
of missed opportunity in this area.
Yeah.
So
There, yeah, I guess that's all. So what do we all suggest?
Back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing
Yeah, a little
board?
bit, yeah. And, I mean, many of these I think are great, and I should say it again. On survey one, the what brings you downtown, how frequently you go downtown, those sort of basic ones I think are totally workable. It's just that the where you dig in more needs to be.
we're gonna ask her to redo the survey completely.
Sure.
Back to the drawing board.
Keep survey one
Well,
and make
sure,
it
that's
into
fine.
one general
Yeah,
one.
this is
and
not-
Define the public
This
space
was like 35 minutes. Sorry.
and take out take out question 3,
Yeah.
or change it to.
On
would you-
survey 2?
On survey 2, would you spend more time in the public parks if there were 1, toys, 2, Wi-Fi, 3, comfortable seats?
And have another option.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
other, and then people can check all that apply, you know, how many people want toys, how many people want comfortable seats, how many
Yeah.
people want Wi-Fi?
Do you think it would also be useful to actually like rank if you took the public spaces and have people rank them, like the Pliny Park, what's the park with the fountain?
At
The
Dysfunction
Wells
Junction,
Fountain?
that one?
No, the one up here?
All of them, so Wells Fountain, that one,
That's
that one.
Wells Fountain,
Right.
the other one is,
Where's the fountain? Where's
Our
Wells?
planning director does not know.
No, the name of the park at the bottom of Main
Regard-
Street.
Whatever it's called,
Main Street
right?
Park has
Main
it.
Street Park.
Yeah.
Like if you
Not
took
Main Street
those
Park.
and you asked a question about ranking
That's
them,
why we
like
didn't
which
choose
of
that.
these
Yes.
would you be more likely to sit in or hang out
Yeah, I
in,
think they
and
still
why
have
or
lost
something.
that, right.
You could maybe at least get a sense of which of the spaces is preferred. If
Right,
there is a preference.
and then it would be interesting to know why, I mean, because maybe it's the easiest one to get to, maybe it's the one that's closest to XYZ, more safe area of town.
It may be familiarity. I mean, I would say
Right.
like I would tend to Pliny Park and sitting in those seats just because I've been in that area with groups of people. Whereas the one at the other end, you know, I have only ever walked through on my way to the co-op between there and Marlboro. And then I don't even think of Wells Fountain as a park. Like,
no, it's really nice.
you know what I mean? Frederick and I did sit over there
I mean, if
the
you
other
play
night.
Pokemon Go, you'll go through it.
Oh.
It's interesting that Brattleboro Common is not in the downtown.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But, I mean, actually, the green space and stuff.
Oh, right,
Um,
there's,
Down by
what's
the
in-
river?
Yep, down by the river. I think it's worth getting some information on that.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be a
Not
focus
even
of the
thought of
charrette.
that.
It's gonna be a
Right.
focus of the charrette, but you may as well collect some information that could be useful.
all right, good,
Sorry, Brandy.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Oh, no, she's gonna watch
Oh,
this
no.
video. She'll
Yeah.
get the full
Yeah,
conversation.
she'll get the full conversation.
I wish she was here so she could explain the phrasing of the questions, but obviously it's fine that she's not. And I think we're figuring it out.
Additional outreach, what's up with that?
So I am meeting, Brandy and I met with the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance merchants last week. I have a meeting on Wednesday night with the Town Arts Committee, because they've been wanting to identify some public art spaces. So that's at 5:30 at the Hatch Space. So they're kind of reconstituting.
When is that?
It's 5:30 on Wednesday.
What is the hatch space?
That is the maker space, where Cultural Intrigue used to be. Where
Oh,
Mocha Joe's offices are and storage.
is Hatch a person's name, or is that in Hatch like chicken?
Like an incubator.
Incubator. It's a woodworking space.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't have anything to do with the hatch, with like Tom Bodette and
It is,
Tom
it's
Bodette,
the
yeah.
hatch.
it's that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
Oh, it's the hatch, not the hatch space.
So who is on the arts committee?
Well, no, I don't know.
It's hatch space.
Is the Arts Committee of things still? Yeah.
It is.
back
It's
to being a thing.
It's back to being.
Plus they have some money, right?
No.
Oh.
No, that didn't, where did that go?
Right, I thought they were,
Did
yeah.
that go to the downtown group?
No. It's, I think the Arts Council of Wyndham County is kind of shepherding that.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so Jack Haley, Robin Flatley, Ben Schriefter, Amy Ballin, Joseph Rivera, and Kay Cabas. I am no Kay.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, I've never heard of any of them. So they're the arts committee that's listed in the town plan as having, they're the one that when we did the town plan,
Yes.
they were defunct and now they're undefunct.
Yes, but
Great.
they are newly
They're all new.
kind of reconstituted
Okay,
stuff.
cool.
So I'll meet with them. So another group that I thought of meeting with, I think they have a meeting this week, actually, so I don't know if I can't get on the agenda, it's too late, but is the ADA committee. So I'll have to see when they meet again, my guess is it's not until October, but they've been a very active committee, kind of assessing conditions around the town. Sidewalk parking, they were instrumental in getting the parking, the handicap spot on the eastern side of Main Street near the Hooker Dam. They also helped improve the back of the parking lot here that was, the pavement was in poor condition and kind of a gap to get into the building. Yeah, so anyway, I mean, a couple of other ideas is kind of reaching out to the groundworks community, see if they can help with some outreach. But I don't know if you guys had any thoughts of groups we should be trying to meet with.
I just like the front porch forum idea.
What happened with the Brattleboro Listening Project and all the people who participated in that and the sort of groundswell around absence of affordable artist spaces?
I don't know where that is at. I know that Sharon is the chair of the Arts Council of Wyndham County now.
Oh,
I think
okay.
she's the chair. And I'll probably be meeting with her in the near future. And then Chrissy, who is also involved, I think is on maternity leave right now. So I'm not really sure where they are with the listening project results. And
So,
but I think the Arts Council of Wyndham County is also another organization that's just getting its feet back on the ground and stuff, so.
but is that data getting to the place since people, if Chrissy's not there to carry it forward, is somebody else taking that data and
I will
sending
check
it
into
to
that. I mean, I'm sure that Chrissy has shared it, but
Seems like there was a lot of info there.
yeah.
Another good question. There's a bunch of folks working on, you know, all the homelessness and panhandling and addiction, and there's a ton of people working on that. Is there any other agencies, you know, beyond Groundworks that we can reach out to?
Youth services,
Yep.
probably.
Yeah. Is that on the list then, or like, are we coming up with a list right now, or are we brainstorming ideas on who to reach out to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Turning Point, I think it's often. And there's another group that meets downtown. It's kind of got a techie name, like a pretty clinical name. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
I'm bad at remembering all the names of all the agencies and nonprofits also.
Oh, and I wanted to reach out to the high school students.
The Insight students, often classes take them all over downtown. And also the Center for Children in the White Church. They take the kids
Yeah, they walk
out on downtown strolls a lot.
On a
I
leash.
think they'd be a lovely, the teachers, they love the group to reach out to.
Yeah.
And the kids. Boy, they'd have opinions.
Should we consider reaching out to communities around us? Marlborough College or just towns in general? Putney, Vernon? Just post it on their front porch forums or however the majority of people
Yeah.
find out about stuff.
Like, Putney school students bus down 2 days a week
Yeah.
to
and-
come hang out in town.
Yeah, and the more
Just
incentivized they are to come,
I'm not sure.
it's nice to have youth downtown.
Yeah, and there might be some partnering there with the library, like the children's room and the teen room in the library.
It, it would be cool if the surveys or something could get passed out on the buses.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to do them online. What about the more economic, business, we've only got the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, are there other business groups that aren't?
The chamber.
Yeah.
And both of them are pretty good. In the past, they've put out our surveys.
But I
But
mean,
just
in
as
terms
general
of,
outreach.
as general outreach of participating, I mean, maybe their perspective, they might have a different kind of perspective on what they
Like-
think we need.
The Heifer Association
Yeah,
people.
yeah, I don't know.
Is the Welcome Center next to the hardware store like frequently?
That's the chamber.
Oh, it's a chamber.
Yeah.
And
It
how
gets a
about-
lot. It gets walk-in traffic.
Okay.
How about
Yeah,
the
because whoever
BDCC?
staffs that or manages, it's a chamber.
Does the BDCC ever weigh in on the aesthetic of downtown?
Yeah.
I'm
Do we
having
want
trouble
to do?
reading that.
Well, I wouldn't say the aesthetic.
But I guess just in
Conditions of
terms of
downtown.
sort of, yeah, I mean, it's the quality of the welcome and other sorts of things. I don't know.
I wouldn't say that they're real local and that kind of stuff.
Since that is, I mean, isn't that was on the RFP, is the sort of notion of making, improving business, the quality of business in downtown. Might have some opinions.
Maybe there's some, I just thought of this now, some comparable towns in Vermont or nearby states that have things, admirable things that we like. We could reach out to them and they could say, hey, this is why we think your town's falling short, because we have this and you don't. Or this is why I moved here to this town, or why I stayed here.
Exit surveys, I thought about
Oh,
that.
Brattleboro.
Yeah, Brattleboro
Oh,
exit
yes.
surveys. We
Yeah.
see you
Why are
moving
you
out.
leaving?
Why are you leaving?
Well, it makes me think of the
That's actually
Welcome
a
Center.
really smart idea.
on
Yeah,
Interstate
no,
81.
I was just thinking about that the
Yeah,
other day.
exit
It would be
surveys
really
online, people are
useful to
leaving.
say, why are you
Oh my
leaving?
god.
Mhm. Well, how do we catch them? There's a lot of roads. that-
Are we not
Yeah.
paying you enough to be here?
What can we get you to do to get you to reconsider? That would be about,
That's actually
since
a
we're,
really good idea.
we're trying to get more people
Yeah.
to move
Move
here.
here, why don't we
We're
figure out
not
why-
asking why
yeah.
people are leaving.
Yeah.
We just think we know.
Except you don't know when people are
Like,
leaving.
like, how do you know who?
Oh, usually they do it in like the quiet of the night.
People sell their
Yeah,
homes
okay.
and move away. I mean,
Yeah. No,
it's
I
happening all
know,
the
I
time.
know a lot of people that are leaving this area, and I know like usually why they're doing it, but it's all like personal, it'd be great to make it like public, and also the people I don't know that are leaving, I would love to hear like why people are doing it. Why-
Yeah, I mean,
why
we
are
could
people
put it
taking
in,
off?
we could put it in the newspaper, are you leaving Brattleboro? We'd like to know why.
Yeah.
I mean, private organizations do that. We do it every time a student leaves Marlboro. We have them do an
Has
exit.
there ever been a town, I wonder, that's ever done exit interviews? Like, is this like
so
a first?
crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
is
they've
this like
got a
the first time
welcome
this has ever
committee,
been
what
done?
about a?
I think we might make the national news.
Farewell.
That's a good thing.
I'm surely trying to think this through. Like Marlboro, it's so specific, right? It's a school, and they're leaving this particular. Like, there could be so many reasons why people would leave Brattleboro. Many or almost all of them having absolutely nothing to do with Brattleboro. You know what I mean?
Right,
Because
but
people
then-
move
but-
so much
but-
anyway.
Yeah, people move so much anyway, but I mean, it might not. It might be that, there were one or two things that people who live here like, some people think there's lots to do here. Other people think there's nothing to do here.
I know, it's such a weird perspective.
Yeah.
As someone who lives in Putney, they were like, we avoid going to Brattleboro. Like, they basically, like, the wolves have to drag them to Brattleboro. They hate it. They would never go downtown, and they think it's the most. And I'm like, wow, really? That's so weird. Like, I live here, and we come downtown all the time, just eat or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And it could just be a rural urban preference.
Where do you eat? There are good restaurants downtown.
Don't know how to eat.
Yeah, listen.
All right. Are we ready to move on to
Land
G?
use regulations?
I don't have anything for G. So.
Oh, beautiful. Sorry.
All right. Do I
You
have
both
a,
slammed your papers.
do I have an emotion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
I will second that.
All those in favor?
Right.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
What is this pen made? Is that stuff?
.30 on the agenda. Okay, well, I'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. 6:34. Go ahead, Tammy. Additions or deletions to the agenda?
Oh, I had emailed today wondering if we could possibly discuss field trips.
Okay, so we'll add that in new business.
Okay.
Cool. Anybody else with any additions or deletions? Members of the public? Review and approve the minutes of the August 19th, 2019 meeting minutes.
I'll move that.
Rick moves, Barry seconds. Is there any discussion?
You want me to jot some stuff down?
Oh, I get it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. I'm gonna give it to Matt to type.
Good luck to you, Matt.
Just remember, I'm a proud graduate of Leland and Gray like you, Matt. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, old business. Policy C35, age of admission. So we, at the 819 meeting, we went through this. Tammy, did you have a copy hung up in your building?
Yes, it's up there.
Does it have a hole in it?
I think it does.
Do you have one, Matt, in your building?
It does have a hole in it.
Okay.
It's been up for a while.
Yeah, since the middle of August, almost a month. So basically, it shall be the policy of the River Valley Unified School District Board that children who desire to enter 3-year-old program, pre-K program must have reached their 3rd birthday before September 1st, in the year in which they plan to enter, the 3-year-old program. And it shall be the policy of the River Valley's Unified School District that children who desire to enter the 4-year-old pre-K program must have reached their 4th birthday before September 1st of the year in which they plan to enter the 4-year-old program. It shall further be the policy of the River Valley's Unified School District Board that children who desire to enter kindergarten must have reached their 5th birthday before September 1st of the year in which they plan to enter kindergarten. There shall not be any early admittance of students who were born after this date. Can I have your copy?
Sure.
So if we're all good, we warned it on 819, so we need to adopt it, and we're just gonna make one quick change, Tammy.
Okay. The plan?
Yeah.
Play the plan.
Okay.
I move that the board adopt policy number,
C35.
C35 as amended.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We have another policy, yay!
Oh, you were yaying for this policy.
Yeah, this was not an easy one.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one, school board member visits the school. So this is one we had discussed. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
So we haven't voted on this. I think, did we get this handed to us at the last meeting?
No.
Okay. It's policy of the River Valley Unified School District to encourage school board members to become familiar with their schools, its programs, and the needs of its staff and students. Implementation. Individual board members may visit schools periodically to expand their knowledge of school programs and staff and student needs. Is that proper English?
It's a comma, isn't it? Comma.
School programs, comma, staff, and, but of course, you know, these visits should follow prior notification of the principal. Concerns raised as a result of school visits by board members should be directed to the superintendent. What do you all think? Hey, Carrie. There's chairs here, Carrie. Hearing no discussion, does nobody like it? Nobody want it? Anybody want it? Go ahead. You always have something to say.
That's fine.
Rick?
Do you guys need notice? I mean, it says prior, I mean, I could call you from my house and be here in 30 seconds. You're good with that?
Or do we knock on the door and then enter?
Exactly.
Get me buzzed in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as we get buzzed in, we'll say surprise visit.
We're coming.
Does that mean I have to give up my card?
Your key to the building?
Yeah.
I do think the principals should know that we're in the building.
Well, somebody will always know you're in the building because you have to sign in.
Okay?
I
I mean,
didn't.
I'm
like,
fine with it the way it's written. I'm
I
just
didn't
fine.
like
That's
the
why-
prior notification. I mean, you know, it seems to me like, you know, we always are having all these discussions about how to have more parents' involvement and community involvement in the buildings, and then we make it more and more difficult for people to get into the building. Well, no or yes? I mean, what do you all think? It seems weird to me.
The whole thing seems weird to me. I mean, if you
Yeah.
honestly, I mean, you can come in as a parent at any time without prior notification. Why would you need to have prior
And this, you know,
notification to come in?
I mean, this was definitely more of a thing where people were concerned, like, you know, the board member walks in and sees Mr. Martin doing something he's not supposed to, and I got you type of thing, or, you know, I mean, I think there was teachers at one time that were concerned board members might go into a classroom and observe them teaching. Hi, Peter, how are you?
I mean, does the superintendent announce himself before he comes? If
Yeah.
I were you, I'd be more concerned with him than I would us.
He just calls or emails.
Oh, does he?
He's
Okay.
stopped by sometimes before.
Well,
Who's that, the super?
when I passed it.
No, Bill's not here tonight. I mean, personally, do we really need this policy? Can it just be a procedure? We've never, has Wardsboro ever had a policy like this in the
Not that I'm
past?
aware of. Not a policy, no.
No. Dover's never had a policy like this.
Why are we looking at this then?
Because it got brought up about, during the retreat, about coming into the building and going through the building, and somebody said, oh, well, there's a policy, and the question I asked was, you know, like, I would go see the principal in Dover as chairman of the board, not so much with Matt, but I would go in occasionally and just say, hey, how are things going, what's up, do you need anything, how you feeling, but then I would feel bad as chairman of River Valleys going in to see Matt and saying, Tammy, you're not important enough, I'm not gonna come ever visit you. You know, and is that fair? Or should I come over and say hi to Tammy once a month, and like I try to do with Matt? You know, or I tried to do with Matt when it was just the Dover school, not the River Valleys Unified School District. So we discussed it, and you know, what did the staff want to see? And somehow we got to this model policy of the Vermont School Boards Association, and that's where we're at.
Isn't it part of our expectations as school board members of what we're doing, in addition to attending meetings, going to the schools? And
Not really, because you only have, you know, you've only empowered to do anything
as a board?
as a board.
Right.
But the board can say, hey, Rick and Rich, you know, you can negotiate on behalf of the board. But remember, you know, it's different in the education world, because they, you know, like on the Safe Place Board, I would not walk into the middle of a MTD meeting as a
Right.
board member and say, what are you guys doing type of thing. And I think that's the other thing is, I shouldn't, as a board member, walk into, Mrs. Jones's classroom and sit down and watch her teach. Because she's going to say, what the heck am I doing there? Why is a school board member here? And, then she's going to get all nervous, and then, Mr. Martin's going to get yelled at, Mr. Antone's going to, so I see some of that. But I mean, that's just common respect that I think we've all shown. Matt, have you ever had a board member walk into one of your classrooms without?
No, I don't think so.
Tammy, I won't ask you because you haven't been doing that.
Yeah.
But we'll have you.
No.
I mean, it'd be nice if one of you had 20 years in the building as a principal. Say it never happened in 20 years, but
So it sounds like we don't need this policy of.
yes.
So I think we probably don't need this policy right now. So if we had a new board member and they showed up at Dover School or Wardsboro School and just started walking around, going into classrooms, Matt, I want to talk to you about what I'm seeing, do you feel like you have enough tools to handle that? Would you want a policy at that point? What would you do?
Well, I wouldn't have them walking around. I wouldn't, any guest would be escorted around, first of all. And if it came up and it seemed like they were asking questions, it's just easy to say, well, you should really bring that up with the superintendent,
Or bring it up at a board meeting.
Bring it up at a board meeting, yeah.
Or you can call your board chair and he would.
Yeah.
I mean, my point is that I think right now, probably fine, right? But boards change, people change, and so, I think it's incumbent upon us to just think about it's not all of us sitting up here.
And we might not be sitting here either. There might be
Right.
other faces on this side of the table.
Right, right.
I think the last meeting, Bill had suggested maybe to consider this as a procedure. But then we talked about, well, can you have a procedure without a policy?
Yeah, you can have procedures without policies. You can also have administrative procedures that go along with policies. Here's the policy and the administration will make a procedure. I mean, you can have rules in your building,
Right.
I would think that maybe there should be a rule that, nobody is allowed in the classroom without setting it up with the administration.
Yeah, we definitely don't let people in classrooms without a reason, certainly.
But we've had in the past where, we had a politician come in and some board members came in and it was set up. So, I mean, maybe it's just an understanding that, if a board member can stop in and if the administration is available, can visit with them, but they're, they sign in and they follow all the procedures just like a parent or any other member of the public.
Is that something that as a board you would want to know to the board first that we're doing that? Hey, Rich, I'm planning to stop by. I'm going to ask Tammy if I could go to Community Sing. Just want to let you know that.
No, because anybody can go community sing. If you were to be going in to talk to Tammy about busing, transportation is transportation, I think she deserves a warning about that.
Absolutely.
And I think, the rest of the board should know because we appointed you kind of as our quasi-transportation coordinator. But I don't think you should all of a sudden just stop in because you happen to be driving by and say, hey, Tammy, I need to talk to you about transportation. Or you could stop by and say, I need to talk to you about transportation. At some point, is this a good time? And then she'll let you know. But, for you to stop in and say, hey, I don't think your fifth grade teacher's doing a good job and I want to talk to you about it. I mean, that's definitely, I think, inappropriate.
Yes. But coming to see Wardsboro go to Community Sing or their art night or
Yeah,
open
but,
house.
and I think that's something you plan ahead enough that though you can also just ask ahead of time or just let them know that, hey, I'd like to come.
Absolutely.
Again, I was going at it from a different angle. I didn't want Tammy to feel like because the chairman happened to be from Dover, we were, and I happened to be driving by and stopped in because Matt had asked me something and I wanted to answer him, and then I don't ever do that for her. I just didn't want to feel like there was a difference in there. But if I was driving like to
Well,
go,
there is, you're driving right by.
Right, but if I'm driving over to Sosamos to pick up aggregate, should I stop in and just say, hi, Tammy, and just stop to see how things are going? And that was kind of more my question than getting into a full-blown policy. Or, like Rick, you're driving by Dover School because you had to go to Newfane for
Sure.
a meeting, do you just pop in and say, hi, Matt, I've always wondered, what an IB class looked like, can I observe something?
Yeah. Personally, would be a little more considerate than that.
Yeah, no, but that's where I was just trying to get at, is how we do that.
And do we need to?
So either one of you, if you ever have anything you want to go over with, because of the board level, before a meeting or something, then give me a call, and between Rick and I, we'll figure out how to come and see if you want to kind of bounce something off the board beforehand, or one of the board members, and then why don't we do that and not do the policy for now, and see how it goes, and if it becomes an issue. And again, most of the reasons we have policies and laws and warnings is because somebody did it, or somebody did it wrong. Like somebody really put their little puppy in that microwave to dry it off, and that's why there's a warning.
What is happening, Richard?
These are kind of crazy illustrations.
Thank
No,
you
I'm
for
just
that.
thinking that, we
That's now in your vision, huh?
we don't need to, so it's maybe nothing we need, and it's just an extra policy. But if it becomes an issue, we can have that, and you folks, your administration can bring it up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Cool. That was easy. Pre-K maximum capacities discussion. I think this was a little bit of a result of also the age issue too, and then tuition and stuff. So, what is our maximum capacities?
So we're 24
We're 20.
licensed, but our staff capacity is also 20 in Dover at the moment.
And that's one of the reasons why you folks were looking, that's one of the reasons why in Wardsboro we were looking to possibly put a small addition on or add some space.
Well, we added our 3-year-old program, so that was really more about programming and being able to offer them some additional offerings throughout the day while other programming was happening for our other students.
So I live in Dover, and you have 20, and I want to bring my child to the program, and you say I'm maxed out. Will you tell them that they need to come to Wardsboro? Would you offer somebody in Dover the ability to go to the Wardsboro program versus the Dover program? How would that work? Or vice versa? How would you deal with it if you were maxed out and the other school, the other building had room?
We have universal pre-K throughout the state, so I would go, down the district list and say these are your options. You could go to Dover School. They also have a program in Townsend. I think there's the Hilltop Montessori School that's offered as well, or Timpson Hill.
And I think that's what the essence of this agenda item is, to get on your radar, to have a discussion about what you think would be best in those situations for the community.
Well, to me, saying that there's other schools available in the district, that's not Dover and Wardsboro anymore, because we're in one district. It's more like there's another building in our district, in this building. I think there's a little difference there, because also with the
They can
unit.
choose to go wherever they would like to.
Right,
for
they can
universal
choose.
pre-K.
Right. But if they choose to come to the River Valley Unified School District for their preschool, can you folks tell them which building they need to go to? Because remember, they're no longer schools, they're buildings in a district,
No, I don't.
Yeah.
whether they
That
say
we-
Dover, Wardsboro or not.
Right, I mean, I think we can respond to our capacities, our
Right.
maximums, but we certainly, I don't think we can direct families to go to another building. But if we're full, I think we can say we're full. I mean, other programs have done that. I think it would be a good idea to have this conversation, you know, I think as a group with plenty of research and make sure we're all coming to the table with all the, you know, all the necessary laws and.
So, with universal pre-K, I can choose to send my child anywhere and the home district pays for it.
Up to 10 hours a week.
Right. No, I'm just thinking because, you know, if we had capacity so the district is River Valleys. So if you have capacity in one or the other of the buildings, to me, it seems like,
We can encourage, sure, and recommend.
yeah, oh, whatever, okay. It seems kind of weird to me, and it seems sort of like, it seems strange, and it seems like, just because I live in Dover, and I can't go to Dover school, but I can go to Wardsboro, but then I choose to go somewhere else, you know, it's taking resources away, because then we have to pay that money out that would normally be used to,
Yeah, but it's always been that way, right? I mean, since this program was set up. you
no,
could go-
originally you could, there wasn't universal pre-K.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, but since
Yeah.
the universal pre-K came
Right,
into
since
play,
you-
they can really go anywhere anyway and get
Right.
those 10 hours. It really doesn't matter where it is, right? I mean, you don't have to go in your district.
Right.
I think that since the law was passed, it was my understanding that you could go.
But if somebody from Dover comes to Wardsboro, Dover's not paying Wardsboro any money.
No.
Right.
It's within our district.
Right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay.
So even if they stay full-time in Wardsboro, they don't have to pay the balance because they're a Dover resident, which is in the district. Or vice versa.
I mean, I would love to see us do anything we could to keep them.
Right.
Like,
Right.
within one.
Right.
How many hours do you guys offer a week? In your program?
It's the 10 hours, and
10
then for
hours.
4-year-olds, it's full-time.
Full-time,
And how many do we have?
yeah. We have 17 in ours,
We have 5.
And the
Oh.
4-year-old program?
in the 3 and 4-year-old program combined.
And ours
Let's
is
say like
combined.
four students move in,
Yeah,
you don't have staff enough.
right.
You know, if we could get somebody to come to the Wardsboro one, whether, it doesn't matter that Dover has to hire him for that building, it's still costing Wardsboro money and Dover money, because that's the
Right.
district
Right,
now.
exactly.
Yeah.
And if we, you know, that's why I was saying is it's too bad there wasn't a way to, I mean, I guess, and we can only hope again,
Can we
but,
discount it? Oh, they're not paying.
They don't have
no,
to
they
pay.
don't pay because they're in district.
That's why I was asking if it was just 10 hours here, because, I mean, then you could at least say. well,
Hey,
have
but you
18
can,
hours.
so, you know, you could go to Newfane and get your 10 hours, but if you go to Wardsboro, you can have 15 hours.
Well, you could have, if they're a 4-year-old,
Full-time.
you could have full-time,
Right.
you know, for no charge, just because you're a resident.
I mean, in a bigger scale, let's just say we had 36 graders in Wardsboro's building, or 35 6th graders. So Tammy's saying, God, I really need some help in that room. I have to hire a person, but gosh, in Dover, you know, the 5th and 6th grade only has 12. You know, if we could get 3 or 4 to go over there, then the whole district saves money. Can, you know, is that appropriate to recommend to say, hey, look, this is a really big class, but what we can do is, you know, your child, if you want to, we can get them to,
More likely, we would see that, like, we wouldn't just see that like in 5th grade kind of thing, right?
well, we have, because in Dover, we had the bubble. Remember that?
But they traveled, so you'd see them younger. The only
Right.
concern I would have about like, oh, so let's smooth that out between the two schools, which makes a lot of sense to me, is on a case, you know, like 1 year we're doing that, because then you've got kids and like the social things or, you know, kind of weird.
No, and that's just, and then maybe this is more for that forward-thinking retreat. Peter, could you write that down in the forward-thinking retreat next meeting?
Is that what we're calling it?
Well, yeah, there was the operational retreat, and then there was the planning retreat.
And
Isn't planning like forward-thinking?
yeah, it's definitely not backward thinking.
Okay. Get me going. We're not mom. Anyways, invite Wyndham senators to the board meeting.
Can I just ask one?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Tammy, you said your capacity was
20.
20 and yours is,
Well, it's 20 because of our staffing. We have 2 staff members and the ratio has to be 10 to 1.
But the building is big enough to allow 24.
that's what I was wondering.
Licensed.
So he could,
Yeah.
if he hired another staff member, we could go as high as 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
But even with Tammy hired 3 staff members, her building only allows you 20, right?
Yeah, and we've,
Okay.
my first year, I was the pre-K and K teacher here, we had 24, so we switched classrooms, so there is a way, I mean, we could,
If you had.
if we had to switch classrooms, we've done that before. It's based on the square footage, you need 35 square feet per child, so.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of the reasons why Dover bought all that extra land, because there actually used to be a requirement, so much property per student, per, and then buildings, you know, were the same way. I think they did away with that when they did the public school approval, right?
I'm not aware of that. I've not heard that.
Well, that's if school board didn't lie to us at town meeting, because that's why they told us we should buy the land.
The school boards.
You know how school boards are.
Is it acreage per child? Is that how they?
No, well, so many square feet of land per child to allow you to build a school of the size, you know. So it was, so that's why we bought those extra lots that,
Yeah.
you know, like where the solar field is and
Yeah. Ball
stuff.
fields and stuff.
Or at least that's what the school board at that time said.
You think a big school in Vermont must have to have a lot of outside square footage then.
Yeah, well, but I'm pretty sure, I'm almost definite it's changed for land, but I didn't know if it still changed for building. So, so I forgot to send the email. Oh, she doesn't show up today.
Same.
Wow. We're gonna invite the senators to our meeting in October. So, later on, somewhere, we had this human resource protocol update, which was Carrie had asked about checking social media when doing backgrounds, which was not as simple as just checking social media for human resources background. So we're going to discuss that at the first meeting in October. Right now, it appears as though we may not be allowed to do that. That it may be illegal, or it may be not proper. So I think it would be a really good topic to discuss when Bill is here, who's talked to the attorney, and maybe when our senators are here and our representative will be here, because it may be something we ask for as a legislative change, and it may be something that has to be changed in legislation to allow to do it if we're all on the same page of what you were kind of looking for. So I was gonna ask if on that one and inviting the senators, if we could postpone that until the first meeting in October. And if nobody has a problem with that, then we will do that.
It's fine.
Okay. Equity, working definition, equity role in budget planning. So this equity was Laura's thingamajigger. And Bill got us something that's, yes, a definition. And I'm probably not gonna be able to find it right off, but, which I can't. Does anybody have that paper? What was the definition of equity that we were gonna use?
You sent it to me.
There was a link on
Well, can you read it?
I can read it as far as I know. Okay, educational equity means that each student receives the resources and educational opportunities they need to learn and thrive. Equity means that a student's success is not predicted nor predetermined by characteristics such as race, ethnicity, religion, family economics, class, geography, disability, language, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or initial proficiencies. Equity means that every school provides high-quality curriculum programs, teachers and administrators, extracurricular activities, and support services. Equity goes beyond formal equality, where all students are treated the same. Achieving equity may require an unequal distribution of resources and services. Equity involves disrupting inequitable practices, acknowledging biases, employing practices that reflect the reality that all students will learn, and creating inclusive, multicultural school environments for adults and children. Vermont Principals Association, Vermont School Boards Association, and Vermont Superintendents Association. Does anybody want that?
I don't, because I have it somewhere if I can find it. Anybody else need it?
Yeah,
Okay, so Laura, what was your, I know we wanted to have this brought up around the time we were discussing budgets.
So it was, how could we say to the voters in both towns that the students in our district in both buildings were getting equitable opportunities? So how would we be able to say that to, how would, like,
Well, I think
voters
based
have-
on that definition, that's what we're doing. We don't, students that need more assistance get more assistance. We have in place the, what is it called again, the thing with, from the study group, the plan there for students that, pardon?
District management group?
Yeah, we incorporated that one recommendation where, you know, whatever supports are needed by students, that we supply that to all students. So we're making sure that, and we're not saying that there's not enough money, we're saying that we will provide these supports throughout the district to any student that needs them. Saying, we're not basing it on financial, we had not said that we can't afford it, we're not gonna do it because we can't afford it. So I think that kind of covers that part of the equity. And I think with the testing results are showing that our students who usually struggle more are doing not bad. I mean, they're not at the top of the list, but our test scores tend to indicate that our performance, that we're reaching across all classes in groups of students. And there's always room for improvement, but you know, we have a plan to constantly improve it, and both of them present to us every spring their plan for the following year, along with, you know, when they do their budget, they set up for any assistance they need in the building, for any special programs needed, and any assistance needed specific to a certain group, and the programming through the district through the supervisory union into the district is set up to accomplish the same goals. Am I correct? Matt's shaking his head yes a lot.
How do we assess that, you know, how do we assess that and see how each school or each building is doing without, like what Laura was saying at the earlier meeting, you know, money. Money is always an easy way to say how much money we're spending.
But we're
in
also
each building.
on test scores.
Right, besides test scores though, is there another way
So money-
to track that, right? To see that we're.
Well, that would be maybe a good question to throw out there. If you guys want to defer the answer till the next meeting, that's fine also.
So, can I just, so I would say, I mean, at the state level, we have really measured equity by dollars spent per pupil, which I would say is a fail. And that definition is trying to get us to a different place. When we talk about, you know, every student will be offered a high-quality education, you know, that's equity. I will tell you, through Act 46 process, you know, all of the districts had to go through an assessment. There is not a school in the state of Vermont that is not offering high-quality education, according to that school district.
Well,
Okay?
according to Act 60, every school is spending all their money on
So-
student outcomes.
So those are things that, you know, I mean, you know, I don't think there's an easy answer. There's not a place that I'm specifically trying to go. It is a provocative question on purpose. But even here in our district, you know, I think it's it is much more challenging looking across a much wider landscape with lots of different schools, that sort of thing. But even in our district, it seems like we should be able to, so are we offering Spanish in both of our schools? So does that mean, is that part of equity? Or is it not part of equity? Is it how do we answer that question?
Well, I thought we as a group decided
so-
equity wasn't exactly the same.
Equity and equality are two different things.
Right.
Great.
Right? I mean, you said that. I'm taking that right
Yeah.
out of your mouth from a few
Yeah.
meetings ago.
But what is the,
I think we can still do equitable without having to be exactly equal.
Right.
And it goes back to the conversation about, we have IB in the Dover building, we don't in the Wardsboro building.
so
But
if kids want it, they could access it?
they
and
can
if
still,
kids wanna do
there's no,
STEAM?
right, we allow for them to move over. If Spanish is really important to them and it's not in this building, they can go to that building.
Is that true? Could they do that?
They can move and they can ask to,
their school.
Oh, they could go to the
right,
other.
we give them school choice.
Okay.
Building, well, not school choice, more building choice. And I think, again, you have to go back to, at one time Dover was reversed the curve where our students that usually don't perform as well on the standardized testing had actually outperformed
And this building had the
the
same
other
thing, right?
students. Yeah, and I
Your
just
free and
can't
reduced
speak
lunch
to
children actually had better results on testing
than not.
those that were not.
Right,
Although
so,
everybody
I mean, I
gets
think
lunch.
that there's a very good example that, yes, we are, reaching a vast majority of our students. There's always gonna be an outlier, we can always do better, and that's why we review it with our staff and our administration, and this SU is working,
So when we're looking at the budget,
yeah,
and we're putting together a budget, how can we say this will provide equitable opportunities across the district? I mean, are we gonna be, things that the state does are classroom size, right? I mean, like dollars per student, I don't think that's gonna work here, right? Maybe.
I think how we do it is when the administration presents us a budget, and we need to ask them, does this provide so that you can take care of all students and do what you need to do with the students that you have in the building currently, that you project to have? And, is there something more you need? Is there, something less? Is there something different? You guys are now, the administration and our curriculum coordinator is working on trauma, students who've experienced trauma. 5 years ago, how much time did you spend about trauma and students with trauma?
0.
Right, because it's now something that we, 10 years ago, 15 years ago in Dover, the teachers came to us during, that quality part where you're supposed to come up with your plan for the school. But basically, they were saying that one of the things they said they put in their plan was to budget to feed the students breakfast the days that they test. Because they really felt that too many students just either not even because their parents couldn't afford it, or they couldn't afford it, or it just, they were so rushed in the morning they didn't have time to eat. So they would get to school. So they said, let's feed all the students before we do this testing, and we budgeted for that to give them the best possible chance to perform.
I have another question. When you guys built the budget, did you guys build the budget last year?
No.
Okay. So they had input into it.
No, we basically took the two budgets for the
So when we
previous
do
year
it
and put them
when we do
together.
it this coming year, what role will you guys play?
We're gonna meet ahead of time this year. And
Yeah, we'll look at the programs,
Right.
and as we sort of process the definition of equity, from a budgeting perspective, we're looking at similar financial investments in both areas, and we're looking at academic opportunities, so.
So you'll be working together
Yes.
to build
Right.
one budget for the district that operates two schools. You won't be building budgets and then rolling that.
I don't know if we'll still, because of the accounting system, they have to be able to separate those, and I don't know what the impact that will have on the planning processes.
It's crazy that you have to build two
Yeah.
budgets to build one budget.
Well,
That's
they
crazy.
still, they
Because
want
we're
us
held
to
back by
combine,
software.
but the state wants a report by building.
Right.
Just saying, that's.
But, so just again, folks, because maybe we forget, so we did last year, when we put the budget together, we added
Going forward.
$20,000 in professional development to be kind of pushed over to the Wardsboro side, because we knew we were gonna be trying to expand with a new program. At that time, we weren't sure what it was. So, yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be certain things that Tammy is gonna say, hey, in my building, I really, there's something that we're really missing that's needed. So, yeah, that'll have to be put in, and Matt will have to put something in maybe from his
Yeah,
building.
absolutely. But we have two educational professionals, and so for me, most of the question gets answered if they're building the budget together.
Yeah, which we will.
That's,
Well, no,
I mean,
they,
you know what I
they
mean?
will with help from the administration
Yeah.
at central office.
Yeah, that's really, I think that's easy for me. Like, our administrators are working together to provide a budget and programs across the district. Like, you guys are both aware of what the programs are. That feels very easy for me to say to a parent or, a taxpayer, like, yeah, I was concerned that it was kind of coming like this, or that it would come in like that. That was making.
We did the first year, but we also said that we knew this was gonna be,
That's
because
okay.
there wasn't a lot of time,
yeah,
but
that's
that
great.
we wanted more, we wanted to really look at the budget better. So now, what would be very appropriate for the board to do is the board can make a motion to direct the superintendent's office and our administrators that when they prepare the budget, to consider the definition of equity that we just discussed, and that we will ask them to tell us in the budget how this budget accomplishes that goal. We're allowed to set goals as a board.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question of the
Yeah.
administration. You do individual learning plans for each student, right?
Not all students.
Not all students, okay.
That was one of the
I was gonna
things-
say, that would be equity.
But that was one of the
Yeah.
goals that we wanted when we gave Bill the guardrails for
Yeah.
building the system. And we were told by the administration that to do that for all students like preschool and kindergarten was not probably as appropriate, but that they would work on that for us in the next couple years in grades 4, 5, and 6, or 5 and 6. And you guys correct me, because that is something that will get the students prepped for that, because they have to do that in the middle and high schools.
But it also forces you on an individual basis when you're building the budget to say, I've got 70 students, this is the need of each one of those students. And then you're catching everything.
We were talking about the motion a couple meetings ago when Lori and Bill were here. We had asked Lori, actually 2 meetings, and she said that for the budget, she would identify the areas of what spending is a little bit different in each building. And she gave examples of language, foreign language, lunch program, and there was another one that I can't think of right now that she was gonna highlight of what is spent in each building, so that when we put a budget together, I think it's transportation, that we could start looking at equity too, because that was a question that kind of was repeating
Yeah.
that we had of, other than dollars spent in each building, how do you really kind of gauge equity within the
Yeah.
And we all
students?
hate dollars spent, because it's just such a poor,
Right.
It's a poor measure.
Poor indicator.
Yeah.
So I think, Rich, they're already planning to do that, because we identified.
no, I'm not saying make a motion, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it is in the board's purview.
Yeah.
If you want to make a motion to give guidance, we've
Yeah.
also had a discussion, hopefully they'll take some,
Yeah.
maybe we oughta, or you can make it pretty specific.
And I appreciate that the district, the supervisory union, is gonna be much more engaged in budget building than the Dover board members are used to having been in the past, and I mean, as was this year. But it's important to me that our administrators are really engaged in that process because you guys are the ones with our students day in and day out. And so that equity thing for you all to say, yep, we feel really good about the program we've built for all of the kids.
I think one of the advantages that speak for Tammy, that I look forward to working with Tammy, is that when we work together with Lori, we'll be able to go through all the line items and see what are we spending on this, what are we spending on that, and come to agreement on that.
But,
That'll be
you know, being honest, with all things being equal, 90% of our budget's set.
Right.
There's very, I mean, contracts are set by the board on what we vote. Staffing is, the big issue. Secondary tuition, which has always been, 40 to 60% of your budget, we have no say over. And when you really look at it, there's very little that they can play with.
Yeah, but they can understand and they can flag if there are inequities or problems. And so I know we're a new district still, and so I really appreciate the time that we've spent on this. And I would just ask that, we revisit this, after.
Well, I think nobody's made a motion, they can if they want, but my suggestion is that, No, we don't need one.
I was asking them. if they
Oh,
wanted one.
but I just think, really remember that somebody's gonna be sitting here
Yeah.
and is gonna ask you, how does
That's
this?
on camera.
I think
by
it's
the way.
good.
This is just good planning. That definition of equity is just good planning, so it'll be
Yeah,
easy to.
but just be prepared, you're gonna get
Yeah.
asked.
No, I think it's a good
No,
process
and
for
I'm not
us
saying that's
as a
bad,
new
I'm
district.
just telling you, there's no motion, there's no requirement,
Yeah,
so they cannot be prepared, and then maybe there will be a motion.
yeah. And, not to belabor the point, which has already happened, or the discussion, but, like the definition,
Yeah.
I'm not so much in love with let's take the statewide definition and say that's what we're gonna measure by here. It's a little, but.
We can also, if you want to pursue it more, we can work and have our own, we can have the River Valley Unified School District definition of equity and tailor it specifically for us. And that would be appropriate, I think, again, because that would help give them guidance. I don't think it would be like a policy, but I think it would be more like, when we did I'm gonna lose. Remember when we went through a few years ago and we have we have 4 or 5 things. We have our mission statement, we have, and that could be part, like our mission statement or our I forget what the vision, one of our visions can be is that we're gonna provide equity, and equity is, boom.
I would really want them to feed into, the administrators to feed into that.
Well, no, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
something we would just say, let's take this and do it. I mean, we can put it down and we can have discussion about it.
Sounds like a committee that Laura should chair.
Oh, good idea. So Rick made a motion, Laura chairs a vision committee.
I didn't make a motion.
Oh.
It sounds like. I was gonna make a motion, but thought better of it.
Sounds like maybe a great thing to talk about after this budget.
Well, I think it's something we could start talking about now. Because I don't think it's something you're gonna do in a meeting or two. I think it's gonna be a lot. It probably won't be done until next spring, if we started doing it now. So, Peter, just note that we wanna have a discussion on vision. And we'll ask so that we don't overwhelm these guys, or equity, I'm sorry. We want Bill to, we're gonna let Bill
It's gonna
kind
go
of drive that. We'll let him work on that with us. How's
I'm
that?
sure he would be ecstatic.
I'm sure, but that way we're not overwhelming our people.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay. Any other old business? Okay. If there is none, old and moldy. Where's Mark? He hasn't been here for a couple meetings. You got nobody to hang out with.
I know.
I feel bad for you.
It's lonely at my table.
It is. You want Matt to move over? Matt, invite her to your table. You're like excluding her.
Oh,
Thanks, guys.
Hey, so we had a written principals report, and so if nobody has any questions on the items in the principals report, is there any other questions for the principal? If they take the time to write a written report, I just don't want to reread it.
thank you.
Yeah. So is there any questions about anything that was written in the principal's report from the board?
No, I read through it quickly.
Carrie?
I didn't get it, so it went to an email, didn't. Thank you.
Okay. Laura? Matt or Tammy, is there anything in addition to what was written that you want to bring up? We are going to discuss the field trips in a little bit. Go ahead, sir.
I didn't have this at the time, but we had one of our staff members nominated for a UVM
I
outstanding
have that, I was
teacher.
gonna do that at the end.
So I have something that I'll get to you that announces that, and it's going out in our newsletter tomorrow, which I'll send out to all of you as well.
So,
So,
the 39th Annual Outstanding Teacher Day is Wednesday, October 9th, 2019, from 3 to 4 p.m. is reception and 4 to 6 is awards. And anybody who can go, it's in Most Peculiar.
I think it's in Burlington.
Burlington, even worse.
Yeah.
Okay, further away.
Do we
But
know who's been nominated?
do you not want to say it
Public.
now?
No, it's public.
Okay.
Nancy Baker.
Nancy Baker.
Yeah. And we're going up. I have a meeting in the morning, and if anybody wants to go up, carpool or whatever,
That's
The
awesome.
Grand Maple Ballroom at the W. H. Davis Center.
No, that's.
Has she ever been nominated for something like that before?
I don't think so.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay. that's
So
lots
I
of
did
fun.
ask Bill to do a little research. So there is another teacher from the West River District who was nominated, and it's not like there's just one or two. I think there's a couple from each county.
2, I think, per supervisory.
Supervisory, yeah. So it's not, it's it's pretty prestigious. I mean, it's out of the whole SU, which or the whole area. So it's really nice, and I think it was a great honor. And it's funny because I was somewhere on Saturday night, and this little girl was talking about her teacher, Nancy Baker. So I said, yeah, those two people over there, my wife and my sister-in-law, were sitting there. I said they had Nancy Baker when they were in school
I was just
too.
gonna ask you how long she's been with you.
And she said, no, they're way too old. So
I've been sworn to secrecy on the number of years she's been teaching. So,
Rich is trying to calculate.
no,
how
it's
old.
it's really her and the librarian were
Albarno.
Mary Ann. They were both about the same time.
yeah.
They actually been there so long they didn't pay Social Security. Because in the old days, if you had a job with a retirement plan, you could opt out of Social Security. Because that was what, was retirement. So they'd been there a long time. And I gotta tell you guys a quick story about her, and I'd love to be able to tell it somewhere, but we interviewed her for the preschool position. She had been full-time
Gym teacher.
gym and health. She was half health and half gym. We interviewed her back when the board used to interview for teaching positions. She wanted to be the first preschool teacher in Dover. It was, you interview older teachers with a lot of experience, and you get this kind of level, good answers, You interview a teacher who just got out of teaching school, like they're all enthusiastic. Nancy came in like she was just graduated college.
Every day.
And the energy, and so she deserves it. It's well. But thanks for taking my thunder.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to make sure we got it on there.
No, I actually put it in my pile. So, you all set with principal's report? Okay, I don't need it back. Cabinet report, Bill sent out a cabinet report. He's not here to ask anyways, but anybody
You
have
gotta
any?
admit, I didn't read the whole thing. It's long.
Yeah, it is. You know what it is it's
I've got an
every
American attention
every
span.
administrator writes something up. So, how are you guys finding? Because one of the things that we told them you had to jump into. How are you finding out the? How are you finding the new facilities operations person who's working out?
Fantastic.
So what has he done for you?
Well, he helped us with the pump replacement, and then recently we had another pump break in the utilities room, the one that supplies the school well with the water. So he also got us in touch with Lindwell and arranged for all of that. So he's been really helpful for me.
We haven't had a lot of experience with him, but he still comes and visits and checks on us, checks in with the custodians, and so it's been good to have him around.
So there's a lot of big stuff coming on with the water
Yeah.
testing, because of the PFO.
FOAs, right.
Yeah.
PFAs.
And so hopefully that will be less headaches for you guys, and he'll be able to coordinate that.
We're looking forward to that. And there's a new school safety plan template that is being released, and so he's planning to coordinate our development of those, so we're not all
Right.
doing them in silos, and be consistent, and looking forward to that too.
Cool.
Yeah.
So under new business, we had school events, and we had Wardsboro first. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So-
Hang on, I missed something.
Sorry, I have a question on the safety plans, just shifting to a different type of plan. Are the emergency managers working with the superintendent in these new supercharged supervisor unions, or are they working one-on-one with the principals on,
Good question.
like shelters, that sort of stuff?
I don't think we've done any work yet together, but with the new plan, it's certainly an opportunity.
Well, in Dover, we spent a lot of time and effort, and the emergency management director got the police and fire and the school. And we're also in Dover a little bit luckier because we have a local police department. So we have a very good plan, and when they actually reviewed it by the state, it should have been a model. So now the state has to make up their own plan, which will change things. Again, because you're in different districts, Wardsboro's a little different. They have a different fire department, fire chief. I don't know who your emergency
When we
manager
did
is.
it, we worked with everybody when we
Did you
set up the plan.
use the
or
sheriff's
actually-
department or the state police?
State police, yeah.
So this is a good question for the superintendent, I think, because he has to have a sense of,
Well, no, it's actually for the operations person.
yeah.
So wait and see what he rolls out.
Good question. But certainly collaboration with the local plan is gonna be really important.
Well, it has to be.
So well
because-
developed, I mean.
Feel good?
Yeah, just sending myself an email.
Okay, so school events, Wardsboro.
So, maybe of events, I guess it was last Thursday, we had our open house, which was, Rick, you came, it was very well attended, I would say. We had probably 80 to 90% participation. That was great. We've had 2 STEAM team events. Every Monday, we are engaging in STEAM as a school. So we had our first one last week and our second one today, which was exciting.
Can you tell us a little bit? So what does it
Sure.
look like that was
So-
different than another day?
So at 1:30, the students and teachers gather for, as a whole school, to talk about what the STEAM challenge for the day will be. The teachers and I over the summer planned out pretty much the whole school year as far as what we're going to be doing during those days. We divided the kids into teams, so each teacher and each student is assigned to a STEAM team. And then on Monday afternoons, we're engaging in those activities. The first one last week was more about establishing roles, so each student gets a role each week and they learn that role. And then during the challenge, they play out that role. So we've got like our chief architect and we've got the materials master, and so that's their role during the STEAM challenge. The first STEAM challenge was very simple, with it being the first one. They were challenged to build a structure out of toothpicks and marshmallows, and you can see there's some pictures out on the bulletin board out there. So the materials master was in charge of the materials. There was the architect that actually designed the structure, and then the builder was the person that had to actually take the architect's design and build the structure that they came up with. And then we had a reporter, and the reporter would report out to the whole school how the challenge went.
That's really cool.
Today's challenge was actually a challenge from the Bucketville News. They want a way to report the weather in town. So the kids are challenged now with designing a weather station, and we made rain gauges today. So we're going to be collecting data from that and then reporting that back to the Bucketville.
So, with your kids, with the students being on the teams, is it mixed groups then, or?
It is. We did go with mixed age groups, so we have 4-year-olds working with 6th graders.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
That's even better.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Sounds great.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So how many teams, how big are the teams?
We have 4 teams of like 10 to 12 students each.
So the architect doesn't design in a vacuum, I mean, they're getting opinions.
Exactly.
From everybody, he's the one who's, or they're the one who's supposed to like draw it up.
Right, right.
The builder
And-
doesn't build it all by himself, he's.
Right.
Excellent, so.
Yeah, and they'll take turns with the different roles throughout the
Right.
school year. But
And it seems to be working.
first two times have been a success. With these back. You know, we might have to make adjustments along the way, but.
But that's excellent, because we were thinking before you, I mean, it'd be a couple years before you could even
Yeah.
do
so
anything, so.
We're engaging in it and.
Oh, good job, excellent.
That would be fun, once you guys have a couple more under your belts.
Come check it out.
Yeah, to come and see.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what would be neat, if you could just let us know what your projects are, like maybe for the next month, and then
Sure.
if, board members, so that we don't all come down on you, but I would love to see that too, I think it'd be really cool.
We, Monday afternoons and this first half of the year, we're focusing on weather and earth and space science. So we've tried to align it with the next generation science standards as well. So we're taking that into consideration too.
That is so excellent, I think,
Good.
it's just what we were looking for, and I think very compliments to you and your staff.
Yeah, they're excited. The kids are excited too, so.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
You guys got kids, did they tell you about it?
Yeah, no, he's very excited, yeah.
Mine's
Yeah.
not in.
Oh,
He's not, yeah.
Mine are out.
yours are too big.
Too big.
Hey, Matt, you're up for Dover if you have anything.
So we have open house coming this week, Wednesday night. It's very exciting. Kids are back in the flow, working on the usual work. Pre-K has started a Woods Wednesday program where they're going out and essentially using a outdoor classroom that they're working on. And there'll be a volunteer day this Friday where some community members are coming in and helping to bring the outdoor classroom, some light and clean out some sticks and brush and set that up for them. Yeah, it's things are flowing along nicely. We're trying to set up our individual plans with the new academic support team. We're very excited about that through the district office. This week finishes up the benchmark window for the district for the supervisor unit. So we're finishing up all of our beginning of the year foundational testing, so we know where kids are starting and what supports need to be brought in. So people are excited about that. We expect our new academic support team to be on hand next week, getting to work. So it's been a good year so far. It's been a good start, really smooth. The new busing system with the Brattleboro bus run is working very well, smooth. So, yeah, it's been good.
You make anything for Matthew?
Fantastic.
Matt, not something, I don't need an answer now.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Check with Marco and make sure that the solar thing is we're still getting our credits.
Sure.
Because we're supposed to get a portion of the credits for all the municipal sites. And we had a real issue trying to put that together. Because Chip wound up having to set up the spreadsheets and stuff and was working with Marco, but I kind of lost track of it. We used to get reports occasionally, like how much everything was generating.
Sure. I'll give him a call.
Cool. Anybody else? Anything new before we go to Tammy? You're on.
All right, I just, we have, in planning, we've got a field trip coming up, and this might be more of a bigger conversation when Bill's around. We've used West River for transportation for field trips, but I just wondered if I should still continue in the path that we have in the past, or as far as transportation goes, explore other avenues.
So, my opinion would be, we own a bus, we own two of them in Dover, which is part of the district. We have people who are licensed to drive them. Would it be cheaper for us to just do our own thing? Or is it cheaper to have West River at their rates? And, you know, I know they have a mileage rate and an hourly rate for field trips. The only thing that you would have to work out with Matt is, you know, is the bus gonna be back in time, is it gonna be needed? But I would think if we could run our own bus, that it's gotta be cheaper. And I would recommend that you two just figure it out. I mean, I actually hope that the Dover came off the bus, and I hope it says River Valley's Unified School District on it.
Does it?
No.
No, and it shouldn't. The buildings don't say
He got
that
you with
on
the
it.
head shake.
And don't do that, Matt. We'll have to figure that out later. But I mean, does anybody on the board disagree? If they can work it out, I mean, it's one district, so it's.
Yeah, as long as
Okay.
they
I
didn't
mean,
interfere
is
with
there
scheduling, I
some-
would disagree with that.
Is this just like, this is the first time it's come up, or is there some other, okay.
The other thing too, just because, and you know, Matt, and you to consider is, you know, if they're gonna be out of the building more, you might have to bring some extra help in. So if you have a janitor who's got a few extra hours and isn't full, maybe they can go to Dover and work with the janitor for a little bit to kind of cover some of the time. But you guys work it out. I mean, you have a budget. You probably kept your budget the same, so
did.
you have the transportation budget, but it doesn't mean we have to spend it.
Well, we'll work it out and see if the timing and all of that works out with the morning and the afternoon drop-offs and.
We have a lot more flexibility this year with not running the Brattleboro run, just in
Right.
terms of equipment and drivers, so.
Yeah, so if you have it, I mean, then let's utilize it. And, you know, it'd be a little bit nicer maybe for them because it'll be on, you know, their bus instead of West River's bus. Don't you have a field trip planned together too?
We do.
Wednesday.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah, tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Oh, no, Wednesday.
Wednesday,
And so is that with our bus?
yeah.
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 So they'll kind of take the Dover students, come here, get the kids in the
We're
Wardsboro?
meeting them at Dover.
Yeah, because they're going south,
Right.
so.
Cool.
you're gonna-
And hopefully that's again during budget prep time, and hopefully the facilities person will be kind of making some recommendations to us.
The two classes are going together, Carrie.
I know, I knew that. You told us that last year and then during the summer also. So it's an early start, they're going to Sturbridge.
Yeah. No,
So-
I'm just saying that's
Yeah, I
something we
know,
always
I-
bring up, but
Yeah,
seem
I
very
think it's,
passionate about, so.
it is great opportunity for the students to see one another and to do academics together or field trips together. So I am excited about that.
It's just more efficient for transportation too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's just a bonus.
That's just.
That's
Hey, and Matt, we're still asking whoever, well, both of you all, we're still asking whoever's doing the transportation to kind of track the number of students out of our buildings, just so we can see, you know, I mean, that's one of the things that happened when we had tried to, you know, going back to the equity and the money spent. You know, we had one student going to Brattleboro on Laidlaw, and, you know, it was a $60,000 a year contract for one student, and, you know, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So,
So we've done that this year with the secondary bus run.
you're
to
still
Brattleboro.
tracking all that?
Well, we've tracked it and we've reduced a run. I mean, we've saved a whole run to Brattleboro by collaborating with West River and with West River Transportation. So the bus that generally was, you know, not, there weren't a lot of kids that rode that bus. Now there are 20 kids on that bus
Great.
both ways, pretty regularly.
Cool.
So, yeah, it's good.
Okay. Well, I got it. If nobody else has anything.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
I don't see, we don't have any executive session, do we, folks?
We don't.
Okay. So our next meeting, the 25th, is that the last Wednesday?
Oh,
You skipped it to the week after. I think
What?
the 23rd is the.
No, the 25th is WCSU
Oh,
retreat.
which I cannot make.
Cool. It's gonna be a really good meeting.
the Secretary of State is coming to talk about apportionment on that night in Dover. Yes.
Cool. And then September 30th in Dover from 5 to 8 is retreat. Matt, we have a planning session for that next Friday. This Friday,
yeah.
from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick, if you can make that.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Friday, 1 to 2 at Dover School.
Okay.
We're gonna
Yeah, that'd be
kind of put the agenda together. So Rick and I are gonna meet with the administration and central office staff to come up with an agenda. So if there's anything you guys specifically want to see, like your vision thing, or your, I'm sorry, not your vision, your equity thing, let us know and we'll make sure that that goes on. So this was the meeting, we kind of had the future planning. One of the things I have in my notes is Rick had talked about, more opportunity for secondary students. Because a lot of students are filling out, getting all their work done by the time they get into as a senior, and they have to take 1 or 2 classes, and there's not a lot of other stuff going on. Is there a way to fill that better? And I know we had that. We've talked about budgeting in the future and where we see ourselves in 5 and 10 years. And then whatever else anybody.
We have policies too, right? We still haven't really.
No, I think
looked at-
policies
we
were.
gotta-
I
we gotta
thought.
try to do those
Hey
five at a
Matt,
time.
Yeah.
I had asked for and I got the wrong thing. What I was looking for, and I think we can just do it at a regular meeting. Take the policies that we had in Dover,
Yeah.
and Tammy, if you could take the policies you had in Wardsboro, and any ones that aren't. I mean, I asked for that and I got a list of all the recommended policies. That's not what I wanted. I wanted a list of what policies Dover had and what ones. And then compare that to the policies that we have for River Valleys. And any ones we don't have, then I'd like to just have that package put together.
So we have those 3 groups here.
Okay.
And Bill is aware of them and is working on having his staff do that cross analysis to see which ones are in the approved river valleys, which ones were in Dover, which ones were in Wardsboro. And then the 3 of us will get together and tag the ones that we think are really important.
Yeah,
that
but
maybe are not.
I want for the board to have every policy that Wardsboro had and that Dover had that don't exist anymore because we're River Valleys.
Yeah, that's what we have.
Okay,
That's what we
I don't need, we don't need somebody to go through and tell us which ones they think are important. We'll ask your opinion on that later, but just let the board see it also, so that, that way there's not a policy that we don't get to see that both schools had, because, somebody didn't think it was, I think that's definitely in the board's purview is policies. It's one of the only things we get to do.
Yeah.
Policies and go to meetings.
Pass that on to them.
What?
So the next board meeting is the 30th.
Right, 5 to 8 in Dover. And then we'll be back to regular schedule. The first Monday in Wardsboro and the third Monday in Dover. Something else to think about, guys, too. I kept thinking about this on the ride over. Now we gotta have our budget ready so early because we wanna meet in February at our annual meeting. I wonder if we can change our annual meeting and have it in April. Is there any reason that we have to do it in February?
So if it went down in April,
You
still have
have it
time.
again in May. 30 days, do it the 1st of April. That way town meeting's over. That way the legislature may have some clue what's going on in legislature.
no.
Are you talking for
Well, we'll have a
next
better
year?
clue.
No, this coming year, we have to do it in February.
It's
But for
directional.
future.
In the future, is that something we should consider? Because, we had it at town meeting day, so we were okay. Now we gotta be a whole month earlier to put everything
Yeah.
together. Would we be in better shape? Because the staff will have had a couple months to, so right now, they're gonna start preparing a budget for us after being in school less than a month.
Exactly.
So this way, they could prepare a budget for us, if we were to do it April 1st, we'd have to warn it March 1st.
Maybe not April 1st.
Well,
It
yeah,
just feels wrong.
but, the beginning of April.
You could do it a day, the first Tuesday in April, and sometimes it might be the first.
Sure.
Unless it's, how do elections go? It's the first Tuesday followed by a Monday. So you can never, if the first is, November 1st is a Tuesday, you can't have an election that day. It has to go to the following week. I don't know. Think about that too,
Would
folks.
April be okay for you guys? Does it seem like there would be any problems with that?
Well, I'm also thinking it offsets West River too, so that we're not fighting for attention with West River.
But I mean, I would think about that, just how that workflow shifts if we do that for you all.
If you switch from February, is
Yeah,
that
to
the
April.
proposal to April? And the benefit is more time to plan earlier in the year, is that the?
Well, to not have to be so rushed, not have to compete with West River, not have to compete with Wyndham Central.
You're not saying for this budget
No,
season?
no, we're set for this year, and maybe not next year, but as a part of the future planning, would that make more sense? Because right now, we gotta have a February meeting, we gotta warn it in January, the budget's gotta have to be done by December, so in October, November, you're doing a budget when you haven't even been in school 2 months. Legislature hasn't even met yet, so we don't know what their plans are. You know, I heard there's Act 88 coming along the lines, which says that, every town has to kick in an extra $1 million to Montpelier.
Do you know what is coming? The waiting study.
No,
It
after
really
5
is.
years.
It really is. It really
But
is.
anyways, so it would help put it off.
Yeah.
I mean,
How would that go with contracts? When are contracts due as far as
April 15th, around the middle of April.
middle of April? Okay, and they have to be back to you by
May 15th.
May 15th. I'm just trying to think of how
Yeah.
that's one of the things that.
No, I mean,
shifts the
it's
situation.
like I said, it's not a decision we're gonna make now, but maybe that's something that we can talk about for planning and maybe it's not April, maybe it's the middle of March.
March 15th.
Yeah.
something like that.
But
Or
just,
the second
I
March
feel like we're
preceding
jamming
that.
things in and we're competing for mom and dad's attention. Because
Sure.
the business managers, the West River District's a lot bigger and they got Leland and Gray they gotta worry about and.
Doing it this early, we don't even really necessarily know what the WCSU budget is going to be
Right.
either.
We
you
won't
know
be
what I mean?
voting on
Which
that
is
till December.
Which that's a very big chunk of the money that we spend.
Exactly.
So to know nothing about that or where it's gonna land,
Yeah.
when we're making our decisions based on that.
I think it's good thinking.
Fiscally
You know,
responsible.
Rich?
I know I shouldn't be allowed to drive by myself. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to get.
financials too, though, I'm not sure.
Oh, we have to sign them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just have a few things for you to go over.
Is it one big thing?
That's exciting.
Oh no, this is
Holy cow.
yeah, no, this is all
School's in
just-
session, huh?
Is that pay orders?
Yeah.
Do I need to record that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's 8 pages. $253,000, guys.
Barry, why don't you sit there and review them and
Uh-huh.
we can sign them. We'll come back in an hour and a half.
Sure. Go get some dinner.
You know what, guys? Barry and I are allowed to sign them, so if we want to call the meeting, we can, and we'll just make Barry stay here and sign. It'll be his turn.
That's why he wore the Superman shirt.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but they're not like they used to be. They're not really tiny lines anymore. They're pretty good
Is
sized
there a way
lines.
to break those down?
Hey, Tammy, do me a favor. Can you just 2-sided copies of this and make like 3 so the board can just look at them? And then,
Is there anything else besides that one?
no, because the rest are all the backup for those.
If you make one for me, I'll.
Well,
So make 4 copies.
I think that's just a check register.
I was 10 minutes late. Did anyone take a note?
I did.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those are all the backups for the.
Night.
Good night.
Wow, we spent $1,500 to repair a drinking fountain. Yeah. We had Beck Engineering engineer a water system for $541.25. Black River Produce, we spent a total of $405 with them. Brattleboro Roofing and Sheet Metal did a roof inspection leak repair for $704.
That's it? Good. What roof was
Lindsay Brown Russo got fingerprint required. We had to pay for that. Classroom supplies, storage boxes, and tuition reimbursement. A lot of supplies. A bad case of tattle, Connect 4 game, kindergarten diplomas, pencils, wooden stacking board, Summer Institute, roll of Forever stamps, chart of paper, pencils, grade K classroom pirate hats. Oh, isn't it Speak Like a Pirate Day soon?
Yeah. 19?
Sorry.
Happy birthday pencils, classroom pirate rings, cap erasers, daily language post-it, batteries, composition books, teacher welcome back lunch.
Here's the original.
Here, Barry, that's all yours. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Yeah, so everything on that register, Barry, is here. Yeah. Yeah, ours are two-sided, yours.
Will it be okay if I scan this and append it to the
General, it's hard to.
document?
No, just do the number. We don't need to.
Do we wanna just go like down the
It'll
list?
save you money.
Like, just read them off? And have the, like, double check, just read them off?
Well, I
and
tell
then
you
make
what,
sure
the
you-
check register is much better than this thing. Yeah, because the check register actually tells you the description.
Well, we get
So
the
there's-
check register and the.
Do you want me to make copies of that one too?
Mm, no, so basically there's a bunch of supplies, yoga mats. There's asbestos removal service from Catamount Environmental for $200. Fire extinguisher maintenance from Code 3 for $500. D&K Painting LLC scraping, priming, and painting for $2,800.
Let's just go through them. Or do you wanna just sign it?
I mean, we can go through it. How do you want to go through it?
The way to go
just- we
through it
just-
is to go through,
we'll
look at
just
the
have the-
entry and then look at the receipt.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this actually, this lists it. So like on page 1 of this, it
Yeah.
says Aflac remittance. It shows, it doesn't have an act, but the next one, 1054, is Al Jefferson Sons,
Yeah.
Inc. It says repair drinking fountain, 1588.20.
Yeah,
So this one doesn't tell you what it's for. It just says there's a check for Al Jefferson.
yeah,
If you want to see it, then he's got the backup right here.
yeah,
That has Al Jeffers' bill, but I know it was for
Yeah.
repairing of the drinking fountain.
yeah.
And then there's a whole bunch of business. All these business card services were all stuff that was ordered by classrooms and schools. Supplies that they use the credit card for. So I mean, this just says it tells you what it is. Would you rather Tammy copy this for you then?
So what I would like to do is dispatch with this task as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay,
So
so
I'm wondering
Why don't you
if
look
we-
through and see if there's anything questionable, you can ask
See if
Barry.
anything looks like it's.
Look it up.
You know what? Let's ask
Same
Tammy.
copies of this one?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Make them two-sided and make
Okay.
make 4 of them.
I mean, I would never question an expense. I would just make sure the amounts were matched.
What is Quill Corporation again?
Quill is like office supplies. It could be paper, copy paper usually.
Let's go connection.
Yeah, that was the
Where's
first one that
that?
popped out at me.
This stuff here, I mean, it's like 1,000.
Yeah, one of them's 4,200.
Oh, that could be-
4,200.
So look in there. But Gov Connection, Matt, is that
Technology, it's got
right?
computers.
Is that the
It's a-
software?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Hardware
connecting
stuff.
and
It's
yeah.
Hardware.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So just a hardware vendor.
The other one is better. The other one will say it has a better description. So
Page 7.
Will it suffice for me to just record the total?
yeah, that's all I said. That's
Who's doing cybersecurity for our website?
Google Comcast.
And
Epson,
the
yeah, so it's
SEO.
printer, that's-
okay. So whoever asked about that thing is Barry's got the bills here.
Assume that would fall
Yeah, so look up connections, you know, like projector wall mount,
Okay.
short throw projector,
Um,
Chromecast, acoustic headphones, Chromebook.
Do we have backups?
There's a million things here. You can go through every last one of these lines here.
You can run a backup, create a backup site, but
So if we got ransomed, what would we lose?
2 hours of labor to recreate the
Okay.
website. There's no sensitive data on, I mean, there's no like personal confidential data on the website.
The Top Shop replacement of counter.
So Carrie, look at, yeah,
Installation.
don't look at that first one we got, look at the second one.
I'm looking at the second one.
Yeah,
What is that?
what's
Is that
that?
in Wardsboro or is that in Dover or
I didn't hear what you asked.
was it in
What
Wardsboro,
page?
Dover? Well, it's page 7
Okay, so
on
it's,
the vendor, and then on the special cheat sheet here, it just talks about countertops and installation. Top Shop Inc. I'm just wondering.
Top Shop.
so down, should be down towards the bottom.
Yes.
Countertops and installation, 3330. Do you guys know Top Shop Inc. off the top of your head?
Do I know what about them?
Who had countertops installed?
So we had a remodeling project in Dover in the bathrooms, and that reflects the countertops, and the water fountain repair is actually the full plumbing for all that project as well. It's a little bit more than just a water. There were a couple of water fountains that were repaired, but it also included doing all the plumbing for that
Well, you
project.
did good, because I went to a class in Bennington.
Yeah.
And they were talking that some of these water fountains, because of the testing and the lead and
Lead.
copper stuff,
Yeah.
that they're looking at like $1,500 per water fountain.
Yeah, and we will, I'm assuming we will also be looking at that moving forward with our fountain replacements and repairs and stuff.
But there is money available from the state for that too.
Are there some grants or, yeah, that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, Carrie,
If not, thank you.
good?
Very good.
Again, this really drives me up a wall, and just as a, for our one legislator, you make Act 46, you make it so that we can do everything put together.
Are you-
Not you specific.
I'd like to go sit in the audience if you're gonna be.
No, but yet we still have to report by school, and
Yeah.
they should cut that.
Well, we just put in a request to do it. We'll just, we just try and, although, I think it's probably pretty hard to get much changes right now with.
Yeah, no, I know.
AOE's
but-
pretty understaffed. Yeah.
Can I ask one other question?
Yeah.
Roofing inspection leak. Who had the leaky roof?
Dover,
Oh, okay.
leak in the roof.
The big roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why you're using Brattleboro Roofing Sheet Metal, because they're one of the only people that does rubber. Yeah, they do the membranes.
And occasionally, we'll get a leak and then we'll call them up to fix it.
When was the last time you had a leak?
Not recently. We had a leak in the winter. They had some, and actually, they came up and took care of it.
We wrote the check on 9/16, so.
Yeah.
Inspection.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that leak was over the summer, I think.
I think all the checks
This
are.
summer, we had a leak in the winter.
In the winter, yeah.
And then, did we have one prior to that, since you've been here?
We haven't had any major catastrophic leaks. We've had a few trickles or where snow backs up and it, eventually finds a way through, but nothing major.
It's my understanding that eventually it just kind of all.
Yeah, he's
The rubber stuff.
They have these, because he's the engineer that put the system in. Tammy, what is Matt actually has a title of it.
Matt tests the water, and he was the engineer that designed the system, which is a very complicated system.
That you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, but so this is why we hired a facilities person to test the water.
He's not licensed, though. I think he's in the process of getting licensed, but there
But
is.
I thought.
But if he's not licensed, he can't.
No, he can work under somebody who has a license, and then I thought that's what we were doing. So we're still gonna pay our Dover's gonna pay somebody for the rest, for another year, and Wardsworth's gonna pay somebody to do something that we're paying central office for too?
We would have to ask Bill. I don't know what the plan is for the schedule for licensing, Chris, or
Well, it's 3 years.
it takes 3 years to license.
Yeah,
I don't know.
2 years, I'm sorry, 2 or 3, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an easy process.
No, but I thought central office was gonna hire a person to work with him that would then become the licensed operator of all our systems.
I have not heard of that plan yet.
Well, I'll take that up with,
Oh, Bill.
okay.
I've got no questions. So, 3 people have no questions, we can sign it.
Okay, somebody make a motion to approve the pay warrants in the amount of $253,702.67.
So moved.
Laura moved, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Anybody opposed? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
No, just sign, it should be on the back of that one. So, we just need everybody to sign this and we'll get out of our, sign in black. Red's a bad color when you're doing financials.
That's true.
There you go, Laura.
Laura.
Oh, we're all signing this?
Well, you all made a motion, you all voted. Okay, so I gotta
We'll all hang together.
We either hang apart or we hang together.
That's right. I'd much rather
good
not
on
do that
this, too.
solitary.
Very true.
Where's the original bit? Yeah, but she gave it back. I just don't know what I did with it. Here. It's gotta be here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you guys. Right here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No, it's too slow.
Let's get started, we're a little late. No, because we just got a third member.
That's fine.
He showed up right before you did, so we couldn't really open anyway. You all set, VCTV?
Yep.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I think we're going to be able to get through our meeting fairly efficiently, so we'll still be on time for our 6:30 start with our department heads. Additions to the agenda, I have one, kind of two, under accept resignations for solid waste committee and WSWMD. I also need to add the recreation board. That's Emily Vergobi. She's moving out of town at some point soon, so she's resigning from all 3 of those boards, and adding an appointment to the recreation board to fill that slot as well.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to add those couple items. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? You have on here to add a delegate to the VLCT town meeting. Didn't we already do that in that, Sandy?
Yeah, and she can't do it. So you need to appoint somebody.
You need to be there for that, though, correct?
Correct.
So October 2nd, how does everybody's calendar look? That is a weekday?
Wednesday, isn't
I believe it's a Wednesday. It is also for, it's a budget workshop day.
Stratton, is that where it is?
No, it is in, Is it in Killing? Here, you
Yeah,
got
right here.
you got your thing right here, bud. Somewhere in there.
I
Right there.
partially listening, I'm sorry, what are we?
Town Fair, which starts October 2nd, which is a Wednesday. We should have a delegate at that for the VLCT part. It is in Killington on October 2nd.
It's in Killington?
Yes.
I'm in Burlington on Monday night, so I could not do that.
Okay.
I might run up there if we need somebody.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So, what is today? We're too late for the early bird, but we can get you registered at the regular rate. Or do they need, does he have to register if he's a VLCT
If
delegate?
you're just going to that meeting, it's free.
Okay.
To the annual meeting. If you wanted to go to the whole thing,
Sorry,
then
no, I
that's
tear your stuff
a
apart.
charge, but just the meeting is free.
I'll just run up and vote.
Correct.
Okay.
Just need to know.
So, I'm gonna make a motion to add that to the agenda, that appointment.
So moved.
Well, it's already on
On
there,
there?
designated.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
you need- I was hoping for a person, so that's good.
Gotcha, okay. Sorry, I said add, also add. Confusing me. All right, good. So we're done. Chair's remarks. I won't steal your thunder, but Michelle's got some good news for us on the grant front from some of the work that she's been doing as of lately. Open public comments, agenda items only. Got anything?
Non-agenda.
Okay.
Hi, public.
Guests. We don't have any guests tonight. I did all those. And Chris is, have you done those? Okay.
Go that way then.
And Jean's done, so they can all go to Michelle. Department committee reports, we have none. Approval of meeting minutes of August 27th.
Probably Jeff would like his names back.
Oh, did I do it again?
Yeah, a couple places, and then one place was right.
I tend to change it every time I type.
Yeah,
on.
I think towards the end it got right.
I like it with a Y on the end.
Everybody does it.
So,
Thanks,
that
Gene.
was all.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve as corrected.
So moved.
Needs-
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. See, without Sandy here, it really screws our voting up. She's always right on top of the motions and the seconds.
We'll have to pick it up.
So, moved and seconded to accept the regular meeting minutes from August 27th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And we're good to go. Bills and warrants, please.
Alrighty. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 7T, accounts payable, $65,878.27. 34S payroll, $9,163.35. 35S payroll, $10,436.05. 36S payroll, $7,164.51. And ratify 6T accounts payable, $9,112.69.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Accept the resignation of Emily Vergobi Hool from the Solid Waste Committee, WSWMD, and Recreation Board.
I move that we accept the resignation of Emily Vergobi-Wool from the Solid Waste Committee and WSWMD and the Recreation Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept Emily's resignation from all three of those committees. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. What we added was the appointment of Jason O'Brien to fill Emily's spot on the Recreation Board. entertain a motion for that acceptance.
I move that we appoint Jason O'Brien to the Recreation Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Jason O'Brien on the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Approval of the RFP for audit services this year. So we're, as agreed, we try to put this out on a regular basis to see what we can get as far as pricing and quality back from our audit service people. Had a rough go of it this year with them, getting them to be here and talk to us because everybody's had family issues and medical issues and all that kind of thing that's kept them from kind of doing their job for us. So, anybody have any questions on that RFP?
Is this pretty much the same as it's been?
It's exactly the same. The only thing I updated was numbers, the budget amounts and employees.
Yeah.
All I'm planning is 7.
Planning is 7.
Good.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the RFP if everybody's happy with it.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the RFP as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Designation of the VLCT delegate for October 2nd.
I move that we appoint Jeff Dunkley as our VLCT delegate.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept Jeff Dunkley as our VLCT delegate for the October 2nd vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Do we need to go into executive session for your contract, or are we good with that at this point? We just need to sign it?
The contract was already approved, but the
Correct.
Schedule B for the job description was changed.
Okay.
So that's what I just added, the Schedule B. So no, you wouldn't go into executive session.
Okay. So everybody got the job description in their email a couple days ago. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns about that job description that ties to that contract?
So, I don't know, this is how it printed and it was like horrible to read. But everything that's underlined, does that just mean, what does that mean? It's not crossed out.
What are you looking for?
I don't know why this came out that bad.
Like, I don't either.
You can get an agenda packet.
This is, it's, well, the track changes is
It's
on.
upstairs.
This is track changes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you turn this
No,
off,
she's
it
there
goes away.
looking at stuff.
I have no idea about that. I hit download and I hit print and I don't do anything.
So.
You wanna look at this one that I have?
Oh, this is, if it's underlined, it's added. It's,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
some of them, so essentially, this is the format of all the other job descriptions, just so that you know what each thing means, and here, I'll show you the
Okay.
final, so that you can see it. So I moved, and I moved certain things around, so when you see this, you're just showing all underlined, this part
Also
on
two
the
side, like all of that.
Yeah, so that was removed from back here, it's deleted.
Oh,
I think, and I moved it to where it
Oh, okay.
made sense in the real one, so here, if you wanna look at this one.
It's like, oh, looking at this last night, going, oh, please, help me. Oh, wow, this is so much nicer.
I don't, but yeah, Jess did that too.
Which
I
has,
don't know why.
like, I mean, pretty much it's taken from the
previous job description, it's just.
Yes, in that email, I really just put in what was changed.
Yeah.
I mean, there were certain things that were moved, and what
Right.
was moved, I moved what, from the one I talked about before.
Okay.
Jeff added one bullet, which I believe is number.
And I know this isn't all of the things.
Well, this is important for workman's comp information, for workman's comp reasons, and reasonable adjustments that we have to make. So that's what it is.
So that should be in even library job descriptions, which were done like that at one time, but I don't know where they went.
Good enough.
I will see if I can.
When they hired-
A bunch,
Yeah, they had hired someone to do all that one time. and
I have a
don't know
bunch
where
of
it
them, but I don't have them all electronically. So I will see if I can find them on the
Pay dog, I guess.
And knock you down to 3 cents an hour from
Okay,
4.
I don't think we had really any, as much as I could get through.
That's good in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, there was some, like a little bit of verbiage here
If you
and
could,
there. The
that'd be
only
great.
added bullet is R, this one, R, improved town
Okay,
operations
yeah.
administration. That's the only, that is the biggest thing that just changed. And that's just like, change this word.
Okay, that would be the.
Yeah, it was smaller.
Okay. Alrighty then.
So you should probably take a vote on approving the contract again, just because Schedule B has changed since we approved it the first time.
This
That
is
would make
Schedule B
me feel
is the
better.
job description?
Yes, within the contract, it's mentioned as Schedule B
Oh,
throughout the
okay.
contract. So I'd like to re-clarify that we're accepting the contract as written with the schedules as written. Please and thank you.
So we have a finalized Schedule B?
Yes.
That's what you might want to approve that first, just to approve the job description first. You can vote on that. Because we'll be doing this for every department too, going forward. So this department will be done. And all the other departments will go through the same thing to approve the job description.
That's what I just said. Approve the contract and the Schedule
But that
B,
first,
which is the
you
job
want that
description.
first.
I want this separate, the job
Separate.
description separate, and then the contract as a whole.
Okay, I don't care. Do whatever you want.
She says.
It makes no difference.
That's what I would like.
It accomplishes the same task one way or the other.
It's the legal procedure, I'm sure. I move that we accept the job description of the town administrator.
Second.
Moved
That's
it.
perfect.
Moved and seconded to accept the job description of the town administrator. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So let's make a motion to accept the contract once more with the approved new Schedule B. Please.
Move that we accept the contract of employment with the town administrator with the Schedule B as approved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the contract of the town administrator with the approved Schedule B job description. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Was my signature on it? This is.
One of mine, too. Okay, so we're good there.
12 months.
I know that.
We will try to print this statement or get it printed.
I'll put a PDF, so it won't change when you do it.
Okay.
I'll set it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm stalling a little bit because Mary Lynn told me that she had a public participation for a non-agenda
I'll
item.
give it to you.
But,
Nutella, you ready?
huh?
Want me to tell you ready?
Yes, if you can. I know she just got paged out or something, but she came here to speak, so I want to let her have the opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad that's done.
Me too. Well, let's move on to correspondence and town admin report, so we don't hold our department heads up, because we're supposed to start that in 5 minutes.
Okay, I did give everybody a copy of the org chart, and is everybody good with that? Looks good. This is good to go? Okay. Okay, that's done. I did want to give a thank you to Chad Mulverhill for changing the flag on the Route 142 monument, which I just recently found out was ours. Never had a flag up, thanks to Sandy. And a thank you to Josh for going out and trimming the grass around it, because I guess that we used to do that too, and I could not get that flag pulled down without tools, and Chad was nice enough to jump in and take care of that for me. Some really good news, we received 2 grants in the last couple of weeks for the recreation area. One is a special and urgent needs grant from the Vermont Community Foundation for $1,500, and a recreation facilities grant from the state for another $5,000 for improvements at the recreation area. And the recreation facilities grant was only made possible because we did include $2,000 toward matching funds for grants. So most of that's going to do bathroom area improvements and fixing the door on the pool house. Passive, our insurance provider, is seeking board member combinations. They have 2 openings on the board. So if you know of anybody that is interested, or you're interested in that, it's 8 to 10 meetings per year up in Burlington, I think. And it's right around the corner. Might be Montpelier, I'm not sure. So that I can give more information. There is a stipend with that each meeting, and travel and reimbursement. So it would cost the town anything. And the hazard mitigation plan has passed through review by the state Vermont Emergency Management, and they are now sending it straight to FEMA. So another thank you to Alyssa Sabetta from Woodland Regional Commission for helping us get to this point. And now we just wait to hear from FEMA to make sure that that is one other big report done. So that's
We'll go back to you. Sorry, I knew you wanted to speak, so I skipped ahead, and now I'll go back to you. Public participation, non-agenda items.
I can be ignored, it's okay. I just wanted to remind everybody that this is POW MIA week. I did not set up the display this year. So, but I just wanted to let everybody know that. Mainly because I didn't feel there was room up there to put it. Kind of crowded up there in the lobby. So I did not ask permission or put it up.
We could have made it happen if you did. Trust me.
Yeah, we absolutely.
Yeah, never be afraid to ask for something like that. I'll come in here and move stuff myself if we need to for something like that. Okay. Any other non-agenda items, public participation? Seeing none, we are pretty much done with the regular select board meeting. Next regular select board meeting is October 1st. The budget workshop is October 2nd. Again, I will stay fairly conscious with the agenda for the select board meetings, and if we can consolidate throughout the budget season, we absolutely will, because we all spend a heck of a lot of time here through the fall and winter doing budgets, so we will do our best to consolidate when we can, like we did today. So, who's our first budget person?
Did you adjourn the meeting?
Yes, we are adjourned.
Hey, Emily.
All right, so 7 o'clock. I will do it. We can call the meeting to order. Do we have, before we get started, just for the camera and also for our 2 new board members, is it, how do you, it's Trey, right? It is. It was longer on the name tag, and I apologize for not even remembering.
Trey.
Trainer?
Yes.
You go by Trey?
Yeah.
Okay, and Trey Krieger and Abby Hazelton are our student board members, and we'll talk a little bit about how they got here under, new business probably, or old business. That's an addition and correction, which we'll get to. But let's just introduce ourselves. Go ahead, Leanne, start, and we'll go around the room here for the public and the camera, and the new board members.
Leanne Gilson, I'm from Brookline.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member. Boston, Townsend.
Trish Scott, at-large member.
Bill Anton, superintendent.
Joe Winrick from Townsend.
Emily Long, Newfane. Lindsay Bertram, Newfane.
Drew Hazelton, Jamaica.
Abby Hazelton.
Craig Rigo, Newfane.
Bob Teagle, Elementary Grade Principal.
Lori Garland, Central Office.
Craig Roach, Townsend Elementary Principal.
Scotty Zbochnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal.
All right, thank you. So do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda?
No, maybe during correspondence, I'll add something for the next meeting.
Okay.
Under old business, you wanted to say.
Yeah, I want to add student process under old business, just 2 minutes, so that Bob can talk about how this all happened. I mean,
Oh, no, I just wanted to add something.
Yeah.
To the committee assignments, I just wanted to talk about potentially a budget committee, and then also I have a document I just want to talk about with budget development and execution.
do you want the budget development and execution under the committee piece, or under like new business as we talk about how we're going to do the budget?
Sure, there.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Al?
Winter activities. Like to discuss winter activities?
In what context?
Just kind of heard through the grapevine that we may have a shortfall. Just wanted to explore options.
Okay, so we probably need to task somebody with something there and get a report back. It's not a big discussion. Let's put that under administration assignments for the next meeting. Okay, anything else? Alrighty. So the first, we agreed at our retreat to go through to create board norms and just go through them at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the norms that we agreed at the retreat that we would conduct our meetings on. We're going to maintain our focus, which means we're going to try and stick to the agenda and stay on time. We're going to also, we have at the bottom of the agenda our vision statement, and also at the top of the norms. That's our focus, folks. We need to communicate respectfully, listen, and cultivate opportunity for everyone to participate. We need to be present, and we're doing a good job. We're almost all here, and hopefully prepared. To keep the board productive and effective, once we've made a decision, we agreed to move forward as a board on that decision. And we're going to respect the agenda. We'll try and stay on topic, start and end on time, which I will really try to do. And we'll also be flexible to allow, especially members of the public who want to be on the agenda, time. So that's it. We'll do this at the beginning of every meeting just to keep them fresh. And I think, Leanne, you're the only one who, and they're on the back of your name tag. So they're in front of you at the whole meeting. And if for some reason you feel like those norms aren't being observed, it's the responsibility of everybody here on the board to budget on the norm. I mean, if I'm not, say something. If somebody's not, say something. That's how we're gonna get ourselves to ingrain these things. Okay? All right. Members of the public, if you're here for a specific item on the agenda, we'd ask you to wait until then. If there's something else that's on your mind, like you, Rick, Now's your time.
Yeah. Two very simple related questions. First one is how many tuition-free students are currently enrolled? And the second one was, now that the school year has begun, will somebody be able to just pick up and change their mind in the middle of the school year and say, I want to move to another school? Well, you have to take them tuition-free. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the first question is for three sixth graders and one kindergartner.
Let me just double check that. Did that other sixth grade student come?
The other one. There were, I believe we have one from Putney and a couple from Wyndham.
So we have 5 total.
Okay, so we have 4 sixth grade students and 1 kindergartner.
Yes.
Okay, that's changed since I got my answer yesterday.
That is correct.
And the second question, the answer is the choice process has run its course. So any new choice, this choice into our district or even within the district, would be subject to the review of the superintendent and at his discretion.
The language that we have in the procedure is school changes mid-year will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Parents apply through the WCSU central office. Final decision made by superintendent.
But this would apply to students from outside.
Yes.
Wishing to come tuition-free.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Anybody else with a question not on the agenda? Okay. Any correspondence at all, folks?
Emily said she was.
Oh, yeah, you have.
I did. I was just, I didn't want to add anything to the agenda, but there was a member of the town of Newfane who got a hold of Ken and I, and he unfortunately didn't get to see his email before, so because it happened just late today, with a person who was interested in coming to the meeting tonight because there was an item on the agenda that wasn't on the agenda that she thought was going to be discussed. I checked in with Joe, found out it wasn't going to be discussed tonight, so that was fine. But the second part of her request was, will there be childcare? And I would like to formally ask, this, I'm speaking, paraphrasing what she asked me, us, Ken and I would like to see it at every meeting. So I think that's a great question. I think it's a great request. We've had it before. I think given the fact that we don't always have heavily attended meetings, I don't know how we're going to go about it, but I'd love to ask for it to be on the agenda for the future and see what we can do to make it easier for our residents in these 5 towns to come to our meetings.
Okay.
So if you want to put that under number 8, we can make that into a task.
I was going to say we can put that on a future agenda for sure. Okay. I have a bunch of correspondence, but it's actually down under new business. It's just letters. I have the resignation letter. I have some letters of interest for the position that's being vacated by Christina, but we can handle that under new business. Okay, so old business. You should have the board values, right? You sent those. Okay, there's a stapled packet in front of you. There's copies in front of everybody. The top sheet is some additional work that I had asked Jen to do after looking at the board values that we had written down and revised and gone through with, pre-K to 5, middle school, and high school. I said there's a lot, like every one of them starts with high quality instruction. Can we take a look at what would happen if we pulled that out and had just board values and then put the separate things that applied only to certain areas? Like, we probably don't, we may not have some things in middle school that we have in high school or high school and middle school. They may not all translate, but there were a lot of them such as, high quality instruction, effective communication, listening and responding to stakeholders, safe environments, access to healthy local food. Those were in every single place. So that top sheet is additional work. That's not necessarily, there's no change in there's just a change in the organization, and it's really just for you to think about, and we could discuss maybe moving in that direction at some point. The other 3 sheets are the values that we actually came up with and wrote down the revised values, and if those look okay to folks, we'll get, these kind of posters that we have behind us revised so that we have those values available to us at all times when we're doing this kind of work. Yes. Oh, sorry, Bob.
That's the question. So do these replace these, or are these in addition to these?
These replace those.
Replace those, okay.
Yeah.
So things that were on this list but are not on this list.
Such as?
Well, there's some specifics at the high school level, AP, Journey East,
Yeah.
things like that. Those are not on the, unless you interpret it through another way. New and different experiences. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where those things stand as far as the value goes.
We didn't take anything off of that list. We just sort of consolidated it down. AP fits in sort of the, AP fits in a bunch of them. It kind of crosses a bunch of it to, individual growth academically. Some students are ready for AP earlier, later, whatever, let them go as far as they can possibly go. The opportunities that provide options as well as new and different experiences, that's all the travel, not just Journey East, but, any.
We haven't devalued any of those things.
No.
We just rephrased it and categorized it into broader.
We were trying to rephrase it and make slightly broader buckets, but, we're not losing sight of any of the things that we liked up there. Yes.
Sort of following up on that comment, I don't know when we're looking to read through this and give our thumbs up that yes, we're ready to put that on there, but I haven't had time to go through this, and I'm hoping we'll have time. Plus,
go through
these lists, and that just prompted me to think, because I wasn't thinking about, the eliminating the other values and readopting these. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be fine with doing that. I just want to take the time to make sure that we are reflecting what our values are as a board. And I don't know how to do that if we approve these tonight without.
We don't.
And I'll just say one more thing. Yep. You all are going to get tired of hearing me say it, because I've been saying it forever, but play-based and outdoor education. My first focus on that has always been early childhood or pre-K. And it's not listed there, but it is listed on the other ones, or at least on elementary and middle. If we're going to list it there, it should be listed here.
Agreed. Yeah, good.
And there may be others like that, so I just want to take the time to review.
Yeah, well, that top sheet, no one's seen until now. The bottom sheet is just our work again, but you make a good point. There may be things that we want to miss. The other thing that I can do is have these values sent to everyone again, so that you can do that comparison work between what we started with and where we ended up. And I believe we actually even have images of the sheets that we wrote on and all that work that we did. So I can get that all to you. And we don't have to take action tonight and adopt these values. We did this work at the retreat, and we want to continue with this work so that we can actually publish them. So if we send out the handwritten images as well as the old values and put it on next month's agenda to take a look at it again, does that give the board the time it needs?
Can I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
The process for changing, if I don't know whether the board's going to agree with that or not, but if the board wants to adopt these tonight, which is fine, what's the process for adding or taking away from values down the road if we feel like we've left something out? Did we have that? I don't remember whether we talked about that.
No.
So I think it's a good idea for us to wait.
We set these, and we never talked about changing them until the retreat again, where we said, let's look at them. We've worked with them for a year, and we tried to update, consolidate. So, So I think, we definitely have time to look at the work that we did previously and make sure that this is exactly what we want to say is our values. Ken, was that?
Oh, I'm just referring back up there.
Okay. So, does anybody want anything other than the original values that we developed at our first retreat and our handwritten work to take a look at before the next meeting?
I got one more. Sorry, but if these things are gonna keep coming up to me, I'm gonna keep bringing them up. I'm gonna go back to play-based outdoor education. It's become one term, and outdoor isn't just play-based, or play-based isn't just outdoor. It should be slash. That was always my intention. Play-based / outdoor education as much as we possibly can, especially in pre-K.
Okay.
They're not one thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
We're editing the term. Okay. Anybody else? If you think of something else, let me know. I'll get that material. I'll get those other materials for you quickly, and we'll put another discussion on the agenda next month, and we maybe can come up with what we actually publish. Question?
Yeah, I think you just answered my question. We're going to get the information, then we can go back and edit some of these?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We were going to talk a little bit about the process that got the student board members on.
Yeah, so
Take it away.
I think it was the August meeting. I think it was the August meeting where you guys agreed for us to continue exploring this and getting this up and running. So we started the school year. Joe and Bill came to our opening assembly and talked a little bit about the importance of having students on the board, as well as welcoming our students back. We had put together a process, as I described in the proposal to you guys, an application process, and we collected some applications. I reviewed them, and I had these two students sitting next to me here who both really shone quite brightly as far as not only their interest, but their aptitude for this kind of work. I think we haven't talked formally, but I think they're both interested in working with me outside of the scope of the board meetings to put together a credit experience that they will have on their transcript as well, to talk about you guys behind your back. No, just kidding. To debrief the meetings after and to prepare them for the meetings in advance, talk about school governance, budget process. Maybe we'll have some guest speakers. Who knows? But that's the idea. So these guys both applied, and we talked about the idea there'd be a 2-year term for each person, but obviously we're just starting out. So Trey, as a senior, only has a 1-year term, and Abby is a junior, so she will have a 2-year term, so she'll be with us next year as well. But I want to thank them for their interest in doing this. I want to thank you guys for this possibility for them to be here. And I'll be here to kind of keep bugging folks, but I want to emphasize that we want them to be a legitimate part of the board process to the extent that they can be. When we know that there's statutory stuff around voting and executive sessions, things like that. But I would encourage you guys all to engage them in conversations that are going to be germane to them. I think like a values statement around what the middle school and high school should be. I think it'd be great to hear from these guys at some point about that. We can talk about it behind the scenes, and then they can come back and talk a little bit about it next time. But really encourage their voice to be heard, and really listen, because I think the kids have a lot to say, and these two in particular are very bright and very articulate. So looking forward to having them here.
Thank you. I think we're all looking forward to having them here. The student voice is important, and it's hard to make decisions in a vacuum. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that input, and don't be afraid to speak up.
So one of the things that we've already talked about was the idea of what do you want from them. I was sharing with them the agenda and the administrative reports, and so they said, well, should we be writing a report, and what should be in it? I said, well, we should ask the board what they want before we just make any assumptions. So I don't know if this is the right time to do so, but I think it would be good for you guys to talk about what you are hoping for from them. Whether you're looking for something in writing in advance, or just presence and then dialogue, or some hybrid.
Anybody? I mean, personally, I don't necessarily think they have to come with a written report. Presence and dialogue. If there's something that, you know, they want to have on the agenda, I would expect them to reach out to me, just like any other board member, and say, you know, could we put this on the agenda? Is this appropriate? You know, and work through the process. But, you know, if there's something that, you know, if there's some piece that needs to be brought to the board's attention, or that you feel like you want to bring to the board's attention, you certainly can, but I don't think you need to submit a written report. You know, it's hard enough to come spend 2 hours here and speak up. Well, why make you write too, right? But anyway, what do you guys say? I mean, in the past, we've had students write reports. We've also not had students write reports. You know, and I'm not sure. You know, I think it's just as good if they don't, as long as you come and participate in the dialogue, speak to the issues if you need to. Okay.
Do that.
All right.
What do you guys think? I'll honestly do anything the board needs me to. If I need to report, like my mom and I were talking about this before, if I need to report like some of the sports scores and things like that from the week, I can do that. Whatever you guys need me to do, I can do it without much trouble.
Yeah,
At least I'm not-
Go ahead.
Well, maybe we could sort of play this out. And if you guys want to come with a written report, great. And if you don't, because I don't exam weeks and stuff like that, and I'm not going to have the time for doing that. So if you want to do it, great. Or if we decide that we need a report from you, we should ask for it, but maybe not expect it for every meeting. Because I agree with Joe. It's a lot.
Yeah, and I think the assignment piece too, the way you guys are doing this with assignments for next time, if there's things that you want to hear specifically from the kids on, they will have a month to maybe talk to other students and collect some data and then share some stuff out if you have a specific thing in mind you'd like them to share. I think that would be a good idea too. So.
You already touched on one. I mean, we're gonna go back into values a little bit and publish those. You have that packet. You've got a month or so to take a look at those. You're on the email. I will get you the old as well as the work that we did. And you know, we'd like your input on those.
Definitely. Great.
All right, thank you. New business. Okay, so I actually have the letter of resignation from Christina Robinson explaining that as a boys JV soccer coach, she's required to resign because it's a conflict of interest. We'll get that posted as correspondence, and then I have 3 letters of interest for the seat that she's vacating, which I'll also post. One is from Jennifer Dorta Duque, who you may know from the Jamaica board. One is from Marianne Bouchard, who's a Jamaica resident who's interested in this, and I'll post this. And the third one is from Keegan Eaker. I apologize. Again, expressing interest in the position. I answered all 3 of the letters of interest, basically saying that you know, the procedure going forward for appointing a new board member was that once the resignation was official, we would accept these letters of interest, and that then this board appoints the new board member to serve until March 2020, when Jamaica would elect them for the remainder of the term, in consultation with the Jamaica Select Board. Looking at the timetable, Jamaica Select Board meets October 14th, and I can go meet with them and we'll try and get them all the letters of interest. They can give us their thoughts on the members, and then we'll have all the letters of interest at our board, and we could make the decision then October 21st, which is our next meeting. So, you know, that's sort of the time. I didn't go into that much detail with them about timetable, but I said we would try and be making the decision in our October meeting, barring some change. And then I don't know if we'll get more letters of interest or not, but we have the 3 now. We do need a motion to accept Christina's resignation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Other than thank you and we'll miss you? And the boys JV should go undefeated?
No pressure, no pressure.
No pressure, no pressure.
I can promise that they will. I guarantee it.
Really?
I'm playing with them in some of the games, so I promise we'll be undefeated.
All right, remember, these minutes are recorded and there's a way to hold your feet to the fire on that. Okay.
I want to report on that.
Uh-oh, now you're gonna be writing. Okay, anything else on that one? All right, all in favor of accepting the letter of resignation, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
We will not let you go ever.
I wonder if we refuse to accept her resignation, would it become not official?
I tried that once, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The board member doesn't come back.
I know. Okay, so that's sort of item A and item B, the process for appointing a new board member. I reached out to Jamaica today by email asking them if I could meet with the select board about this on the 12th. I was hoping to have a response so that I could let you guys know that was what was going on, make sure that was what you'd like me to do, board, and see if anybody felt like they wanted to come with me. A Jamaica representative, but they didn't get back to me in time, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. I can email you and let you know what's going on if you want to like bless that mission. And if anybody wants to come, as long as it's not 5 of us, we don't have to warn it at the meeting. 6, sorry. Thank you. Thoughts, folks?
Have at it.
Thank you.
Being we have a vacant seat, it would be 5 now.
No, it's still 6.
No, it's still total of the board.
But if there's a vacant seat,
No, it's still 6.
That's why it's hard when you have
the board
vacant
has to
seats.
fill it.
Yes.
Because it's 10. Still 6.
Okay, so that's the plan. I'll let you know that it's going forward or not, depending on what Jamaica says to me. I'll just shoot you an email and let you know what's going on, but that's the plan. And so I would get you all the letters of interest prior to the October 21st meeting, and hopefully we can have a discussion and make an appointment that night. Oh, I did in the response to the folks that expressed interest, tell them that they were always welcome at any board meeting, but I actually was inviting them to come to the 21st meeting because I figure we're going to be appointing one of them.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question about that meeting that night?
Yes.
What's the process that night? Formal interviews? I mean, we have more than one person. We are very fortunate to have more than one person. It's fairly unusual that we have more than one person applying for a vacancy. So I'm just curious about what the plan is for that night, and if there's going to be, I'll just go on to say, if there's going to be dialogue between people who are asking to be appointed and the board, we might want to schedule a little time ahead of time to allow that instead of taking up our meeting, let's say meet at 6:30 to do that, or something, I don't know. I'm just trying to allow extra time.
Yep, good thought. We have appointed one other board member, and there was one applicant, so the process was, she'll do it. Thank you. And
Gotcha.
so we don't have, and to tell you the truth, I hadn't really thought about the process for that, whether there would be a little interview, allow them to speak, maybe just read their letters and say, okay, this is the one we.
Or even a subcommittee?
Yeah, or even a
I
subcommittee.
mean, I'm just questioning what we should do.
I am too. I hadn't thought of that.
I would think that, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that the select board's opinion should count for an awful lot because it is their town being represented.
I agree.
I agree.
Right.
Well,
that's true.
It should and it shouldn't. I mean, we're trustees of public education. It's ultimately our decision as to what happens on the board. And, yes, they elect them, but it's not the select board has input. They don't have if they say, this is the one we want, we're not obligated to take it. We're not obligated to take that person. It's just a consultation and they have input. But you're right. I mean, if they have a candidate that they feel strongly about, obviously I would report that. No. Any thoughts on process? Do we, meet them do we ask them to come a half hour early, convene the board member meeting a little early and talk to each one for 10 minutes or so and see what happens? Do we develop a little interview like we would if we were hiring a position and ask them the same 4 questions? Yes.
Have we asked other boards who've had more than one person? I know this is fairly unusual, I will admit.
No.
So I'm just wondering how other boards have handled it.
It could be a task. It could be a task.
Could just have a special election from that town.
No.
Yes, you could.
Well, yes, you could, but they would have to warn it that much in advance. Plus, is it statute that defines the procedure now? For us, it's already statute that defines our procedure where we appoint in consultation with the select board, and it's only until the next election. So we're going to get a board member in October our way. If we hold a special election, it'll be November or December. They'll get a 3-month term, and they won't be here for budget season. So it's there's a reason why it is the way it is, I guess. But all right, yes.
I would like to suggest that we task Bill with looking into what other boards have done if they have been in similar situations, and if he can't come up with something, to wing it really awesomely.
That strategy.
Yeah, with a process.
Okay. Is that enough direction for you, Will?
Well, we're going to do it at number 8.
Number 8? All right.
We'll do it at 8.
All right.
Good suggestion.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, so we good with that? Moving right along. Signing contracts. Bill has a file folder of contracts here that he wants to talk about.
These are all the West River contracts that was found that I signed and the person signed, but I had them in a pile to bring to you guys in July, and I did not bring it to you in July, so I still need you guys to sign these contracts. So it is all the employees of West River Modified Unified Union School District. So you guys can look at them all, but I need a motion for the board chair to sign on behalf. All these people are currently employed. They are all currently being paid. I just need you to complete the deal by signing them.
I move the chair sign the employee contracts for the West River District.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Discussion?
Sure.
There's been a question about transparency of signing contracts and making sure that we specify for whose contracts we're approving. Should we in fact go through every named individual so that the record knows who we're employing?
Could
Absolutely the board's decision to make, absolutely. Yes.
Could you provide us a list rather than have us read what's probably 75 contracts? We can just stick them in the minutes? Is this on a spreadsheet somewhere? We could just...
Yes, but I agree with Drew and the transparency, so I am fine, either taking the time to just read them aloud now and then provide them for the minutes to be included. I think that might be the most efficient and the most transparent.
Can we do that, please?
Sure. You just want names, right? Bethany Barton.
Do you want to be totally transparent?
Chris Barton.
Say how much you're paying them to?
Rennie Bernard. Patricia Brandley. Michelle Bostrom. Elizabeth Brown. Kevin Burke. Bryn Casamassa. Thank you. Chen Tong. Sarah Sipat. Matthew Clark. Tammy Clausen. Jenna Colasino. Phoebe Connolly. Katie Costa. Mary Davis. Teresa Davidson Berger. Monica Deuce. Dan DeWalt. Rachel Doty. Kathleen Gatto Gurney. Sarah Grasso. Jason Gregan. Priscilla Halvey. Susan Haskins, Patricia Hines, Gerald Julian Sese, Chris Jers, Susan Jones, Mary Lindsley, Johanna Laskowski-Dope, Mary Martin, Addison Mash.
No.
Ashley Madison.
Mattson.
Matson. Barbara Marchant. Barbara Marchant. Karen Meyer. Ed McGrath. Carrie Noble. Rory O'Donnell. Chris Parker. Suzanne Paw. Thank you. James
Hexock.
Pexock. Ellen Peters. Jessica Riemenschneider. Craig Roach. Megan Richardson. Jessica Rowan. Heidi Russ. Caitlin Saunders. Anne Marie Scott. Lauren Shockley. Heather Sperling. Scott Kabachnik. Marty Testo. Marty Testo again. Robert Tebow. Joseph Toll. Paul Weber. Joyce Van Hamelin. And Bruce Whitman. There they are. All right, so there's a motion to direct me to sign these things. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. Further discussion?
That's not all the employees.
These are all the unsigned contracts.
That's all the unsigned contracts for the West River District. They're not signed.
It's good clarification.
To date.
To date. I mean, we might find
To
some
date.
more.
To date.
Thank you, Lori.
Those aren't signed.
I know.
Okay. I thought you were taking them, I'm like, I gotta sign them.
Maybe more coming.
Okay, so, all in favor of having me sign those contracts, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, we're good. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
In, speaking of transparency, are there other names we should be reading? For other contracts that are previously signed, or we haven't done this process for everybody else, should we?
Yeah, when we bring contracts to you, you guys will go through that exact process.
Okay.
Okay. So, Lori, budget development, it's you.
Yes, I have a document that I handed out to you, some draft form here.
I only have one set of
I've-
signatures, right?
Just my guess.
Budget development and execution, guiding principles, procedures, and timelines. So I put together this document to go through the budget process. I've shared it with the leaders, and I've also shared it with other boards. So I wasn't able to come to your retreat, so that's why I'm sharing it tonight. I would love for you guys to read through it. The guiding principles were basically pulled from your values on a high level. So, and then the budget timeline is attached, and it's, well, no, it's not attached, I'm sorry, it's a separate sheet here. This is just the first draft of the budget timeline, so things may shift around, but as you can see, West River's first draft will be presented on December 9th. That's all I wanted to share with you.
So
So you have this as we head into budget season.
Okay, so it's a timeline.
So, could I?
Yes, sir.
So at the bottom of your agenda, and also on the sheet that Lori gave you, the WRED, if you can just, those first 4 dates, December 9th, 6th, the 13th, 27th, those are not your regular meeting time. So we wanted to give you 3 months advance notice for that. But working with 6 different budgets, we have to time them all out.
Is this something that you might be able to email, Laura? Thank you. Both, yeah. Never know where I'm gonna be when I have a minute to really dig in.
Great.
Okay. We'll get that emailed out.
Quick question.
Sure.
Will this timeline give us some time to get our annual report out? With the budget in it?
We should have enough time because the usual end date is the end of January. That's why the 27th is our go time for.
Because our goal is to have the budget in the annual report.
Within that, right, beautiful little document.
What? Yes?
So following up on what Drew's question was, these 4 meeting dates are dates that we are meeting specifically to talk about the budget, so,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it's very possible we'll wrap up budget on the 13th. Is that
It is,
possible?
and then it would be necessary.
So, right, so I just wanted to say, it doesn't necessarily, we have to be thoughtful about this because we want people to know that, you know, these are tentative budget meetings, we may not need all 4. If we get one done on the 13th, I would hate to have anybody come on the 27th to say. I just think we have to be very transparent about that, what the timeline is for the budget.
So we're going to start on December 9th
Ninth.
with a draft of the budget and keep pushing forward. We must be done by January 27th. The hope is that we will finish earlier with a budget we all love.
Great.
So would now be the time to say, Lori, can you try to keep that down as low as possible?
Put it under the task list there.
Wishful thinking. We're still preparing 2 separate budgets.
We can talk about that under the administration assignment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lori. Okay, the next piece is the administration's reports. We have the reports from each principal. If anyone has any questions about any of the material covered in any of the principals' reports, we have 3 principals here, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer any questions you would have. Anybody have any questions for anybody? I just had one. Scotty, I noticed in yours, your Principals Advisory Committee is interested in pre-K in the building, and you're working with the Director of Operations to see if that's going to work for you. So at some point, do you anticipate then coming back to the board you'll put it in your budget and you'll put it in your request for budget, and we'll get that as a budgetary item for next year?
For you all to make a choice.
Mm-hmm. So that's the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I just pointed you in the direction of Chris Medina, so.
Yeah.
So it's out there, you're working on it, and we'll see it in budget season as a request to us to put it in the budget, right? Or before. But at some point, you'll actually say, okay, we're doing it, this is how, and we're moving forward with it, or we'd like to move forward with it.
Yes. And then I'll be looking for funding.
Okay. Just checking, because I saw it in there, I saw the mention of it, and I knew there was already correspondence about pre-K. Should have come tonight. So when it does come, I think we'll have some discussion.
That was my question.
That was my only question after reading all the reports. Thank you. They were very thorough. I like the format, so they all kind of match.
You can tell there's a mastermind behind it all.
Yeah. Anybody else? Al?
I just had a comment on, I love the report that came out about climate and culture. It's a fantastic report. Only one question. So there were 2 administrators that are on behavior referrals? Is that what?
They're both for me.
Oh, okay.
So there's 2 layers of referrals. There's one that's sort of a teacher handled one, and then there's administrative ones. So that's what that is.
Okay.
So we don't have misbehaving administrators, we just have administrators referring students versus teachers.
Not as far as this board knows.
Those are handled in a whole different. That was a significant decline over
That was
last year.
awesome.
That was awesome.
Yep, first month is looking good. And I think if you open the slideshow earlier, she did add some stuff to it, including that data later in the day. So if you didn't look at it recently, go back and look at it again. Because the data for the number of referrals, the comp from last year, this year, so far, very favorable this year.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
I have a question.
Sure.
regarding that. Trey, would you and Abby, do you guys feel a difference in the building?
I mean, I don't, well, define difference.
Just the number of behavioral referrals. I feel that same thing, Bob, in my building. I feel like we've started off really positively, and I wonder whether that's just translating to me and Bob, or whether or not it feels different to be a student in the building.
Compared to last year.
Compared to last year, for me, no. I mean, other than the teachers I have, I still see them. So, and the ones that I don't get along with so well, I typically avoid. So for me, I don't feel that much of a difference. And amongst my friends, there's no one's gotten too much trouble.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I haven't
Give
seen
it to
much
her.
of a difference either.
It'll be important to follow up on though.
It's a good question.
That is a
Yeah.
good question.
Thank you. All right, so that covers principals' reports. Cabinet report. Questions for this one? Bill or Lori, a couple cabinet members. Any questions? I didn't have any. What? You have questions on the superintendent's report? Oh,
Passenger report, yeah.
you guys got these, right? Abby and Trey? These documents?
I got a very big email from me.
Okay. Trey left.
They'll be back.
Okay, so no questions for you either. Or Lori.
That's good.
Just Kate.
Keeping you well informed.
Yeah, very well informed. It's amazing, there's this much going on in the first, week and a half of school. It's like, no wonder it's going so smoothly. There's a lot going on. Okay, so we've put a lot of things down under item 8 here at tasks for the administration for the next meeting. One we had put on the agenda as a reminder there was the proficiency-based graduation requirements as a task. That was, we were talking about it before we were planning the agenda, and it was really just sort of a, do we want to task the administration with sort of starting that work? I know the teachers have been working on it for quite a while and have the idea, but we at some point actually have to develop the proficiency-based graduation requirement policy.
So the policy committee provided the model policy for you all that you have adopted, but it needs to be updated to add its specificity. So the task, there's a couple tasks. One is the task of taking the current policy, which was adopted right at the very beginning, and making it specific to what is happening at Leland and Gray. And then the second one is just the board being informed about what does proficiency look like at the high school, so you understand the flesh of the policy itself. So, I mean, those are the two things that I believe need to be taken care of for the board to actively be involved in that. So that's what I would see as the two tasks. And I would be happy to, and Bob and I, provide some feedback to the policy committee about updating that policy. And then I feel comfortable, Bob and his team, if they received a task from the board, and we could do the date and the time, to flesh out how proficiency-based looks at the high school. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Does that sound like work we need to have done? Make it, you have a task?
All right, so this is new. So the task right, is to provide recommendations to the policy committee. Task 1, fair enough?
And before we get to that, our policy committee is standing and still exists as it was previous?
It currently is in existence as right now, but you guys will get to number 9 and confirm that.
Well, actually, one person left.
We have 3 standing
We
members
still have
of the
3,
policy
right.
committee, right? Mike?
That's
Lindsay? Ken?
Correct.
Right, under 9, we're going to talk about what committees exist, what committees we may need to form and give a charge to, and if there's duties for the standing committees now. And, you know, obviously policy's going to get some. Yes, sir.
I might just make a suggestion that one of your 2 student reps might be interested in being on policy. I spent a lot of time on policy years and years ago, and there's an awful lot that helps you understand how and why schools are run as you sit and you talk about these policies. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. It is. We'll see if there's any interest.
But we're not making you do reports.
So
That's great.
So the task is to.
So task is twofold. It's around proficiency-based graduation requirements. One is a policy recommendation to the policy committee from Bob and his team and myself. And the other one is, and we can do that by October 21st, due date October 21st. And the other one is an update on how proficiency is being rolled out in the high school. And I would defer to Bob on what good timing would be for something like that.
It could be October as well.
On the 21st?
Yeah. Are you looking for, I mean, there's some of the members here who are on the Leland and Gray Board have already had a presentation from me before about sort of the nuts and bolts of what it is, but I'm happy to do that part again as well. So sort of a tutorial around what it means and then where we are in that journey. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what we need, yeah.
October 21st is fine for that, if you guys want to put that all in one meeting.
All right.
So if you're gonna have that ready for that meeting, then we're gonna have to warn a policy meeting for a half hour before.
You
that.
are on number 9. Good man.
Okay.
Good thinking.
So there's
Chair.
There's the admin tasks. We had talked about something.
Winter sports.
Winter sports, yep.
So
we want to have you.
well, we got to hear from Al.
Yeah,
Right.
do something with that. Yeah, Al. I was gonna say we want to have you do something with that. So Al, what do we need? What do we need?
So I heard through the grapevine that there's a shortfall in winter activities.
Define shortfall in winter activities, please.
As in a budgetary shortfall in winter activities, or a need for funding
Funding to.
support winter activities. Approximately, Bob could help me out, but probably around $3,000, give or take.
Give or take.
So, just wanted to see if there's anything we could do to explore ways to help that. I mean, this winter activities has been around for, I don't know, 40 or 50 years.
Is this
and it's
across
just
the district or just at the high school level?
Yeah, I think it's just as far as I know at the high school level, but
Does it really
it
matter?
could be more
'Cause it's
pervasive. I'm not.
Part of one district, so.
Yeah.
But
I was just curious how widespread the problem was.
I'm not sure what the problem is.
I'm not
besides
sure what the
money.
problem is besides
Not
we're
enough
short on
money.
money. But
So,
So the task is for our administration to figure out the problem
There you
is
go.
and give us a solution.
Should I tell you the problem?
Yeah.
sure, that would help us
I know the problem.
Do now.
I can do it now. So Al, referenced that this has been a long-standing thing in here in the valley. Someone says it's been going on Leland and Gray for 40 or 50 years. At some point in the recent past, the GISP program changed and it stopped going into the high school. So what that meant was, in the old days, what still happens through 5th grade, is that kids can buy these GISP passes.
junior instruction to ski program or something.
You got it. And they could ski on winter activity days very cheaply. And then some other days they can go up as well. And the mountain As part of that program, it used to provide, and probably does, I don't know, at the elementary schools, still some passes for chaperones to go up and do these ski groups. And sometimes they were staff, sometimes they were family members, parents, whoever. But that's how, you know, when you're sending that many kids to the mountain, that's how you ran the system. So when JISP changed, I don't know if it coincided with the new ownership at Stratton or not, but I've been told that it did. That we were faced with trying to figure out how to get kids passes and then how to simultaneously get chaperones up there. The pass problem has been solved by the collaborative and refuse to use program. So if kids attend these sessions that they and make a pledge to not use substances, they get a pass for a very cheap amount, similar to what the JISP amount was. And so that covered that. And then initially with the refuse to use program, they provided instructors, if you will, passes. And so we had a bunch of adults who were involved with that, and they would take their passes and go to the mountain on Wednesdays, and then it would be the chaperones. Recently, and I assume again it's related to cost, the refuse to use program has reduced the number of adult passes to 4. And not all the 4 people who run the programming for those evenings are employees or even ski with the kids. I think we have maybe 2 that are. So basically the shortfall, other than the usual shortfall in transportation costs, which always runs higher than we expect it to, the shortfall is the amount it cost us to get the chaperones to the mountain. So last year we worked a lot with Build Up, who some of you know is up at Stratton. I think he's a CFO. CEO,
yeah.
But has had kids come through here and been part of the program himself and was a big supporter. To try to figure out how to close that gap, he was unable to get that to work. When we had a shortfall last year, and there was an anonymous donation that covered a chunk of that, and I think we used some other gate receipts or some other kind of thing from basketball to help make up the difference. So this year I've told my staff that, you know, we can't rely on an anonymous donor every year, and we have the shortfall to figure out how to make that work. We found a loophole, if you will, to purchasing passes for those chaperones. Some sort of like afternoon friend pack, I forget what the name of it is at Stratton, but it's a discounted deal if you bring a bunch of people. So we're going to use those bunch of people to be the chaperones, and so it's a little bit cheaper than it was last year, but even still, as Alice pointed out, we're probably about $3 grand short of being able to make that happen. Without the Stratton program, we have 9 or 10 other winter activities that happen as well, but Stratton has historically been at least half, if not more. Historically, it was probably even higher of the kids that go and do that. So without that, it kind of puts our winter activity program in jeopardy. So we had a big powwow recently to find out who wanted to be involved with thinking up solutions. We looked at other mountains, we talked about other deals, and we had a couple of staff members who volunteered to lead some fundraising efforts to try to get that money. But that's where we're at right now, so that's what I was talking about. That's the problem, is the cost of chaperones to go to accompany kids who refuse to use passes. Is that clear as mud?
No, it's very
It's very clear. So is the task that you would like the administration to report back as to the progress on what has just been explained to you about the Winter Activities Challenge?
I'd say both the progress, and then is there anything else that we can do as a board or the administration? I mean, can we tap into the Stratton Foundation or some other kind of grant money to cover the gap?
So progress on what is going on and possible recommendations.
What is the timeline on purchasing the tickets, the discounted tickets that you're needing to?
I think you can do them the day of, but the ticket sales for those passes open up November maybe. We can purchase them in advance. We wouldn't do that because we would, if we have a cancellation, we wouldn't want to spend the money if we didn't use it. And I guess one of the things that I'm unclear about in the new district is, I mean, I don't believe historically Leland and Gray has had any local money go into the program. I don't know what other districts did prior to the merger. And so I would just ask that you guys considering all of this together as an equity thing, if there's local money going into this in any way, if that's what people are thinking about, or if you're really just talking about grants and other types of donations. So I don't know, I just want to put that out there, because I know
I think
it's
the equity is a great point.
something,
Yeah.
something to think about, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we can deliver that to you. 21st?
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm just reporting where that committee stands at that
Yeah.
point.
And I'll collect something together to have.
Anybody else